having some technical difficulties of their own. They've just not been able to really get on those sites, and when they do, they get that bomb plant down, but they just can't win those post-plant rounds. My name is Keg, and with us is, of course, the Doctor once again is in. And Doc, what's going on with Flock right now? They should be winning, but they're not.
Yeah, right now it just seems to be the numbers are not in their favor, Mason, as they've made it onto the site multiple times now. Like you said, they've gotten that spike down, and every single time they just get out-traded. And when your opponents have more people alive than you, then it means they can defuse that spike you've spent all that time planting. But look at that. RC once again with that ghost popping off, picking up a quick double kill, and completely takes control of the round as they pick up a third. But Willie brings it right back.
Willie's doing a good job. He might go free pretty soon. It's gonna be a 2v3 though, and they're going for that same exact spike plan again. Now, you may not have caught it before, but we've seen at least the third time now it's been a spike plant on B. These rotates have mostly not gone in their favor either. It's gonna be another kill for Willie. He's able to even out the odds a little bit more, but this lockdown may have just sealed the fate for this final weenie hut as they try to make their way back, or at least win the round. And they do! They still win it, despite the lockdown. A double kill from Weenie Hut through the turret as well is able to even out the odds to a 2-2. So it's kind of a coin flip, Doc, about whether or not the post plant works for them.
Yeah, that was a really nice usage of ultimates, though. Willie able to pick up the 3K off of that Hunter's Fury as well. Really opened up the round, brought it right back into even numbers, and you can see once they have the even numbers, yes, they use the lockdown for that little bit extra oomph, and so now they don't have it this round, but at the end of the day, they won the round. Any abilities used in a round can come back. It's just that you gotta earn it, right? Like, you gotta get these frags, you gotta get those ult orbs back, and that is not how you do it. Technically it is, because you do get an orb point for dying, but not ideal.
Yeah, it's not the best position to be in, but I mean, overall, having that turret come in and kind of save you, it's like, oh, what's it called? A Deus Ex Machina, almost, for Flock right there. That was their way of keeping themselves back in the game. RC, though, is able to get a triple kill, and Trap's going to follow up a little bit as well. So these rounds have gone really well for Flock when they do win, but immediately after, they just get pummeled upon with an adaptability from Cursed Ascension. And right there, we just saw RC get a quad kill of all things, too. And it's just like you mentioned before. Maybe it was even off stream, but they're just able to out-frag Flock so far. They're able to win those gunfights really handedly.
Yeah, I mean, that's really all that round came down to, right? Like, RC on the Reyna, you know, doesn't have the kill abilities, doesn't have a paint can or anything like that. They just have the Leer and the heal and the ghost. So if you're picking up frags with it, it's because you're shooting them in the face. And so do that enough times and you will come out ahead, just like that, as we do see here. RC now having upgraded to the operator, can't quite get away, but they stay alive.
Oh my God.
Sir Clay living up to the name.
Just brought down in chains immediately, just cut down from their prime. Flock going in for the very aggressive push again. It looks like it was a light buy coming out from them too. And I mean, with the way things have been going, their economy can't be in the best of spots right now. So going for this rush on the eco round isn't really a worst option in the world. The plant's gonna go down, Doc. And right now, they're able to hold these angles really well, but we've also seen CA play the same exact patient game before, and look at the kill feed, it's going to go the same exact route as the pistols, where it just, the patience pays off.
Oh,
Double kill, too.
Jesus. Oh boy, we saw the paint can actually land right on their head, which, again, quite unlucky there. You love to see it, but it's just so unfortunate to see it just rain down on that owl drone, and you're just like, oh, well, they're toast. And then you pop the showstopper, and you're able to just close out the round as well. Just really, really solid stuff. And I want to point out these round victories and the way they've done it. We actually seeing 3 of the 4 rounds for the side of CA have been defuses, which means that there's still spike plant money on the side of Flock, but it's just they can't get that extra little bit over the line to make sure they actually win the round.
And I mean, it's really good to have that plant money too, but we can see that they're already force buying after that light buy round, and it's, you know, their economy's still in shambles. They'll have to go for the same exact routine again if they can't win this round, and given what we've seen, you know, with all the diffuses coming out from CA's side, maybe having these post plants aren't really the best position to be in. Maybe they should go for an aggressive maneuver, or, you know, if they feel ballsy enough, just ignore the spike altogether. Go for those picks. That's what you're struggling on, and show them who's boss.
Yeah, I mean, I think you need to worry about the spike a little bit.
Well,
I think
yeah,
RC
if the timer goes down.
True. RC though is something they're gonna have to come up with a plan with, because we've seen them just absolutely lights out so far. It's definitely something you need to be aware of in this best of one, especially with them being on this duelist, right? Like they get so much utility by fragging out, making sure they're at the top of the leaderboard, and you need to contain that somehow, because otherwise they're just gonna run a train on you, and there's just simply nothing you can do about it, and you're gonna end up losing.
Can we talk about how RC has also been able to frag out on multiple different weapons so far? The Op, the Vandal, I think even the Spectre too has just been an absolute machine when it comes to it. But that's not the only member too of CA. It's been trapped with a triple kill of his own inside Marketplace. Oh man, he's just shutting everybody down. That's just gonna leave the last two alive. The Killjoy's gonna go in for the plan, and it looks like Weenie Hut Jr. will be alone because of it. The DLN though is able to find Trap. It's gonna cut down the 3K down to a 0 in terms of health, but Weenie Hunt Jr. is still going to be alive, separated away, but Dylan's able to slowly make their way back. RC goes down, the top fraggers for Cursed Ascension's going to die, but this is a tough position, Doc, to be in, even with the lockdown in play.
Yeah, the lockdown is going to give you a couple seconds of freedom to try and avoid that. As you can see them hanging out here in market, making sure they don't get detained. They're going to have a very short timer here to get onto the site to get that spike defused. And so they do see a little bit coming in here. They are going to peek the window. They see them. They know where they are. They can't get the frags, and CA do not have the time for the defuse. They can even see it. That's... Unlucky was trying to sacrifice Xeno to make sure they came out alive, and in the end, they fall down just beside him.
See, that's the downside of trying to go for a really patient post-plan procedure that we've been seeing Cursed Ascension go for almost all these rounds. You know, Flock doesn't make things really subtle. They like to go for B plan, I think just about every single round we've seen. It's just that the patience usually pays off for Cursed Ascension, but there in that 2v2, especially with the lockdown, they just weren't able to push it fast enough. They got the kills, which at this point isn't really a surprise. They just weren't able to get to the spike, and maybe the only thing that stalled them out was that ult, and that kind of scares me a little bit if you're a fan of Flock.
Yeah, I mean, that ult just bought so much time, and look at that, another multi-kill round start. Like Trap last time getting 3 kills completely blind through the smoke, and now we're gonna see RC almost pick up a third. Myson finally able to pick something up for themselves, but Trap is right around the corner ready to swing shut.
Geez, we've been in this position before. It's gonna be a 2v4 now with Flock still on the lesser side here. If they could push A main, they had to worry about the raise. Of course, even the paint grenades not too far behind either. They could do one of many different things right now, but it seems like their only option might have to be pushing B yet again. That's not going to stop other people, though. The Killjoy's still in mid-site waiting for the rotation. That's going to be Clay, and it looks like they're going to opt to go for Catwalk. This is an absolute death trap for them right now, and they're still going to go for it. Clay has seemingly no idea, but they're able to find Trap. Is Clay going to retaliate? Yes, he does. Is he able to find him? He finds Weenie Hut Jr. But no, Jr. more like Tyler. Willie's able to take down the Clay, and Willie's going to be the last one alive, dealing and now suddenly a 1v1.
They are gonna try and play Ring Around the Rosie. We do hear the spike started. There's a significant health advantage, though, on the side of Unlucky, as they do get a little lucky and find him as they're trying to plant that spike. Defender win once again, and that one was probably the closest round we've had so far. If you think about it, it came down to that 1v1, and it really could have gone either way at that point.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Doc, because I think that was the only round, too, where it literally could have gone either way. You know, we saw that really close round before where those last two on Cursed Ascension were able to get the double kill, but they weren't able to defuse. But this one was quite literally a coin flip. And had the Sova, Willie, not gone for the kill, that could have been Flock's round, and that would have evened things out. But going down that Catwalk option was really scary as well.
Yeah, they got kind of pinched there, as we are going to see as the Boomba does trigger, so they know exactly where they're coming from. There's lots of smoke and spleers going along. Unlucky's going to be able to pick up one with the paint can. Willie's in on the site, getting something done with the pistol, and it's this 2v3. They do need to deal with RC's Empress, though, and I don't know if shutting the door is going to be enough.
Oh boy, there we go. The plant's gonna go down. Willie's the last one alive yet again, but he has no Hunter's Fury. He might be able to have some work if he's able to time it right and get that positioning. Well, no, never mind. He won't be able to do it. Clay's gonna get that defuse again. And one thing I really did like from Flock this round, though, Doctor, was that They went aggressive, but they focused less on the spike than, you know, say the first few rounds. They immediately went in on B side to get that plant, but this time instead they used their utility to get many kills in the beginning to help even the odds, then go for the plant. And it almost worked.
Yeah, they also just went full send, right? Like we had Maison just dashing into it, really getting up in the face of CA. And it started to work a little bit. That, you know, they overwhelmed the site itself, but because they had the weaker weaponry, overall it was just a really tough round for them because they weren't able to really lock it in once they got control of the site. Now that they have full weaponry, I would have loved to see the exact same game plan, right? Like just go complete madman, full send W key onto that A site, just overwhelm Unlucky so that they can't get anything done, and then just, you know, lock it in a little bit tighter with the upgraded weaponry.
But we're actually going to see the opposite of that this time, though. RC's able to find Dylan, but that's going to only help even out the odds. One of the duelists on Flock's side is going to go down, and Maison's going to be the only one left to fill in that role. He's going to push on to A yet again. They realize B is no longer going to be an option. Unlucky, though, is able to find one, but gets traded out immediately. It is just a back and forth again, but just holding down that patience still in sight for CA. They're just able to help even out those odds yet again. But missing that trap, the spike going down yet again, it's going to be a little bit of a better situation for Flock this time. They're able to get some of their positioning in a better state, but the play is going to go in for the flank, misses the shot, and it's going to be Willie to find the close-up op.
Oh no, they are going to see him. He is going to cancel that teleport last second, so they don't know where he originated from. They are going to see that smoke blossom, though. Willie hiding behind this corner as Maison keeps an eye on that spike. They are going to peek it. They do need to dash out. They're trying to stay alive. Traps winning that kill. They do need to fight the operator, which is the only one left now. Hunter's Fury on deck is going to buy plenty of time, though. They're going to try and get in. I think the defuse is done. No time. That is going to be another round win for Flock off of Spike Explosion.
Every single round that we've seen Flock win from an explosion has been some of the craziest stalling I think we've seen. I think that last round, it was kind of mind game stalling from Cursed Ascension, especially on Trap. You know, he could have gone for the defuse, but instead he kind of went more aggressive and tried to go for the kill instead, which is okay. That's an alright thing to do. But overall, Flock have just been able to really stall out hard once they're able to find their footing.
Yeah, I do like the decision to go aggressive there because you recognize that you simply don't have time to defuse, right? He can hold on to that Hunter's Fury for quite a while, so you want to get that frag, get the operator out of their hands, so even though they win the round, they need to drop that 5k credits once again, and so that Nanoswarm buying so much time, even though Maison's into market, they can't connect on the shots! So Kozu is going to trade it out. That's 4-on-4 retake situation as that lockdown ends. The spike plants at the same time.
Kozu's one of those quieter players we haven't really mentioned too much in this game so far. He's taking a back seat, mostly going for the smokes, but here he is fragging out on B site. RC's gonna go in for the kill. He's gonna get flashed out though, and Kozu's there for the second headshot. Now my boy's finally warming up a little bit more, and Cursed Ascension, they don't have a good positioning to go in for this refrag. Even then, when they tried to, Dylan's gonna be taken down, but Unlucky may have spent too much time going for that one flank. And it's gonna be Xeno Unlucky to go down. Trap's the last one alive. Can he make it work? He's able to bring it down to a 1v1, but that defuse might be too little too late, especially with the positioning that Kozu has right now. Is he able to make it a 4K? Yes, a 4K coming out from the quiet one. The quiet Phantom himself is able to bring it back and explode. But Doctor, that was
gonna get the teabag too.
Kozu. Yeah, and the teabag. All the good parts of competitive.
Yeah, I mean, coming from different, you know, scenes, you got the teabag, you got the body shots, like all different levels of just disrespect. And even though 5 rounds ago, 6 rounds ago, I probably would have called it unwarranted, but as we near a 6-6 half here, I definitely think that that is fully fair game, because you're actually in it now, right? Like, you're no longer just getting bopped. It's an actual competitive match now.
Yeah, I think the adaptability from Flock has been really strong these last few rounds, and speaking of which, we see the aggressive plays from RC and Unlucky, and I think that kind of plays into the adaptability. Maison's able to get a headshot with the knives straight into his skull, and suddenly the plant's gonna go down on A yet again. A 4v2 is a far cry, like you said, Doc, from what we would have seen in the beginning of this game. But Trap is now on the back heel. The lockdown's gonna go into play, and now it's a 2v4 retake.
Yeah, they are going to use that lockdown to take full control of the site and hopefully get in through window. Nice little cloudburst there from Myson's going to cover their escape. They're both stuck here in this little back corner as the lockdown ends, but there's still so much time left on this spike. Oh man, they even have the arrow set up. This is pretty much toast, I'll call it, as they do get a kill onto Myson. He's going to go down to the electro dart as Kozu also picks up the final kill. 6-6 half.
My boy William has been able to make these plants go down every single round of this game. I think minus maybe 2 rounds, Willie hasn't been able to get a plant down.
Yeah.
I think 2 out of 12. That's insane for any competitive matchup.
Yeah, I mean, they only got 2 explosions, but they did get quite a lot of plants. Well, I mean, look at those defuse. It's blending in with the roof. I got 2, 4. So yeah, 4 defuses out of 12. So you got more defuses than explosions, but like that's a lot of fragging. Like that is a lot of just turning up, hitting your shots, and bringing us into the half. And it's looking a little bit different, right? Like we're not getting that same B garage rush we've come to know and love here on the Pistols, as the teams do look to try and even out, maybe catch somebody off guard offensively.
It does feel like there's a little bit of a different energy coming out from Cursed Ascension on the attack here. It's more slow, it's more methodical already, and we can see the Reyna originally pushing up through B main by themselves, no spike in sight. The smoke's gonna kind of aid everybody there in a little bit in B main, I believe, but DLN's able to find RC in the beginning. Willie is still just hiding near, I believe that's to be Marketplace, able to find the spike to go down. Suddenly the Pistols have to really maneuver themselves to figure out what the hell is going on. Sir Clay's able to find Myson. Unlucky, he's gonna follow up too. And this really stealthy push from Flock kind of blows up in their face quite literally as Trap is able to find Weenie Hut.
Yeah, things are falling apart, but it falls right back into place. 2v1, Trap's gonna be able to go in, gets the dink, gets the kill, and so now it's this 1v1 once again. 4 HP versus 44. Who's gonna be able to come out ahead? Are they even gonna go for the plant? Are they even gonna bother? They hear the reload.
Kozu! No! Kozu's been able to make that work before against Trap, but unfortunately this time the positioning was in Trap's favor. That's going to be another round for Cursed Ascension, and that tie is going to be broken too. It has been such a huge comeback for Flock so far, but Cursed Ascension has just been inching out every single round so far.
Yeah, everything comes down to just the minute details and just the very tiny minutia of these rounds as the teams just try and really get that one little edge up. And so now talking about edging, we are going to get pretty good buy up here from the side of CA. Bulldogs and Spectres into just the regular Pistols here. But, oh, I thought that was it. I thought he smoked them, but nope, is just going to go back to the site.
Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of what Flock is doing with their positioning right now. They're all rotating really quickly, and it doesn't seem like there's much intel on their side. There are going to be some smokes going towards the back part of where Market is, or mid, if you will. And that's going to be where the attack is happening. But it seems like mostly Flock is just kind of floating around trying to figure out what audio cues they can find and waiting for that execute to happen.
Kozu is going to go down, but I want to make a note that Sheriff through the wall almost picked up a frag. There's like 3 HP left there. Unlucky's gonna end up going down. They get a dink as well from Willie. Traps on 5 HP. Anything will knock them down in this 3v4.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rough 3v4 indeed. Flock right now gonna be on the back heel once again. Circle is able to find not 1 but 2. That's gonna be a triple kill for him. But now the Killjoy's gonna be the last one alive. And it's not gonna be a great spot for Weenie Hut. A 4K once again for Sir Clay is able to edge things out a little bit more than just edging. A full explosion to 8 and 6. And these post-plant situations for Flock are just about as bad as they were in the beginning when they were on the attack.
Yeah, that one was a little tough. You know, you did have obviously the weaker weaponry. You did come pretty close, able to, you know, obviously get trapped down to 4 HP. Just wasn't able to finish them off, as they do now have rifles though. And so I like the decision from CA here, not fully upgrading, sticking with what they had in an effort to save the economy, because they're confident, right? Like they don't need to you know, spend it all and make sure they have the newest and greatest weaponry. They can make this work with just their SMGs.
Now, we kind of mentioned also last round too, is that we do see the full buy from Flock, but also the fact that their positioning is just kind of odd. They don't really have a whole lot of intel agents on their side. They do have the Killjoy, they do have the Sova, but their utility isn't really being used aggressively to figure out where these pushes are going to go until at times like this at the top of Cat, it might be too little too late to really go for a full rotate.
Yeah, they are going to fall back though, so that is going to be a best possible hold. Even though my sons get through the smoke here, they are going to have to fall back a little bit more aggressively, and it does leave poor Kozu all alone on the site. It's going to teleport right into the recon bolt, unfortunately, as the paint can offers a little bit more safety for Xeno to get this plant down.
40 seconds suddenly turn into, I believe, 45-ish now as that spike's gonna go down. It's looking pretty good for both teams, all things considered. DLN, though, is gonna be trying to open up the door. MySon at the top of Heaven's gonna be trying to find some pop kills through the Heaven, but no, not able to find anything at all. Numbers are slowly dwindling down for Cursed Ascension, though, as they have full control of the site, and Flock is just not even able to get onto the site at all. Everyone's slowly dwindling until 4K comes out from RC. Weenie Hut Tyler again is just not able to make any hot dogs today. It's going to be a 3-round lead, a flawless second half so far for Cursed Ascension, and this is the biggest streak of wins they've had so far. It seems like now they've fully figured out and downloaded Flock's attack, and right now, not only is the economy bad for Flock, but they just seem lost on these rotates.
Yeah, the defensive side's not treating them very kindly right now. And so with that last round loss, they really don't have much to work with here. You can see them picking up a smattering of weaponry, but it's just not a lot, right? Like, it's not something you can really make work, especially when you are this spread out. You don't have these nice little trade patterns. You know, if Kozu gets a little too aggressive here, they're just completely gone and the whole site's in complete disarray. So they really need to get something done. I do like that they're not rotating just yet, even with that lockdown being triggered, because it's not necessarily something you need to be aware of.
Oh, but look at this. Kozu's able to get the opening pick. It's going to take down RC. No, he's going to follow up with a double kill as well. Can it be a triple? But no, Trap always has his number. It's always a special kind of revenge after that 1-4K Kozu got earlier on. He's going to have the spike now, and he's one of 2 left alive. He doesn't have his ult even after getting the orb, so there's not a realistic chance of him TPing to B, but he might be able to make something work by just straight up running. My son's able to take down third play. Yeah, Bucky gang. He's the last one alive, and he's still holding down an A main. He must have relinquished this round. He's just looking for frags.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really tough ask when you are in this position. You do need to check so many different corners. Willie's here with only 22 HP, but he's going to peek out at just the right time. Thrifty on the board. They're going to claim their first victory of the defensive half.
I'm surprised that Trap was able to get that kill. I mean, he got one through the smoke onto the jet, and that was impressive, but realistically, there was not much he could do for the rest of the round there. He was able to find one. Everyone else had angles on him. That was just kind of a gimme, you know?
Yeah, if he'd been able to snap on over to Willie, I think that would have just been absolutely insane.
We'd have to check his Vanguard.
These inhuman reactions, what more can you ask for? As they do line up once again, MySon has this Vandal, trying to get cheeky with it, but does only just get a little bit of damage, has to fall back in the overwhelming show of force there from Cursed Authority.
One huge difference from Cursed Ascension's attack to Flock is that they like to go in groups very slowly in the beginning. Towards the end of the attacking half, Flock like to really spread themselves out and try to take those individual 1v1s, and that is a far cry from what we're seeing here. Now, there is a little bit more spreading out now, but that spike is heavily guarded by at least 3 different bodies at all times. Thunder Fury's going to go down from Willie. It's not going to find a whole lot of action besides onto Trap, and he's already going to make his way on the catwalk. He says, forget that, we're not taking down Willie. That Willie's too hard and strong for us. But the rest of A is going to suffer for it.
We are going to see a very deep flank here from RC, already into defender spawn as Kozu tries to get the most done, not able to secure the round though. 3K on the side of CA. They're feeling good. They're the first team to double digits of the night. They are going to be feeling that one quite well.
You gotta admit, so far, CA has just been able to adapt. You know, the beginning rounds, this second half, they've done a really good job. But overall, they've just really figured out where Flock likes to be on the defense. It's a different story, I would say, from the first half, where it was mostly just patience that Curse Ascension really brought to the table? This time around, the positioning for Flock hasn't changed at all, and they're taking advantage of that really hard, especially on the Kozu, who's the only defensive A.
Cover going.
Yeah, I mean, they also haven't had the opportunity to buy up weaponry.
True.
A lot of these rounds, they're coming in with shambles, as they are going to get the Leer out on the side. Kozu pulling up that teleport, not given the chance, though, as he gets shut down by unlucky Willie. Try to do a little bit of backup here, but he's trapped all the way in heaven, as my son's trapped on the other side of the door. Try to smack it with the candy cane, but it's still in one piece.
Yeah, I mean, hey, at least it's a delicious treat. But at the top of heaven, there's another treat. That's gonna be Jet herself. Maybe finding some knives for this Vandal into regard on gone. No, not gonna happen at all. It's gonna be RC, though, challenging the Jet. Oh, it's not gonna happen, but this timer is still gonna keep going down. RC and Clay are able to find two, still able to hold the site. Weenie Hut's trying to find any bodies, but he's gonna find a bullet instead. Last one alive is gonna be my son, and they say, screw it, forget it. We got the Vandal. This is the first time we've had a Vandal on our team in 7 rounds. We're gonna skedaddle out of here. And I mean, saving the economy at this point, even when it is 11-7, Doc, I think that's the most important thing right now. Because again, like you mentioned, they're in shambles.
Yeah, I don't know what more you can bleed out of this team right now. You're going to give a flawless over, and so it does give 11-7 on the board, one away from map point / tournament point, because this is obviously a best of 1. So Flock, if we can get a look at their weaponry once again. So this time, again, not amazing. They've been buying up pretty much every round, and so they have to make a really hard decision here, and it looks like they've made it. The option of, do you buy up a round that saved Vandal in preparation to win the round and force really hard on map point, or do you just leave the Vandal out to dry and come in that much stronger in the round afterwards?
I'm just concerned that DLN's bringing out a Sheriff. I think going 7-17 isn't... Yeah, that's exactly why. RC able to find DLN, not able to get a single Sheriff kill, I believe, the entire game. Tries to go for it again, why peeking outside of Catwalk and gets nailed down appropriately. Willie, though, is in a good spot. He's been able to make a lot of work happen in this smoke before, but they're already pre-firing, but not able to find the shots. Meanwhile, 2 are walking through Marketplace, and he seems to not react at all, instead reacting with a shock dart and going to a much more predictable angle yet again through the smoke onto B main. Or CTB.
Trap set up nicely with the Paranoia. Nanoswarm is going to force him back, as Weenie Hut is able to pick up 1 before going into danger zone. They pulled the pistol, but it's just not enough. Myson coming out ahead. It's just 3v2 now. They're coming out very nicely. 3K from Mai. Gets shut down. Tries to get 1 more. Kozu has the clutch.
Beautiful work from Kozu again. I just love seeing this guy. I love his name, Kozu. But he's been the clutch master for Flock so far, especially on B site. He's holding down the entire fort of A site by himself. And when it comes to him rotating off of it, it's almost always a win for Flock. So I'm not really sure if that's a positioning issue for maybe Flock's side, or maybe Kozu just needs to spread his wings a little bit. But I think the positioning for Flock's defense has been really peculiar at times, but it's chances like that where Kozu really can spread around the map. They've been able to win out pretty handedly.
Yeah, one of the better things about winning that particular round is it does leave the opportunity to win the map still in play, right? Like, you're still playing to win right now instead of playing to tie, whereas where you would find yourself if CA had been able to pick up the 12th round. This lockdown, though, is gonna get equally traded as DLN's able to go ghost and get out of dodge.
We see a Venn diagram on the map right now. It's going to be lockdowns going everywhere at once, and no one knows what to do right now. Kozu's going to fall, and that's going to leave the rest of CA with an interesting question. Do you want to push B main after having double lockdowns again? Well, they got the intel that Weenie Hut's going to be in the back of sight. He's got the rotate out, and it seems like the Spike is undecided about where to go as of now. 3 bodies at B main. The Spike itself, though, challenging at least a little bit of Catwalk, but it seems like the decision has been made to go through B yet again. Just in time for Flock to fully rotate.
Yeah, they're trying to get some information down. Willie's able to trade back, but here comes the showstopper. It is going to connect onto Willie in the back. And so now it is this 2v3 once again. Numbers favoring CA like so many other times here tonight, as we are going to see this retake happen. Spike is planted. Myson getting chunked up by those paint cans, but there's only 11 HP on Clay. There is still a realm of possibility here where they come out ahead.
I don't think we've ever seen a point where Flock has had a man disadvantage and win a round. It's 3v2 right now, and DLN slowly peeking his way up. He's able to find a little bit of one, but Trap's able to clap it back. Myson's able to train out a little bit more, making their way onto the side. Can the knives find it? Yes, they do. Suddenly, it turns into a triple kill, massacring the site like it's nothing. The knives pierce through the Omen, and now Flock stays in the game just a tiny bit longer. Only 2 more rounds now that they need to tie things up with Cursed Ascension yet again.
Yeah, and not just tie it up, but really start taking the pressure off of themselves, right? Like, you start looking at the economy of CA. They've been doing really good up till now. Obviously, winning 5 rounds out of 7 does a good number for you, but they're starting to run out of money. They're starting to run out of credits because they've had to rebuy these rifles so many times. And if you look on the direct opposite, they're still not exactly amazing for the side of Flock. You can even see one member there on half armor, which it's not a good look, but sometimes you just need that extra mobility.
I mean, this is a good time now to play a little bit safer if you're Flock. We haven't really seen a lot more patient play now that they switched to the defense, but it has been more patient overall since they've gone over. If that makes any sense, they just need to play holding an angle, and that's exactly what Kozu's doing right now. DLN's able to find Unlucky. That's gonna be one of the duelists for CA completely gone, but it seems like RC is just kind of lost, trying to find any kind of frags, able to find DLN, but they haven't made a decision of where that spike's gonna fully go just yet. Gonna be peeking around a little bit of marketplace. It seems like B has been the decision once again. Myson has been able to frag out completely. This round's gonna be taken down immediately, and RC on a tear gets shot down in their prime at BCT.
Yep, bringing it into this evenly numbered 3v2 as we do see Kozu taking down Trap and Xeno going down as well. Sir Clay, the only one left alive, doesn't have to worry about market with the door closed, but right now it is a 1v1. There's still a lot of time before Kozu can get involved. Shots fired into the door. They let them know exactly where one member is. They do not know where everybody's going to be peeking from. Sir Clay trying to get the best angle possible, but they need to get the spike. There's only 20 seconds left, and they would need to win at least 2 1v1s.
This is a tough position to be in right now. Willie's holding an angle and Kozu's holding the opposite one. It's a pinch. It's the crab itself.
Left.
And there you go. You're going to challenge the Omen. You're able to find Win. Willie can't find the angle, it seems. He's going to leech out, though, and find it around the corner. Blanc is able to bring themselves to double digits now, and suddenly things are getting a lot closer from 11-9 to 11-10. That was a really smart endgame decision between Kozu and Willie. They pinched out, they didn't play aggressive. It's a far, far cry from what we had seen them do in the post plants when they were on the attack.
Yeah, and like you said, bringing it ever so closely back together. It's very similar to the ending we had in the first half where it was completely in favor of CA and Flock were able to bring it back, and they've done very similar things now. They're 1 away from tying it up, still 3 away from victory though, as we do see them setting up this really hardy defense on the A site.
I like this defense. I really think they predicted it well, though soon that one's gonna push into A. Kozu's able to find RC. If they had not won that gunfight, that could have been devastating. Unlucky's able to find Myson. It's a good trade, still taking down a duelist for a duelist, but is that gonna be enough? Kozu's gonna fall too, and you're losing that hardy defense very quickly here. And having all the traps in the world's good, but this post plant's gonna be really scary for a lot of CA, especially with Willie being able to sniper rifle his way through that Hunter's Fury.
Does pose a bit of a problem for CA. The alarm robot is going to trigger, as well as the nano swarm, going to buy so much more time from this tree position, and they still need to get this defuse going, but they just simply don't know where anybody is. The door's still closed even, so these 2 members are just completely cut off.
Oh,
DLN though coming out way ahead here. They still need to get on site. There's still so much going on. Xeno's down. It's all up to Unlucky. The only one left, no utility. They go down, and it's tied up once again.
Flock, oh my lord, able to bring things back 11-11. When we saw those 3 rounds, a flawless second half for Cursed Ascension to start things off, I thought that was it. I thought Flock had already ended the run here, but they adapted again. Something just clicked in that 4th round in the second half, and they realized, you know what? We can't play this like we're attacking. We have to hold those angles. We have to let Cursed Ascension come into us. And that's a huge reason why some of the top fraggers from the first half, like RC, have just not been able to have as much luck this time around. Sure, they're 31-15, Doc, but RC has been
Holy.
playing too aggressive.
Oh man, dropping a 30 in regulation in game 1 of the tournament. That is definitely a hard carry. You're gonna have to see if they can actually get the map victory though, since that's the important part, right? Like
That's
you
true.
can drop a
Especially in a best of
60.
one.
Yeah, if you drop a 60 in regulation but then lose the map, I mean, what was the point? It's all that effort for naught. And so now, once again, they're in this 5-point spread, looking to pick up picks. Kozu's going to lose this time, and it completely pulls the trigger on the A side. There's only that one member left on defense, Maisan, the only one here. Never mind.
Pushing, you could be rushing through Garden again. Willie's not able to find the angle. In fact, nobody on Flock is able to really realize this until the audio cue goes down. RC's able to tangle down some of the rotate going in the ramp, but Willie's gonna fall as well. They've come so long and so far, only to have DLN now, the last one alive, in a 1v5. You could do so much right now if you're cursed. You could go for the Empress, you could go for the lockdown. All of that seems to be a little overkill for a simple headshot from RC. You know, we mentioned RC before this round started, kind of underperforming in the second half. They come back with a 4K.
Yeah, it's just the
35!
the good old caster curse. Love to see him hit 40 here. Just give him the ace pog champ. But it is indeed map point now for CA, looking to continue on in this tournament. Whereas Flock, they need to win this round just to bring it to overtime. Not even get a W, just to play more.
Now, if history is going to repeat itself, we did see the first half end 6-6. It's possible to see 12-12. It's in the realm of possibility more than a lot of other matches. Are we going to see that? I'm hesitant to say yes. Mostly because the round hasn't finished yet, but because Flock being shut down so hard on A site, there's no chance that CA won't try to repeat that again. My son's gonna be holding the back of, I don't even know what that is, a generator? They're gonna be holding the back of the generator. Smokes are gonna be going down as well, blinding everybody. Shock darts as well. Gonna be trying to clear out as much area as they humanly can. No ults at all on Flock's side. They have to rely on their gadgetry and their guns to win this round. Meanwhile, Doc, CA have Hunter's Fury, Empress, and a lockdown to completely stall out a site post-plan.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem for Flock right now is they have 4 members here stacked up on the A site, and the last time they did this, it really didn't work out well for them. They just simply didn't hit the shots and ended up losing the round in the end of the day. And we're getting a full, side swap now. The lockdown is going to get some movement, not too much, since that was the only sound being made. So they are going to be a little bit suspicious here right as that lockdown ends, and they're still hanging out in B garage. CA have not made that execute happen. It's all up to Weenie Hut to hold this off as the turret activates.
This is big brain. No one's going to be rotating on Flock side through CT, so those members going through mid are going to have not as great of a time. Weenie Hut's able to take down Unlucky. He is the only one defending on side of B. Is he able to hold down the fort a little bit? The answer is yes, but the second lockdown's in place. 7 seconds left, and it's going to be a back and forth. An absolute massacre is happening. CA only having RC left alive, the absolute bragger. If he wins this, he might reach 40. I'm not sure. But able to find one, yet another, and Flock brought themselves into overtime. I think it's very appropriate to say right now, Doc, the underdog team of this game, having a struggle both on the first half and the second half, able to bring things 12-12 into overtime here. That was some big brain stuff we saw from Cursed Ascension, but it just fell apart once they came on the site, and a lot of that had to do with Weenie Hut.
Yeah, that was definitely an error from the side of CA. I mean, they just simply didn't give themselves enough time to make the move they wanted. They, thought they were going to have, the really strong play of that over rotation with the lockdown to bait everybody to A, but everybody was already on A. And then they just took forever to get out of B garage. Like, they were in there for so long. And if they had just made that play 10 seconds quicker, I think they win the round.
I think they would have won it too. Maisan's able to get one through the smoke, but woo, Trap, you're coming close too. Oh man, so much going on all at once. Weenie Hut's able to trade out a little bit too, but their kill feed is back and forth. Cursed Ascension is not doing that great this round. They were struggling quite a bit here. Their defense a little lackluster. It's that run and gun, be aggressive plant yet again, coming to full fruition from Flock's side. Having it, though, be a 3-3, though. RC's going to push up and find one. Is he able to frag out once again? He is the playmaker for their team, and he is able to do it. Another 3K. And if we look at the scoreboard really quick, I'm pretty sure that's 40 on the die. That's got to be 40. He was at 37 at the beginning of this round.
I do believe you are indeed correct. And with this being win by 2, they are now going to swap sides. So even though they've won on the defensive side, now they need to win a round here on the attack. And there it is, Max. It is a strong 40-16-2 KDA there for O1RC.
Doc, I'm so bad at math. What's 40 divided by 16? Hold on. I'm gonna look it up.
Well,
it's
don't know.
more than 2.
It is.
It's like
2.4.
Let's see. Hold on.
Yeah.
We got plenty of time.
Hey Siri,
by...
what is 40 divided by
2.5?
16?
That's an even 2.5. I thought that was gonna be like a repeating decimal or something. No, they're both even numbers. But still, that's insane. In regulation, no less. Too, in a tournament setting with a lot of tier 2 teams in GLG, 40 and 16 is unreal. But we are going to be seeing this B main push happening again as well. Spike is getting deviated away from a little bit of the quadrant going inside of mid. Well, they were mid until Kozu came by and just mowed them down like a lawnmower going to grass. Oh, man.
Yeah, we might be going to double overtime.
And you know what? To start things off with this tournament, fine by me. A best of 1 going double OT. I've never seen it before.
Oh, man. Well, you might be in for a treat as those shock darts rain on in to tree entry. There is a very deep push coming in from RC, though. Might be able to catch Willie, who is hopping the wall, trying to find out some information, but is making a ton of noise while doing so. They're going to get shots on target. They're going to, unfortunately, ping the recon bolt into the wall. RC, though, now coming in once again, might have to win this trade, but they're getting shot in the back. The double pick.
They're everywhere. They're in the trees. The LN is everywhere. The Phantom Woman herself able to get a double kill. That was awesome. I wish we had a replay feature. Everyone from, was it Flock? No, yeah, it was Cursed Ascension. They walked in through mid. They thought they had the site. They thought they were being sneaky by coming in from the back. But no, suddenly Willie, and I didn't quite see who was at the top. Oh, we do have a replay. Oh, that's sick. Okay, so look at that Willie and Unlucky collapsing on them across what is essentially the entire map. DLN 2. That was awesome.
And like you said, Max, it is double overtime now, something that you had never seen before. So a little bit of history being made for yourself there personally as well. And so these two teams looking to run it back once again. RC looking to pad the stats once again here on the defensive half. Comes out ahead, pushes forward, tries to find even more.
Ooh, it's not a great start for Flock, though. They've already lost out on crazy members of their team. It's going to be everyone inside of Cursed Ascension, though, holding on to mid and, well, essentially the entirety of the map denying any pushes. Everyone still left alive on Flock's side are relegating themselves through B mid, and that is Trap City, with Weenie Hut on the bottom of the site. Of course, Trap himself, being a physical human trap, is able to smoke himself out, get those kills. Sir Clay's able to find one. Weenie Hut's gonna fall, and Clay is Trap City right now.
It's all down to Myson in this 1v4, 79 HP and 6 armor. The Dream gets one frag, but dashes into the paint can. Oh, that's definitely unfortunate timing in the global sense. And once again, it is going to be CA taking the lead here in overtime, looking to shut this out 2-0, but Flock are in the driver's seat now to bring it back to hold it. A triple overtime.
Now, historically, Doc, we saw a 6-6 half, we saw 12-12, we saw 13-13 at one point. Can we see a 14-14?
It is mathematically possible.
Yes.
If it actually happens, it's up to the players, however, as we do see Weenie Hut once again pretty much the only defense here on this B side. They do get a little bit of a rotation coming in for a little bit of backup, but they, again, don't quite know where anybody is.
Playeristically here, it is possible to get this kill. It really comes down to who gets the opening pick here. Cursed Ascension had a really good plan. We see a lot of members inside of mid and inside marketplace and B main, and look at the rotation of the spike going down below. that is going to be going through mid potentially, and they could make their way all the way up catwalk to A, but instead, it's just a whole bunch of bait coming out from RC onto B. It doesn't last forever, though. They're going to be knocked down pretty quickly, but Flock is taking their time with this one. They're not going to make any quick and sudden rotations, just as much as CA are taking their time with a rotate of their own.
Yeah, this is definitely worrying as a CA fan, though. Like, they've taken so much time on these rotations. There's only 30 seconds left for them to get the plant down. Huge paranoia is going to come in. Kozu not able to get any frags, but just buying ever more time. Every little second count as Myson and Unlucky trade. The plant is coming in as Kozu on the flank coming up big once again. Trap trying to keep him in the game, but DLN in the sneaky hell spot. But look at the flank!
Oh, it's a 1v1, Doc! Okay, DLN, last one alive here, is gonna be trying to hold down, or I'm sorry, defuse the spike as long as he can. Trap has smoked himself off a little bit more, but he has a lot of cover to work with it as well. That spike is not too far away, and it's still not at half just yet. That timer's gonna be a real devil if he's not able to get it to half before taking down Trap, and that's exactly what Homeboy's doing to bide his time. He's waiting to see that spike go down to half, or at least this audio cue to go down. Trap's gonna push, he's gonna make himself visible, and there we go. No! DLN can't clutch it! It's gonna be a 3K from the boy himself, the Phantom Memory, the Omen. Able to clutch things up and get a 3K, bring it to a 15-13 to end things overall. Doc, what a crazy matchup, and what a crazy map to begin with for the whole entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's just absolutely insanity there. I mean, how many times did we basically count Flock out, the first half, the second half, first overtime, second overtime, and just everything then coming together at the end of these halves to really make it, Flock comeback season. And so they brought it to 6-6, 12-12, 13-13. Unfortunately, though, it all came down to that last clutch or kick situation. And unfortunately, DLN has now been removed from the team.
Yeah, unfortunately, we thought... I mean, DLN really brought it back towards the end, Him and Kozu were these players that really didn't do a lot for the first half, and even for a lot of the second half. But once they finally woke up, once they got that little kick in the butt, they were able to really frag out, especially Kozu on that post plant on B site. Able to take down Trap, that was a storyline worth telling there. But, there's always so much analysis that we can do, Doc. I think we have to give things off to a few other people to really tell the full story of Cursed Ascension versus Flock.
Yeah, so we are going to kick it back on over to the head desk. It is going to be Seymour and Ravishing Ravish breaking it down a little bit further than we did already. So be sure to check them out in just a second.
We'll get another one. Sylph will find Doobie. Blast us. Find Sylph, though, in the trade, and now it's a 2-for-2.
Yeah, Doobie being able to pick up 2 kills there is absolutely huge, though. So much damage to the economy if they can continue to get more here. As Deluxey gets 1, goes for 4, can't secure it. Badger needs to pick up the slack, but that is still a round win, but very costly for AU, losing 4 members to Pistols.
Smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see, because they are taking their time. They are making sure that they don't get caught.
We said we came and we delivered. We told y'all this is about to be a banger of a day. And the first game, Seymour, goes to double OT between these two teams, man. You already saw it, bro. CA, like Cursed Ascension, they brought the heat. They take the dub. But honestly, not without their stripes.
I mean, we were even talking. We both said that we noticed a little bit of a couple mistakes from both teams, but they kept it competitive between the two of them, and that's all that matters for round number 1. What did I say at the start? What did I say? This is for the crown of best GLG Valorant team in 2020. This is for all the marbles at the end of the pit of Valors right now. This is to go into 2021 with a new mindset and a new championship under your belt. So what do we get? We get the double overtime.
Yes, sir. So let's go ahead and talk a bit more about that match that we just saw there, Seymour, too. So starting off at the beginning of that first half, right? It was 6-6. It was very, very back and forth. Now, personally, I want to say is a lot of it had to come down to One was very clean, very clean opening picks, right? Brought up by Curtis Ascension too. But what really made the difference, right, considering its ascent, is when that spike goes down, where were you? What are you going to do? That being those post-plant positionings, Colin.
It's the one thing that we talked about is that, for example, Cursed and that whole first half, when they were on defense, you notice that they gave up the sites. They gave up the sites plenty of times in and out. They got out. They left the spike down for the attackers to take control because they realized Flock had a lackluster post-plant position. Now, I'm not letting Cursed off the hook. That they had some pretty questionable post-plants as well when they were on attack. But I'm focusing right now on the first half that we saw a lot of the time when Cursed was retaking. It was as simple as just walking back onto the site because Flock was not paying attention to the right spots. The post plants were a little bit questionable in a lot of it, and honestly, when they moved to defense, it was the same story.
And yeah, past that to yet again, because what carried over from those plants were the instinct of taking unnecessary peeks and gunfights too. The Flock did not need to take so many of those trades. Like it was just such a tough position to be in when you're thinking, all right, maybe they go ahead, clear out the site, peek in, but at that point, Chris Ascension, they had the info because the site was clear, especially when you're on B. If you're not on by the box, there's only one place you can be, and it's that back boathouse there, right? You ain't going nowhere else, which is unless you're open, you just TP out because you're like, no, you're like, forget this, I'm out.
I have to say, I can picture it in my head in the double overtime right there. The last time that Curse Ascension was on defense and they were retaking Flock's post play, I saw the Sova was on the bomb. You had two players who were playing inside back cubby on the B site, and Cursed had three people to retake. And for some reason, when you had a smoke down on the left side, Flock was looking at that smoke instead of the wide open spots which was alley on the right, where Curse pushed in. The Sova was not checking that, got shot from behind. All of a sudden, there was two people back on the site, and they took both of those angles on the player's back cubby. It was just a retake one by one, just booking it. It's what you were saying, is they're not looking at the right spots.
And so much of that was possible because we were talking about it before about the use of the smokes, and depending on which choke points to actually hit, or the lack of information given, Colin. Because when it really all comes down to it, you and I both know Valorant is a game of INFO. And if you don't got that, you gotta go, bro. It's because like the foe, you can always use Mo. For sure.
Really want phone now. Now I'm just hungry. Now you just got me hungry over here, man. But
it's pho.
Yeah,
but,
it's pho.
Okay.
It's fun. But I'm saying, the NA is the NA. The NA was saying it, but anyways, though, back into it. I'm not just hungry for some fun. I'm hungry for some Valorant as well. And we were delivered a nice steaming pot of a double overtime round one. And coming up next is going to be round number 2 between Zero Marksman versus Thrifty Esports, and Zero being a team that we haven't seen yet, going against a veteran like Thrifty. What are your keys in going into this next matchup after seeing round 1?
Play your angles. Don't push up. Patience. Honestly, forget everything else. Patience. That is it, my friends. Because one thing I learned from solo queue is that if you spot somebody and they spot you, the person who's less ADD usually wins the trade. Because if you pull back and wait for them to come to you, after about 10 seconds, one of you is going to come. I know.
It's actually one thing that we were talking about too, when we were watching that game, is these amateur teams, that are coming in here. We were saying that we feel like they don't have a grasp on the amount of time that they actually have in game. And a lot of the time they're kind of throwing away their lives when they don't really have to, when they have a lot of time to work with, where they can where they can use their utility to bait out a strat, to bait out a sight line, do whatever, kind of force a play into your favor. And that comes from the amount of time that you have and the patience that you have to pull the strat through. So a lot of time on a defending, we saw the defenders get a little bit aggressive through the mains, try to pull the duels. And with their Silva darts, I know we were highlighting, I think it was a play from Cursed when they were on the A site. They threw a Silva dart up top, and the Reyna leered and pushed before the Silva dart even went off. So when you're looking at that and the amount of patience that you could have, you got to watch and let that information come into hand, because that leer could be pushing into the fight instead of pushing for information. The information would have been gained from that Silva dart. So a little bit of communication that comes into that. And I don't know what they were saying or what their strat was, but looking at it from a spectator point of view, if they waited a second longer, that Reyna, instead of dying, might have gotten 1 or 2 picks.
And that's the biggest thing, right? Because immediately you start off the round with a man already down. And I have to imagine, I do want to get the Reyna the overall benefit of the doubt, because I imagine she was thinking, okay, they usually haven't pushed B, so you can probably try to go ahead and push out, go for the massive flank, or possibly catch 1 or 2 people who are, let's say, like winning by cat, just trying to move around there. But fortunately, it doesn't work that way, and she comes face to face with a full firing squad, which is, it's such a tough position to be here, Colin. Because look, think about this. Like, are you a Reyna player, Colin? Are you the duelist type?
I am a duelist type. I've actually kind of ran from playing Reyna back to Jet. At the start of the year, Reyna came out and I started hard, kind of just one playing like Reyna and doing all that, just because I don't like to wait around. I like to be up in the face. I like to play off of my team, but you have to understand as that duelist play that you have the utility to get in there, but if you use your utility with the support of a teammate like an Omen, a Silva, you can get so much more value than just with your own utility.
Because if you know where the people you want to shoot are, it makes them easier to pew pew. Now, am I getting this correct?
I mean, I think we're hitting it on the line there. I don't see the problem. Like, if you know where they are when you turn in the corner, you're gonna have the advantage.
Yeah, it's almost like you can aim your gun right on their head and be able to kill them. It's because I believe, as a caster says, getting clicking heads hurts, but it's easy, which is like, of course it is, bro. Just shoot, stupid.
Just shoot them. Just click on their head. What else are you gonna do other than click on their head? You're gonna shoot at the wall instead.
Exactly.
A couple times we saw some people firing at the walls instead of the players, but
we're not gonna talk about that.
We don't have to talk about that.
We don't know. It's just
Instead,
yeah. We're all learning.
We can talk about something else. We can talk about what's coming on January 8th for GLG.
Ooh la la!
On January 8th, we're bringing back our Radiant Arena. And we have revamped it, and we're going to be testing it out with 8 special invited teams. So make sure to mark your calendar. You turn into the stream, and you see these great veterans battling it out on the battlefield. If your team is ranked Immortal Plus, reach out to us on Twitter for future Radiant Arena invites, as that could be you in this future gauntlet that we're going to be hosting. The Radiant Arena, always special, always exciting, and I can't wait to see how it turns out.
Some of the highest level of play we actually have here on GLG, with the Pit of Valor. We want to make it a lot more open, exclusive, but with this the Radiant Arena, man, these are not matches to match. These are fantastic tier 2 teams who really show up, especially too. Now, the big thing to remember, if you want to be immortal, possibly one day, I know you may not be right now, or you'll be working yourself to it. What'll help you get you there will be drinking control. Yes, sir. Drinking CTRL. As always, it's the meal replacement. It's that good that you want coursing through your body. And guess what? We're going to hook you up. You go ahead and use the code GLG10 at checkout with drinkcontrol.com. Get yourself a discount. And Colin, there's even more, in fact, I believe. Because what happens if they buy some control?
Well, you see, right now my glass is empty. But when I use code GLG10 at checkout for drink control, my glass is not going to be empty. In fact, it is going to be filled with as much control as I can get my hands on. And if you use code GLG10 at checkout, control will love us more. And they'll give us more things. They'll appreciate us, more stuff that we can give you.
Yeah, I like you.
I like you too. And you know what?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to use code GLG10 at checkout just so that you can get more stuff. The viewers can get more stuff, and we have more to offer them. And at checkout, you will also be entered into a giveaway for a free large bag of control. And the drawing will be at the end of January. So start right now. Go get yourself some drink control. That's drink CTRL. It's a meal replacement. Use code GLG10 at checkout, and you can get some free stuff. Who doesn't like free stuff?
Nobody. As I come in and out of the void here, Colin, I'm realizing more and more about how much I want this stuff coursing through me, man. You know, I might just go ahead and buy myself a bag right about now at this point because this stuff sounds absolutely delicious, though. Like you already mentioned, both Zero and THR, that's our wrap. Are also going ahead and getting ready to play as well. Because look, but let's go and take it back to what we were talking about before here, Colin. You were talking about not being a winner player. You are the dude who's go on air, right? But the question is, when you get in, are you getting those picks? Are you opening the map for your team, or are you putting a smoke down and dying?
No, I'm not. I'm not doing any of that. Listen,
Cool. Okay.
I'm a retired Overwatch player who plays tank roles. I can't aim. That's why I don't play the game. That's why I talk over the game. That's why I sit here and I talk and I talk and I give my 2 cents on how other people should play the game. Because I can't do what they do.
No, of course not, and none of us really can, right? You know, it's just what we can go on and on about trying to go ahead, go pew pew, and do more already, right? But we do have to go ahead and wait for all the teams to go ahead and get ready, get into lobby, and do that much more here, Colin. That all being said, we're going to cut it to a very, very short break as the teams all get prepared. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right here on GLG.
See, we'll get another one. Sylph will find Doobie. Blast us. Find Sylph, though, in the trade, and now it's a 2 for 2.
Yeah, Doobie being able to pick up 2 kills there is absolutely huge, though. So much damage to the economy if they can continue to get more here. As Deluxey gets 1, goes for 4, can't secure it. Badger needs to pick up the slack, but that is still a round win, but very costly for AU, losing 4 members to Pistols.
Smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see because they are taking their time. They are making sure that they don't get caught off guard by some of these piecemeals. As Quantavious, as soon as I say it, Defcon gets caught off guard by the shorty and gets immediately taken down. And now the round starts. The massive rotations, though, coming in from Thrifty to go straight towards the A site. Going to be pretty big as Doobie will find Killa.
3 members here in Garage looking to bust out, but here's Sylph just holding the angle. Killa's forced off down to 20 HP, but do they repeat or did they just let the site do? They just let the site do. Sylph picks up 1, picks up 3. Badger secures the round, and that's 2 in a row now, once again for AU.
Sylph just peeking out and saying, look, I didn't want to play this map 3. I wanted this.
The smoke, it dissipates, and Clay has his trigger ready.
Yeah, it does heal up the squad a little bit more. Now there's rifles in the hands of Wichita. Can they get more? The lineup! Sylph with an amazing 3K just shuts down the retake from Wichita.
And just cycles through the weapons to find the skin they like the most. I mean, whew, what a lineup right there. You hate to do that. 3 people pushing in from the same angle at the same time. It's just
by Arma. Harrisburg needs to continue to do that. Work in those pairs, those trios, try to get those trade kills. That's how they get back. But Alex blind through all sorts of different things. Able to get that kill. Taco, though, finds 3. Secures the round for Harrisburg Armada. They desperately needed that to stay in this match.
The uplift from The Jet going to be taken up a little bit, but not going down. Alex finds Scuffy. Just waiting for those exit frags. Is Harrisburg Armada pushing in? Taco finds one on the quad. That's huge. Goes for a second. What is that? Oh my lord! With the collateral, and the sheriff goes for another one, but not gonna land it. To try to get this quick retake, but I don't expect too much from it because of the buy up from Baba Booey. You see already the stinger of Spangly gonna take out Goaty. The repeat from Qua with the Spectre. Spangly to shut down the rest. A flawless round as it.
If you could do basic math here down below, you see that we are tied 29-29 in terms of round score. We are literally so even in this series. We are flipping a coin to see who's going to get side selection going into Haven. This is quite possibly one of the best series I have ever seen. I've ever casted. So much fun. And you're catching it all here at the Pit of Valor. This is what we bring to you. This is what we love. We look tired. We are tired. But Thrifty with the double Bucky gang coming in.
It's definitely something you like to see.
Yeah, it could. They're looking to try to wreak some havoc, so to speak. As Doobie will open up, wreaking havoc and finding that kill on the Badger.
Yeah, but he can't be ready for this.
What?
It's Deluxy just picking up both. And that's a trade. Blast somehow finds Quantavius, though. And this is a very interesting round, to say the least. In a good position, Sylph sprang through the smoke, gets 2. Can't even talk because we're so late into the night. Doobie trades back, gets 2. Back to a 3v2. Spike's going down. Defcon and Doobie, these are the big names for Thrifty. They've done so much for the squad. Can they do it again? It's looking tough. RKS, the sub, coming in, securing quadruple overtime. And we're still alive here on Ascent. Double Nano Swarm to try and, run all the way through, and I mean that's almost impossible. You can't survive that. Smoke's now coming out. Beckham's gonna be ahead of it, though. Will they expect this? They do see get shots on target, but everybody's still alive. Teleports over the Nano, but they can't get through. 2 dead, 3 dead, only 1 left. Thrifty pick up the first round.
Oh, that is not how AU had planned that round, especially after how they played the first half and how they played. Comes up from Beckham, firing through the wall, but can't find the shot just yet, as Sylph will trade. Does end up getting that kill, but Defcon finds another one.
Now it's onto the site. They're getting hit from all angles. The spike still needs to be defused. Deluxy trades back. RKS showing up for the squad as the fill-in, and Killa continuing his streak of picking him up. 4-2-2 now for that Sova player. Looking real good here on Ascent.
It was a good
That was trade. He's just like, no, I'm just gonna kill you, and there's simply nothing you can do about it. Still being able to pick up another kill. They're on pace for a 30 potentially, and that's a scary thought.
The only thing I can compare how Deluxy is playing to is Team Fortress 2 Pyro. WM1 the entire game. That's how Deluxy's playing, and it's amazing. Now, I do want to say Thrifty has.
Hey, we're back. What's up? How you doing? Hey, how's your day going? How's your mom doing, man? Is everything okay? Okay, all right.
How's your mom doing?
She's doing well. Thank you for asking me.
That's great. That's great.
How's your day?
I'm so good. My day, it was, I woke up a little bit before this, but my day's pretty much been seeing your face. So how can my day be bad?
Hey, you know what? Mine too, man. I make sure to close my eyes all day, so the first thing I see when I open them is you, Colin.
How do you get around the house?
Look, as Patrick says, the inner workings of my mind are an enigma.
It's a puzzle.
Yes. And along with that too, with other famous lines such as is mayonnaise an instrument? Along with and what's up?
You wanna know why I'm mad?
Why?
Because we don't have our next game up just yet. But it's gonna be coming up very soon.
Yeah. But You know what we can do in the meantime is that we can go ahead, because you got to set to M for mini. You got to set it to W for wombo. I wombo, you wombo.
We all wombo here on GLG, especially with Zero Marksman and Thrifty coming right up. Looks like Bind's gonna be the map as well. Before we hop into it, Ravish, before we talk about this Wombo game that's about to come out, I want to kind of just skim through a little bit of the history of both of these teams through the tournament so far. So we're hopping in to what looks like round number 3 between Zero Marksman and Thrifty. And in round number 1, Zero Marksman was the only team out of the 2 on screen that had a game. Thrifty actually had a bye to move into round number 2 against Proven Esports. Through that, considering the amount of time it's taken to get to round number 3, seems like the 2 of them, they've skimmed their way through and they've dominated the bracket to be where they are right now. So I'm expecting a good match between the 2 of them. I mean, Zero Marksman, they took out Lotus and Team RA, whereas Thrifty, all they've had to do is play Proven. I think Zero's going to be a lot more warmed up than Thrifty is.
I couldn't agree more here, man. It's like when you're already clicking heads and move around the fingers, WASD all across the map here, right? You know your phalange are going to be warmed up to be able to turn around, click your heads, man. Because when you got that sweat on your gamer mouse, you're calling, you know you already playing. Speaking of which, by the way, I got my first ever gamer mouse here today. Life changing.
What did you get? I rock Razer here.
Oh, I have a Logitech G2.
Oh, okay.
Hero.
So you got the fancier one.
Look, man, I got big hands.
I do too. I do too. I got big hands. That's why I went with the big mouse.
Hey, high five, buddy.
Hey, yeah. Oh, hey. This side. Hey, you know what they say about casters with big hands, right?
They're good people.
Good people. Very good people. You know what they say about teams that play on Bind?
Great people.
Absolutely great people. I mean, this is the one of the most played maps, I'd say, in competitive Valorant. Mm-hmm. And it's the fact that both of these teams are heated up and ready to go on it. I'm expecting some duelist action, an average probably Jet setup, with maybe an Omen, maybe a Breach, some support to kind of break them in. The Jet's really good with the operator on Bind as well. Mm-hmm. I've seen teams pull out a Viper, but we all know Vipers don't like to come out on Bind. They're more kind of set up for other maps like Icebox.
I don't know, man. I think Viper's good almost everywhere, bro. But that's just my opinion.
It's not the best, though.
We'll see if she does make an appearance, but because I'm being told all the teams are all about ready to go here, Colin. That's going to be it from us. We'll catch you back at the next intermission. But for now, Keglanek and Gussie, take it away.
See, we'll get another one. Sylph will find Doobie. Blast us. Find Sylph, though, in the trade, and now it's a 2-for-2.
Yeah, Doobie being able to pick up 2 kills there is absolutely huge, though. So much damage to the economy if they can continue to get more here. As Deluxey gets 1, goes for 4, can't secure it. Badger needs to pick up the slack, but that is still a round win, but very costly for AU, losing 4 members to pistols.
Smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see because they are taking their time. They are making sure that they don't get caught off guard by some of these piecemeals. As Quantavius, as soon as I say it, Defcon gets caught off guard by the shorty and gets immediately taken down, and now the round starts. The massive rotations, though, coming in from Thrifty to go straight towards the A site. Gonna be pretty big as Doobie will find Killa.
All 3 members here in Garage looking to bust out, but here's Sylph just holding the angle. Killa's forced off down to 20 HP, but do they repeat or did they just let the site do? They just let the site do. Sylph picks up 1, picks up 3. Badger secures the round, and that's 2 in a row now, once again for AU.
Sylph just peeking out and saying, look, I didn't want to play this map 3. I wanted this.
The smoke dissipates in Clay as his trigger ready.
Yeah, it does heal up the squad a little bit more. Now there's rifles in the hands of Wichita. Can they get more? The lineup! Sylph with an amazing 3.
Hey, ladies. Oh. Hey ladies and gentlemen, we didn't want to keep you waiting for too long. My name is Keg, welcome back, and we have a special new guest here. Someone that hasn't been on GLG just yet, but he's super excited to come along. His name is Gutsy. Hello, Gutsy.
What is up, Keg man? It is a pleasure to be here right now, casting for GLG.
What's up, man?
Planted.
Now, here's the thing. I'm going to tell you a little story. The story is going to be Zero Marksman versus Thrifty. The 4v4, and it's going to be in the post plant right now on Bind. Hydra's already going to get a double kill here, and he is just going ham. He's ripping through the whole bomb site. But there are two other people that are standing in the way. Make that one now. Doobie's going to fall, and it's going to be Blast. The last one alive here as the Killjoy. Unfortunately, the kill part's going to be the most important part, and there's no joy in dying in Valorant. So unfortunately, that's going to be round number 1, going to Zero Marksman pretty handedly. Whereas Thrifty, former champions of GLG quite a few times, have to really step it up here past the pistols. But with that being said, though, I think it's really interesting to see the team composition for both these teams. Going into this, we didn't have a lot of info on Zero Marksman. A lot of what their players have played in the past have been mostly Sentinels, traditionally. A lot of them don't really like to opt for the duelist picks, and remarkably here, we see a stunning lack of duelists across the board here. Thrifty does have 2, they have the Phoenix and the Raze, but when you look at Zero, they only have, well actually no, they have a Phoenix and a Jet. So they're sticking to the 2 mantra that a lot of these people, it seems at least statistically, are more comfortable on the Cypher and Killjoy picks. So I'm really curious to see how these duelists are going to react to each other and whether or not they'll fit well with the team and if this is going to be a mainstay in the tournament.
And I am finally in here, Keg, so now I can finally see everything. So, but we are here with Jack here as he is going to throw out his paranoia. My bad. He's actually going to hold that back. He's now going to throw it out here. Taking down 2. What a nice double kill by him. Karu's falling in with another kill as well. As they are going to back up just a little bit here, as it is a 5v2 in favor of the defensive side here.
That's right. It's going to look really good for Zero right now. They've had a really strong round number 1, especially on A, and it looks like Thrifty's going to opt to go for there again. Funny enough, they didn't try to opt for B this time. They realized A didn't work the first round, but they're still going to push it yet again. They are headstrong.
30 seconds left.
Jack sitting up top heaven here as he is going to spot Icy. Icy still trying to play his life here. Jack half health. As he's kind of pinched, he's going to get taken down by Lou.
Ooh, it's a double defuse going on right now, and Thrifty's going to lose their final member. Defcon's going to fall. And that's going to be Zero Marksman going 2-0 so far against Thrifty. And this is a really strong beginning of their defense, especially. You know, we did mention before, Gutsy, how the duelists are probably a little bit more uncomfortable in their roles on both sides. And I'm wondering to see how they would react overall to the teams. And it looks like our game is a little frozen here, but that's okay. They're about as cold as the gameplay as everyone's warming up here. But I really want to see how this Jet's going to play because we haven't seen too much of her just yet.
I too am actually extremely interested. Again, being new to GLG, I'm very unfamiliar with these teams other than what has been said already. So, you know, anything's possible at this point. I'm really interested to see how these duelists are going to play out. Hydra with the curveball, it's actually going to flash out, but is going to back up there with Cypher. Icy going to push in with a Sheriff. They have to know that he is there, though, at this point.
Oh, man. Now, my question for you, Guts, right? Icy's probably going to push Hookah. Do you think this is a good idea, yes or no? Quick, 30 seconds on the clock.
I personally do not think so.
But he's going to go
because,
for it, Gutsy!
and he is going to get punished for that. A valiant effort by him, but with no support from his team. I mean, that was just an absolute death trap.
Revealing area.
Yeah, that was a weird move that Icy pulled. Harmony is going to be holding the leftmost corner. He's going to go for it. He gets slaughtered for a headshot straight to the dome. Oh, Hydra's still holding on tight, though. He's going to wait to see if anyone's going to enter, but that Valor timing surprisingly going to work in his favor. Lou's going to fall, and Hydra's going to go in for the peek, and oh, but not able to find it. But they're still going to be having this odd tango outside Hookah with only 30 seconds left. There's another quadrant, though, of members going through B long, and they're actually going to opt to go for the TP instead. But Gutsy, if you look on a certain Icy's waiting around. No, actually, I apologize. That's not Icy. That's Jack. It's waiting.
But his bomb is going up a short. As Defcon is going to drop bomb, Jack waiting for that rotate as only one went through. Jack holding down sight as he's going to throw out his paranoia, and there is just not enough time for that plant.
You really got to wonder what the attacking structure for Thrifty is right now, because they seem to be a little all over the place in the beginning, especially like what we saw before. Icy kind of peeking by himself, not using any utility, just pushing in with two different members, not that he would know, inside Hookah with only just a sheriff.
And again, like what you said, putting me on the clock like that, I just did not think that was the best play. But again,
It wasn't. You were right.
There wasn't really much they could do there. They had to conserve the economy, which now they are at a full buy. So now let's see what they can do here with a full set of ARs here.
Yeah, and
But
going for the full buy is going to be risky too, Guts, because you got to keep in mind that if they lose this full buy round, their economy's going to be in shambles.
As we have Harmony playing back here. Playing very
funny?
passive.
My
Icy
dog's named Harmony.
Joke's over.
is going to work with Phoenix as they do have run it back. Doobie is going to push through sight. Lou trying his best to try to stall out. Doobie trying to get a kill. He's not able to secure that Harmony. Able to get a kill though. And Lou is able to secure a nice double kill. Absolutely shitty. Oh my goodness, the triple kill. Go off, Lou.
Yeah, man, he can't drop his crown, King. There you go, another round in a row for Zero Marksman. It just does not end here. Even going for B, it just does not seem like it's going to be going well for them. Thrifty, former champions again, they are struggling. And it just seems like they're going a little too aggressive. They're not getting the proper intel they need, and they're just getting domed in all the places they didn't check.
And I saw that the Phoenix was getting assisted by Jack there as he did get his run it back, but was unable to secure that kill, and Lou made them pay for it with a nice triple and an absolute great hold for Zero Marksman. As it is 4-0. Thrifty's struggling here on attack.
Curious to see, though, what Thrifty's going to bring to the table next. They are huddled all together. No split pushing, it really seems, besides the Sova pushing through bathrooms. The Phoenix is waiting right around the corner, though, on the other side on the site. Now, Sova might be the only one having a huge opportunity to make a play here, but no, instead the rest of the team is going to be making their way onto Lambs. They're playing the risky game again. No smokes apparently in sight. Not a lot of intel either on their end. Icy's going to go in for the plant, though, and Karuz is waiting right around the corner. And this is where all hell breaks loose. Hydra's able to find one. Blast is going to fall in. Blast has been really only the big playmaker so far for Thrifty's side.
Blocking sight.
Defcon able fall. Securing another kill there. As Hydra's able to pick up somebody in bathrooms.
One enemy.
Sorry, another person. Lou coming in close, but is all up to Defcon there with a judge. I'm curious if he's going to actually try to pick up a weapon as he gets a nice nade. And it is all up to Hydra, and it's a 1v1. He's trying to bait out the bomb, but he comes behind, and he's able to secure that ace. Defcon able to get the first round there for Thrifty and put him up on the board.
That is what Thrifty needed. They needed that ace, but also you got to think of the negative side too, is that the only reason why Thrifty has a point on the board right now was because of an ace. You can't get an ace every single round. So maybe it's the aggression that's a little too much for them, but you got to give it the Zero Marksman. They've been able to recapture a lot of these post plans really effectively.
I definitely agree. Their retakes and holds have been superb here these past 4 rounds, but finally we see a little bit of life here from Thrifty. Let's see if they use that momentum to push here, as they do have bomb there. Still and Spawn trying to see if they can kind of prod and see where they can push here, as both Doobie and Zach are able to push on over to B site. As it is looking like a rotate on over to B, and if you can see, all you have is a Sova and Cypher. So this will be extremely interesting to see if they play this very aggressive or just kind of, again, try to see if they can get a pick or not.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're in the proper positions to do it too. The tripwires are going to be in the way, and it's seeming like Doobie may be able to see it, but look, it's not going to go horizontal. It's going to go vertical instead. Double lockdowns at sea. Oh, no, just one lockdown's going to be in place. The shot darts are going to go down. Will that be enough? The answer seems to be yes, to stall everybody out on the attack. Thrifty has yet to push in, and only when they do, it's going through a cyber cage, giving them the audio cues.
30 seconds left.
Icy able to get a first blood here. Lou getting flashed, but is not going to be pushed. However, Raze, oh my lord, is going to get taken out, but a nice trade there by Icy.
Careful now.
Plant's going to go down on B site. Everyone's trying to position themselves again. This is looking really good for Thrifty. They're in the driver's seat right now, but are they able to go full throttle? Hydra's able to find one. Can he find it through the smoke? The answer's going to be no. It's going to be a really tough position for everyone to be in. It's back and forth. Only 2 left alive now, and the plant's nowhere near close. Nanoswarms are going to go down. No post plant, possibly going to go for the defuse needed. Hydra needs to go for the aggressive kills. One's going to go in for it. Who's going to go for the play? The Hunter's Fury's going to be in the line, and that is going to be another round for ZMM. A really surprisingly close call, too, in the favor of the Zero Marksman. Thrifty almost brought it back, but it was the Hunter's Fury that really sealed the deal.
Definitely, that post plant Sova ult is more than likely 9 times out of 10 going to seal the deal unless the opposing team absolutely sniffs it out. But another great play by Thrifty, as we're starting to see, again, like what I had stated last round, a little bit of life from them, and I'm loving the plays, and it almost seems like they just kind of had a stale start here. A little bit of maybe cold feet, I'm not exactly sure here, but Thrifty, again, starting to play more as a team as we see another round secure.
And I'm really glad you mentioned that, because we did see Thrifty have that really cold beat in the beginning. Their pushes, their initial entries were just kind of lackluster and almost a little confusing at times. But now that they're able to actually get onto the site and go for these plants, they seem to have a little bit better of an understanding of what they want to accomplish. But it's difficult for them, it seems. It's just a matter now if they can make the entry onto here. We're seeing the same exact Sova and Cypher lineup once again, and this time they're playing a lot more aggressive. Less utility in their favor, but more of just saving, using these sheriffs, and of course, they're gonna get mowed down by Doobie pretty quickly at that.
A solid double kill by Doobie, and that is just gonna absolutely open up side here. As it is not looking good for Zero Marksman with just only 3 sheriffs, but hey, I've seen crazier things. Jet is actually going to push in, get a kill, but is absolutely going to get traded out there, as it is all up to Hydra in a 1v4, and he's just not able to do much of anything there, as Beckham is going to take him out there.
It seems like B might be the golden spot for Thrifty here. They've been able to win 3 in a row because of it now, and I think a huge part of that is because there's only a Cypher and a Sova on the site. They're just not able to really consolidate themselves enough, and when they play aggressive like they did before, they just get mowed down, and that leaves B completely open. One thing that Thrifty's been really good at, Guts, is that they've been able to win these post plans just about every single time they've managed to get it down, and that's where Zero kind of struggles. They play a really aggressive defense to make sure they don't get onto the site, but once eventually Thrifty breaks through that barrier, it's kind of wraps for the round.
As we see the Hail Mary of all shock darts come down. And that is not going to connect with anything, but you know what? Beckham just taught me a new lineup for a shock dart. I did not know that was going to hit the back of triple. So thank you, good serve, as I am a... trying to become a Sova main over here, and I've just added another lineup to my books.
You're like a sponge for knowledge. For
exactly.
Sovaology, a Sovapedia.
Give it to me. I'm all about it. Beats watching countless YouTube videos.
That's true, especially if they aren't YouTubers.
Yeah. And
oh man.
Something different I've actually noticed here, as on B side, not going to really help him much. I'll actually comment about it after. Raze is going to flash in. He's going to get taken. Jack with a nice double kill. That grenade's going to get him taken out, but good lord, that was a change of pace there, as that would have been terrible for Zero Marksman. But regardless, bomb is placed, but they are at a man advantage.
So really good Marty Dom coming out, killing Jack, but still the big issue remains is that you do have the man advantage on Zero Marksman, but they're just not really able to get onto the site as effectively. Everything's smoked out. They're not really able to find any of these targets, and while Hydra has the best clear point of view, they're still not able to make it work. Only one left alive now for Thrifty. It's going to be Blast again. The playmaker usually for the team is going Gonna be able to find one, but gets traded out immediately. Harmony with the 3K is gonna secure the round. ZMM break the streak that Thrifty had started up for them, and again, with these being a best of one, you really need to make sure all these rounds count, especially for these former champions, and right now, they're faltering quite a bit, and they did have a great streak, Guts, but having it broken so unceremoniously quickly is a little frightening.
You know, and what I was going to comment on that round before DEFCON decided to C4 pack in to Lights, something I noticed was Jet was actually on B side to try to assist Sova and Cypher. You know, and with the A push, I actually thought that was going to be another round in favor of Thrifty, but they, again, were able to retake and just play that so well.
You're right. I really thought the positioning for Thrifty was better overall. I'm just surprised they were able to, ZMM were able to win those gunfights through the smokes.
But as we see Jack here, again, playing a little bit passive here on A. Cruz is actually a 1 health. So
yeah. How did that happen?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. More than likely probably got hit by, I want to say maybe a Vandal through a wall, and
Bot coming back.
she was barely able to make it out with her life here, as she is going to have to play absurdly passive. If I were her, I would honestly just maybe throw that op on over to a teammate with full health. But like what I said, she was going to get taken out there by Blast.
Only 40 seconds left now. It's going to be Zero Marksman trying to figure out what in God's name Thrifty's trying to do right now. They're playing unusually slow, and it looks like it's going to be working to their benefit, minus the Cypher still on B.
30
The Camp's
seconds
in
left.
position, looking for anyone that might be nearby. Harmony still on elbow. This could be the rotate. This is the audio cues that they needed. And despite them maybe even getting that plant down, it seems like this is a gigantic trap against Thrifty. Who's going to fall first? And suddenly, all the cyber cages are out. 12 seconds left, not enough time. They're not able to find the spike before it goes down, and everyone's stalling each other out.
Both Harmony and Lou are able to pick up a kill. Icy responding, but is going to get taken out, and it is all up to Beckham in a 1v2. He does hear somebody. Oh, and unfortunately, even with that audio cue, he was unable to pick that person up be long, as Hydra is going to go ahead and get that defuse.
Beautiful work overall, and they've now doubled the points of Thrifty, and you gotta really appreciate the. I am forgetting all my words today. You gotta really appreciate the patience coming out from both teams here, because we saw Thrifty stall out for a long time in A mid. They were thinking of what they wanted to do. If they wanted to go for either the rush again that they've done multiple times, or if they want to go to their more familiar side of B. They ended up going to B. There's only one person on site, but the pure audio cues, not only from Cypher's camera, but from Cypher himself, just made it so easy for any defensive team to rotate away from A onto B and to play the full retake really effectively.
I agree, and you know, we see a hard push on over here to B long, but again, Zero Marksman just shutting down that push. As this was definitely a different change of pace here, and they are just completely starting to get mowed down here, as they are just hitting a brick wall. Lou pop off, as he was looking for that 4K a little bit too aggressively, getting it taken out, but they do know where last player is at. Blast does have bomb and is going to drop that turret there to try to see if he can get a notification to see if they're going to push him or not. But he is currently going to try to play his life because he is unsure if he is getting flanked or not. Jack holding market.
Oh, Hydra though gonna be backing off a little bit more. Blast has everything at their disposal. It's like being a robber right now, but no, the hostage is killed. It's gonna be Blast that falls. Karus is able to secure yet another round for Thrifty. And Gutsy, you know what's crazy? Thrifty has made the entire tempo of this game every single round. Is everyone going to play aggressive? Well, that was Thrifty to decide on that. Are they going to play slower? That was Thrifty deciding it. What ZMM does really well is that they're able to match toe-to-toe and find the pulse of what Thrifty's trying to bring to battle. They play the exact same tempo and bring up just as much force as Thrifty provides.
And that's what I'm really liking about this team right now. Zero Marksman, you know, is allowing, obviously, attack to set the pace, and they are just doing their absolute best by either shutting it down or facilitating as a team to get off a nice retake. And again, they are just playing lights out. Thrifty, you know, has had at least 2 rounds where it could have worked in their favor, and it may possibly bite them in the butt.
I think it will. A huge stomp.
But as we see Beckham using his ult there, not able to really pick up anyone, I believe.
Gonna be a very close fight right now. Thrifty down 1 member, need to push through garage, or I'm sorry, through showers, and that's gonna be a tough position to be in. Zero Marksman know exactly where that spike's gonna be. Cypher's still waiting around on B. The Sova probably gonna rotate fairly soon, but all the action's happening at a split push between A. This is a scary position for Thrifty to be in, and they're able to make a lot of work. Blast balls, only 3 left alive now, but DEFCON has that boom burst. If you remember from a few rounds ago, this is where DEFCON got that ace, and the boom burst was a huge part of it, along with the paint
30
grenades.
seconds left.
They've already been expelled, though. Jack's able to find another one. This time, though, Jax is still alive. Doobie's gonna fall. Who's gonna push up next? Well, the answer to that is gonna be DEFCON through the smoke's gonna fall next. And the last one alive is going to be the Sova. Beckham having nowhere else to go. Surrounded completely. May try to escape. Spike not even in hand. Blue's going to be able to catch him out at the end. And with 10 seconds left, that's going to be the round again in ZMN's favor.
Pure dominance from Zero Marksman right now. As we are taking a quick look at the scoreboard here, Icy is struggle busting a little bit here. Along with Doobie, it's not always a good look when you have a duelist going 4 and 10 here. DEFCON, you know, securing that ace, but other than that, has not been able to do much of anything here. And again, just Zero Marksman, an absolute brick wall here on defense.
I mean,
you know,
what's up?
I'm looking forward to see how Thrifty plays on defense here, to see if there's a bit of shift of momentum, but I'm sure they're just slightly demoralized here. Thrifty, I'm not sure if you mentioned this. Didn't you say that GLG, they had won 3 GLG tournaments?
Yeah,
And
they have.
wow.
Oh, that was
Wow.
so sad. Oh man.
You know, if
Slack is the best of 1.
looking at statistics here, you know, you would have thought that a lot of people would have their money here on Thrifty, and Zero Marksman is just coming out the gate swinging. A nice shot there by Lou, but he's gonna get fit. Oh my lord!
Wow. Okay, Lou, pop off, King. Well, he did pop off. His head did. But that being said, though, it's still a 2v1. You have the run it back coming out from the Phoenix. That's gonna go back though, and he has the spike. There's a lot of options Doobie does have, sure, but going for the plant, it might be suicide no matter where he goes. But
30
everyone's
seconds
gonna
left.
back off a little bit more. They're thinking maybe it's gonna be an A rotate, but the Omen hasn't spotted anything out just yet. But maybe instead of relinquishing the spike or his life, Doobie might try to go for the aggressive plays. Instead, he's gonna opt for maybe the fake plant. I'm just gonna push up a little bit. Gutsy, this is a very scary moment for everyone, but especially Doobie. Last one alive now, having to hold it down for his team, not really having a lot of fragging potential in the past. He's gonna get flashed out momentarily, and he's surrounded by the enemies.
And they do know where Doobie is at here, as he is going to get pinched here. This round is so crucial to Thrifty. As he does pick up one, he knows where the other one's at, as he's able to secure that kill. A nice 1v2 by Doobie. As that round was so vital there. As 9-3 would have looked a lot scarier than 8-4. Again, Thrifty's is going to have to do quite a bit of work here if they want to bring it back. But man, Doobie coming up clutch there.
He do be doing that though.
like your play on words there, bud.
Oh, thank you. I worked really hard on it. So now we're going to go to the attack, and something we've realized now is that ZMM likes to play really cautiously, but they stand toe-to-toe with how Thrifty wants to tempo the base, or the entire round. If Thrifty goes aggressive, well, normally ZMM goes pretty aggressive too. This time with a complete reversal, it's going to be up to ZMM to see if they can set the tempo, if they're going to follow the lead of Thrifty still. A lot of aggression going towards B's side here, as things get warming up a little bit more, but it's also a pistol round. Thrifty's historically been pretty good on the pistol round, so this should be in their favor, but they also lost the original pistol round of this matchup.
And, you know, if they end up winning this pistol round, and secure the round immediately after. You know, again, now you're looking at 8-6. And Doobie, the clutcher from last round, able to get that first blood.
It's a good start. ZMM's down a man. Thrifty has all the power to hold on to this round right now. But Hydra, hiding through the smokes, looking to see if he can find maybe even a pre-fire. Everyone's just holding on tight. Look at the rotations now coming out through Thrifty towards the top. The race is going to be going towards A. That's going to be DEFCON. But everybody else is staying on B. This could be trying to bait out Thrifty into debating out ZMM to push onto B, or it could just be trying to see or predict where Thrifty or where ZMM wants to go. So far, they haven't moved a muscle. That spike has not moved at all.
And I love this play actually by Zero Marksman, waiting that long to try to fake out Thrifty here, thinking that they're going to rotate, but here they go again. Let's go again and see if they can actually commit here, and they do get that bomb down.
Ooh, it's really risky. ZMM and lose another man. Jex is gonna fall. Is that gonna be enough though? Can they hold down the 4? Well, Harmony's gonna be rotating around a little bit more, trying to find some bodies, but Icy's there to clap them back instead. Bodies are slowly dwindling, and despite how slow you can go, you might need to go a little bit faster. Hydra throws everything he can. The Molly's the works. And now it's looking at 2v2. 22 health left in the favor of this Sova. It's not looking good, but that defuse still isn't even half. Well, now it's half. But even then, the pop out comes out. A triple kill from Icy. Can that be 4? Well, no, it's going to be a 3. And that's going to be another round won by Thrifty. Able to maintain a little bit more of a streak here. They're slowly clawing their way back with 2 in a row. And Gutsy, this is a really solid start to win these pistol rounds. And ZMM, I know you like that play, but maybe it was a little too slow.
You know, I can definitely see that. You know, I'm a big fan of trying to mind game my opponents, whether I'm playing solo queue or with the team. And, you know, again, I like that play, but I can definitely see how them playing just a tad bit slow would have actually hurt them, especially being man down. But I love the faith that Sova had in Icy, because he was able to get those last 2 kills. And I don't know if you saw, but Sova, I believe, was at less than 3 health. So a great play by Icy there, able to again get that pistol win, as I believe Zero Marksman actually did not buy it all here. So I believe they're just chalking up the second round there. They said, hey, we lost pistols. We'll just GG go next here.
I mean, even if they do lose this round, it's not really a big deal. It's still going to be a 2-round deficit in Thrifty. But with that being said, though, Beckham hiding at the top of heaven, still waiting to see where these attackers are going to come in from. And this seems to be kind of their characteristic mark, their love letter to the game, is that they like to play really slow and just ambush like a banshee onto the site. DEFCON's going to be stalled quite a bit inside the plant. Everyone's going to be pushing him at once. Judge is able to find 2. Judge, jury, executioner, it seems. Can he find a 3rd? The answer's going to be maybe. Half of a yes, but it looks like the TPL from the Phoenix is going to be instead. Able to find the frenzy kill, sure, but even then the defuse is in play. You had to relinquish the round and just take that kill money. Only 1 fell on Thrifty's side, Guts. Only 1.
Yeah, you know, and I love to play shotgun and U-Haul, you know, so that's not usually the best place to push first, especially with all classics here, as we had seen a perfect example as DEFCON was able to just absolutely shut him down. You know, a little too aggressive, but again, losing a judge isn't all that bad. But it looks like once again, DEFCON is actually going to go with another judge buy. And, you know, I'm willing to bet money after this push with Sova here, as it looks like in Bath, he is going to go and rotate back over to U-Haul. But let me see if I'm right. I could be wrong.
Yeah, let's see if you are, because I'm curious to see how this double push is going to go. Hydra's going balls to the wall. He's going to get that orb, and definitely the audio queue is going to go through. DEFCON with that judge once again. Been able to be an absolute master with it. It's going to find almost 1. Going to do quite a bit of damage onto Hydra, but Hydra still lives overall. It's going to be a mow down, though. Beckham's going to fall as well, and that's going to be a really good start for ZMM. They're able to find yet another one. Doobie's going to take down Harmray trying to escape, but it's just not going to be enough here. Taking down the Cypher, trading things out for a raise and a Sova. I would much rather keep my Sova and raise than lose Cypher.
Yeah, very vital Sentinel to lose there, but again, you know, an attack, not too bad of a loss. Love the team play in Bath, though, as Phoenix with 3 health was able to get help from Lou there, as bomb is going to get planted here. a one-man advantage in favor of Zero Marksman as pushes are going to come out. Doobie throwing his molly into U-Haul, not able to connect with Cruz though, as he was just in the most perfect corner possible.
The judge is back. I think that might be DEF CON's same judge.
You know, I believe you're right, actually, and a great play by Jed. Jed
Only
was
left
one shot,
alive.
able to still get a kill.
Blast is the last one alive yet again, able to find the Bulldog shot in the Carouse. There's still 3 more to deal with and a defuse in play. Could be any in showers. All of them are going to be in the same exact spot, more or less. Blast is going to find Jack, and he's looking in all the wrong directions. He has to relinquish the round, and that's going to be 1 away from double digits for the Zero Marksman. It's getting closer and closer, and I think there's a lot more comfortability on not only the attack, but also the defense. Now, I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, and I may very well be. I think Thrifty has made a lot of roster changes recently, because this is not the normal roster that they normally have, so there could be some chemistry issues here as well, but Zero Marksman looks so much more comfortable in any position they've been in.
They really do, and you know, again, I honestly can't correct you because I don't even know myself. You know, hopefully when I start casting more of these matches here, I can start kind of learning each of these usual teams here. But yeah, I've noticed Thrifty doesn't seem as, you know, in the groove as Zero Marksman here, and it just seemed like the teamwork again with Zero Marksman is just a lot better in some of these plays specifically here. But, you know, is that going to bite Thrifty in the butt? We're not exactly sure, but as of right now, we are still at a 3-round deficit. So not too bad for Thrifty, but they're definitely going to have to turn it up just a little bit if they want to try to keep this match close and ultimately win.
Look at where ZMM's pushing it from right now. They wanted to go for the push originally from B-Long, but it looks like they baited out Doobie instead. Doobie is going to go through the teleporter, and that's going to bait all of them onto A side right, and they're still going to keep pushing through B, it seems. That was smart, but is it going to go into fruition? It seems like it's backfiring, though, because everyone on Thrifty is still rotating through CT, trying to get back onto the site. Now, the million-dollar question is ZMM going to psych themselves out? Are they going to go through B and play themselves, or are they going to go on A and do a 400
30 seconds left.
It'll definitely be interesting to see how this plays out here as they actually hard rotated onto B, but now we started seeing them go back to A, and now, as you see on the minimap, everyone's starting to sprint on over to A as they did commit. Doobie gonna shut down that run it back there for the attacking side.
Spike has gone down. Everyone's dying everywhere. Carouse takes down DEF CON, but everyone's trying to find these angles. No one's even near the spike. Hydra's looking around to see what he can find. He's only going to find Blast, and that's going to be the playmaker usually in these endgame rounds. A 3v4, though, however, in the not so much favor for Thrifty. Doobie's able to even out the odds a little bit, finding Hydra. Can he find the double? Yes, he can! He finds Lou, and that defuse is still being guarded pretty well. Megam is trying to find whatever he can, but these attackers are slowly getting slaughtered. Defender's able to find the defuse. It's going to be a win in the favor of Thrifty yet again. Check is able to find a double kill. The kind of say, you know what? Screw you, man. You may have won the round, but we got some money out of it. 9 and 7, though. Able to just have that small step ahead always. It's these very slow and kind of methodical plans that Zero tries to go for that are really backfiring for them. They're psyching themselves out.
You know, and that's what I love about this game is you know, able to fake out your opponents or try to sniff out who's on what side here. And, you know, that was a great play. Well, actually, I did not think that was the best of plays there because Thrifty did play that, or sorry, not Thrifty, ZMM played that actually a little slow, but ended up committing at just, again, the best time possible as you saw 2 of Thrifty's players rotate back on over to A, but it still, again, worked out in their favor.
Ooh, but speaking of slow, it's going to be the exact opposite now. Carouse is just going to go all in, but DEF CON again with the judge is just an absolute menace inside the lamps. He might get killed out, though, from so many different traps. The floor is lava, but he's still able to find Lou.
And a very good play there by DEF CON. It looked like he was about to die to the Nano Swarm, but was luckily able to come out with his life and a kill. 2 kills, actually. So a great play by him.
The spike is completely lost, though. It's in full control of DEF CON. They could try to make their way forwards, but they're just falling like flies. Blast is with a double kill, no less. Spike's gonna be on the ground, and Jack again is in this awkward position where he's just gonna relinquish the round. You know what? maybe I can get
30
some more
seconds
kills
left.
again. You got the defuse on me last time. It's a 1v4, but he's gonna go for it. He said, screw it, I want some money. He's able to probably make it back with taking down Icy. A triple kill from DEFCON 2 is a nice icing on the cake, but now suddenly ZMM are just not as comfortable on the attack. They've tried a little bit of everything at this point, but the positioning, especially DEFCON inside lamps, has just been too strong with the lack of intel.
I agree, you know, and a Valorant effort by Cruz there. As he... Hey,
You know what?
I'll one
I
up
want a
you.
new caster. I'm done. Ben!
I'll one up you in the puns.
Ben! He's our
Don't call him Ben. Ben can't even help you.
Oh man. But yeah, that's been a huge tempo issue too, is that Thrifty still seems to be in control of a lot of these rounds, even if they feel uncomfortable. It's the whole motion of the ocean that's been going on between the two teams, where they still feel comfortable in that aspect. It's mostly the gunfights where they lack. With that being said though, the opening pick is going to go against ZMM, and it's already looking like a very dire situation. Everyone's been located, everyone's been revealed it seems, but they have so many ults on their side, or at least on Thrifty's side, that they can stall out any post play that they want. It's pretty much a free round if they play it right.
Here.
You know, and here on, I believe it's, yep, a full eco here for ZMM, as, you know, unless one of their player absolutely goes balls to the wall and is able to make an insane play here, it's looking like this round is going to go to Thrifty. But I do not want to speak. Never mind. Doobie able to shut down that B long push. Oh my goodness. As he is looking for the ace, and an ace by Doobie.
Oh wait, you can't.
That's ace number 2 that Thrifty has brought out today, and they have tied things up for the first time in this matchup. 9-9. Look at this replay. Oh, there we go. I think this is gonna be the replay. There we are. There's Doobie.
there we
Hello, Doobie. Now let's say that again, because he starts things off by, I think, a pre-fire through the smoke, maybe not. He's able to really hold down the backup side super well, and he's able to have ZMM push into him and get these positions. There we go, already a triple kill when the replay starts, able to get the 4K. That was all through B long, into the final one on the ace through hookah. Pre-fired, the common spots, he's able to find them all.
And Doobie is just playing exponentially better here on defense. You know, I think he was watching stream and heard me saying, you know, I was disappointed in his lack of playing there on attack, and he said, "All right, bet, watch this. I'll show you." As he has just absolutely turned it up here.
He drank a lot of control before this.
I think that's what it was. Those mill replacements go burr.
I could go for a meal replacement right about now.
Yeah, me too.
So
I'm
could the
actually
rest
hungry.
of ZMM, I would say. Ready? Because look, the spike is completely down. They're playing for picks. They're trying to see where the entry's going to be. Harmony is in a weird spot. He's in Octagon right now. If he pushes up, that's going to be the nanoswarms detonated. He could get them to be detonated now if he made some noise, and that would be better for a B
Joke's
plant
over.
later
You're
on.
dead.
Is he going to go for that? The answer is going to be no. He's going to hide out a little bit and wait for his buddy Phoenix to push on up and help him out instead.
Here. Here.
And a very interesting play here. As you saw, the run it back was on the B.
30 seconds.
Thrifty unsure if they should rotate or not, but
yeah,
the push is going to come onto A here.
Shut that.
And again, a little bit of a fake here, but Beckham, again, with the lineups. Let's see where this one lands, as it actually lands on the default, but a little too late there, as Bomb already gets planted. Actually, I did think it tagged up the Omen there just a little bit, as Jack was able to teleport just in time here. 28 health, but he does have his Paranoia locked and loaded there.
Everyone's covered in the smoke. Blast is hiding in the corner. He's just getting me hit by rogue shots right about now. Hydra's just on top of the spike. He wants no way to get this over, but the defender Killjoy is able to bring down the lockdown. Can they find the lockdown in time? Able to find a double kill. Hydra's going to be pushing on forwards. Finds the lockdown. That's pretty much a third kill. Karus with a double of himself. Hydra wants that final one. Wants to have that spike go down. They still have the TP not too far behind. Icy's going to die with the bomb no matter what. And no, he survives, but still gets taken down by Hydra. Triple kill in his favor, and ZMM are able to just barely inch their way past that double digits mark. They had such a huge beginning for them, but Thrifty has made solid work of the defense. Maybe they're just more of a defensive-sided team.
Okay, you know what? You actually may have to contact Ben here and get another caster. If this game goes to an overtime, I do not know if my heart can take it. again, being a spectator for that first game, watching it go into double overtime here, and now Thrifty able to bring it back here with, again, just only a 1-round deficit. These is, again, another very close game.
Oh, but Defcon wants to make things really heated up now. Jack's gonna fall, and he's been such a huge playmaker for the ends of these rounds as well. Well, he's not really a clutch master for a lot of these rounds. He's been able to get a lot of these post-round kills. But Defcon's just been hiding in lamps just about every single round, and who can blame him? It's worked out really well. Harmony's able to clap back, though, and he's gonna help it, and he gets some ties go into B site. Doobie, though, finds Harmony. It's just trade after trade after trade after trade for all of these members. But let's look at Hydra and see what he can do to bring things forward, because a Molly and a Flash aren't gonna be enough to take down Blast.
Oh, no. As it looked like Hydra wanted to commit and then last second changed his mind and got absolutely punished for the good. Oh, Blast!
Where?
What? Oh my gosh!
A triple kill from Blast is going to secure the round, and Thrifty's on a heater right now. It is just back and forth on this defense, but Thrifty's been able to make their way come out on top. We have a small little replay in the corner there, and that's got to be the Hydra matchup right here. Look at this again. Blast is hiding in the corner, Nanoswarm right below, the Molly comes out, activates the Nanoswarm, Flash comes through, traps Hydra in, and gets a headshot no matter what. Even without that Nanoswarm, I think that would have been Blast's kill. It's only the Nanoswarm that forces the Phoenix to turn around to try to escape, but by the time that reaction comes through his mind, the crosshair's already on his head.
Gosh, and looking at that replay, Blast was actually looking front U-Haul and just dislocated his wrist to able to get that flick there onto A short. My goodness, what a play by him. You know what? I'm going to live vicariously through him now. He's got a random H in his name. I have a random H in my name.
Carouse! Where did you come from? Huh?
Where did he come from?
I just murdered the Omen. Okay.
I mean, yapping my jaw over here. I'm not paying attention to Cruz over here making Big Daddy plays over here as he's able to get that first blood and add a bit of chaos there as he's able to get out with his life.
The entirety of the attackers are inside lamps right now, all holding into a very small angle. If there was a boom burst from Thrifty's side, that would annihilate the whole team. Doobie's going to be trying to push up. The Cyber Cage is actually acting as a barrier of all things. Blast is able to find one. It's a back and forth. Hydra at 1 HP is not able to find another. The knives are still out from Carouse. It's a 3v1 and they're going balls to the wall. There's a lot of balls in this cast. And Lou's able to find Defcon. That's another one for ZMM. And what was originally a stomp from Zero Marksman has turned into one of the closest matches GLG has ever seen.
You know, and that play really would not have actually worked unless Carouse just held W and was able to get a kill with that Blade Storm, and that just really opened up the site there for ZMM, and that's how they were able to get that Thrifty. So a very great play by him, as long with the rest of the team, as they were able to secure that round there. And now Thrifty, you know, how are they going to answer back? Again, you never want to get Thriftied on there because it's a little bit demoralizing, but, you know, ZM, good lord, man, that was a great play by them.
They've demoralized 10 rounds then, because their name is Thrifty.
Oh man, you just...
pick though. Defcon takes down Harmony. The music has stopped. Carouse finds Doobie. Reading the kill feed is going to be more than enough to help this battle out because Zero is going to be rotating around towards B site. The spike is now in their hand. The rotates are just not there for Thrifty right now. So many bodies still on A. That's only going to leave 2 different members holding down B and very loosely at that. Look at where Defcon is. He's only holding CT. And with all the smokes in play, you bet CT's gonna be blocked out.
You're dead.
Hydra getting that running back and is going to miss.
Oh no.
The Soba that was in that corner. As that Beckham is able.
Rotating.
Man, if only he was able to check that left corner there, he would have been able to call out Beckham, who was able to get that kill there on Carouse.
Oh no, all 3 of the defenders are right around the corner. Lou pulls back just in time.
30 seconds
Kondo
left.
holding the angle still. That plan still hasn't gone down yet. It's a 3v3. It's a Wild West Cowboy showdown for everybody on B site. No one wants to push up, no one wants to contest, and no one wants to die. But that's not going to stop the ZMM people from pushing up. 13 seconds left though. Using the smokes as cover, Defcon gets
10
the audio
seconds
cue.
left.
Flash goes down. Blast pack comes out. Is that going to be a boom burst kill? Yes, it is. Jack goes down. Hydra with a double. Is that going to be enough? Can it be enough? The Molly goes down. Only with left alive for Thrifty on the site. Able to find the spike, but no bodies. Little did they know it's behind DEFCON. No shotguns in sight. It's going to be behind. Wham, bam. Thank you, man. Loose finds DEFCON. And that's match point for the Zero Marksman towards Thrifty. Keep in mind, Gutsy, this is a best of one. They have won so many championships before. They have come so close in grand finals, but Thrifty, if they can't win flawlessly in these next few rounds, then this will probably be their worst performance ever in GLG.
You know, and as a viewer at home, you gotta love upsets and Cinderella stories here. ZM, from what I've been told, I believe if this is not their first tournament, this is one of their first tournaments here, and they are about to knock off, you know, one of the better playing teams here in these GLG tournaments, and they are one round away from knocking them out of this bracket and moving on to round 3.
That's right. ZMM are in a great spot right now. They found the momentum they need to really bring things forward. Thrifty, they were struggling with the rotates last round. And now they may very well suffer again.
As they are having their raise, DEFCON move on over to spawn. But May, is going to go on ahead and run back on over to B once a little bit of noise from Hook is being made. Beckham getting tagged up just a little bit. But Doobie able to stop that push just a little bit with the run it back. He does hear somebody go into TP. Let's see if he's able to secure that kill. As he is! A great play by Doobie as he's able to get that first blood and shut down the person rotating there. ZM is actually going to go on ahead and rotate on over to U-Haul here. As they are now all over A side. Harmony throwing a camera in. Blast able to come out with a lockdown here.
And they run away. They go for the lockdown. They're going to go straight to B. The rotates were really poor for Thrifty in the beginning, but they finally just made their way onto A as they TP to B.
Okay, look, Doobie.
Only 10 seconds left. That plan needs to go down any day now, and there's only 2 left alive for Zero Marksman. Make that 1. Only 1 left alive now. Beckham's able to find Jack. And Hydra, no spike in sight, has to relinquish the round. It's not going to happen. It's going to go 12 to 11. This is extremely close, but it would still be the worst placement Thrifty has ever had in GLG. This is scary to see. Look at the back and forth of the second half now. ZMM have just barely been able to hang on to the second half. Only 4 wins so far, and that's just as many attacking wins. I'm sorry, defensive wins as what Thrifty had, or the other way around. This time around, it's getting scary.
As Thrifty is actually 1 round away from taking this to an overtime. And, you know, I don't want to sound biased. Don't come after me. I don't want to sound biased. But again, I love close games. So Thrifty is going...
A snipe? An
Doobie's turned up.
Snipe from Doobie. This is the Thrifty we know and love. I don't know what it was the last other, 20-something rounds. This is Thrifty now. Harmony pushing his way through showers. Not an enemy in sight. Look at the positioning now from Thrifty's side. Their defense is fully stacked up for A, and they're fully stacked for the Cypher. All the traps are on shower. If Harmony pushes up and relinquishes any of them, they're going to activate, and he's going to die. There's no way. But the rest of ZMM, they're pushing through B, hoping that's going to be the lesser of 2 evils, and they would be right.
Again, ZM is man down here, but they're going to work with everything they got here as Lou is going to try to clear out sight.
30 seconds
But
left.
Beckham is able to try to juke that. They do know he is back there as they need to clear that man off, but they have to watch out for elbow as Doobie, hello, is going to take out 2 and get out with his life here.
You need to murder Doobie. Doobie needs to be murdered. Blast balls. There's only 1 left alive. It's gonna be Harmony, the same one the Shower Warriors able to find 1. Can he find a triple kill? Only 1 left alive. It's a 1v1. 6 seconds left. He has to go for the kill and misses it. Icy comes back in clutch, finds Harmony, brings it to overtime, and Thrifty still has a chance for the grand
Switching
champs.
sides.
Even if it's this low into
Overtime.
the tournament, they're bringing themselves back. If they can bring it back from this, then there's a chance for anything. The positioning for Thrifty on the defense scares me so much, but their attack was so much more impressive at times. Can they bring it back now? Can they find that same momentum they found at the very end of the defense and bring it towards their attacks? That, all things considered, was a little lackluster. They have to win one attacking round, and then that's pretty much it.
You know, and as we've seen from both these sides here, you know, both teams are either both their defenses are stellar or they're lacking a little bit on their attacking game. You know, so it'll be interesting if either team can come out with an attacking round win here.
It's going to be tough. We see the same exact stature that ZMN originally brought out on their regulation defense. A Cypher, a Sova, and sometimes now a Phoenix. This is going to be fairly aggressive, but also Thrifty likes to go very slow at times. The tempo was set by them, and they're debating to go on the slower end instead. That's perfectly fine. The only issue is that it gives a lot more time for ZMM to rotate around fully. The Spike, look at where DEFCON is right now. They could be going through Hookah, or they could relinquish themselves to go through A. It's a bit of a back and forth. There is no utility, no eyes on Hookah either.
Both teams playing very, very passive, just trying to get any information they can here. As now we only have 2 players here on B, and this again is just the optimal time here for Thrifty to push there, but DEFCON with another C4 jump is going to get punished. Harmony able to pick up that first blood
30 seconds left.
as they're going to try to play together here in elbow and see if they get picked up. Doobie,
Could be one of the
almost
final
able to
plans
secure a
we
kill, but
see.
gonna get cut down.
Harmony with a triple kill now. Only 2 left alive for Thrifty's side. Backup's gonna be trapped inside the crate. He can't move at all. If he pushes up at all, he's gonna be
player
slaughtered. But no, he shot through the doors instead. Harmony with a 4K. Can they find the ace? The answer's gonna be no, but a powerful defuse instead. Thrifty still has a chance to bring it back in this game if they can win this next defense. Their attacks are always been lackluster. ZMM's been on top of the defense, but Thrifty, they really showed up in
Switching
that second
sides.
half on the attack.
Match
And
point.
if they can't do it now, then they have to leave the tournament. This is their chance to bring the double overtime.
This is a nice spot.
You know, and Harmony just absolutely popped off there on defense. He was able to get a little bit of assistance from Phoenix, and even getting flashed, he was able to look away just in time and flick back onto Doobie, and just, I mean, a great play by him. A nice 4K, and now it's ZMM's time to go on attack here, and let's see if they're able to come off with the same aggressiveness that they had on defense.
One thing too is that you gotta give it to all of the duelists in this game. They've all really stepped it up from the original regulation rounds. A lot of the kills just went straight to the support characters. A lot of the Sentinels started getting these frags. Now we see Doobie stepping up. We see the Jets stepping up. Everybody's been stepping up more, but it's a matter of bringing this round home. Carouse has been huge on the knives, but only 2 away from their ult now. Still holding inside showers, the Spike nowhere to be seen. It's the same old defense. But the core difference is that Thrifty doesn't have a Cypher. They don't have any traps besides the Killjoy, and it's a stark difference from the Cypher pick.
I agree. You know, they don't have traps, but again, you can use Killjoy as sort of a information or you know, hinder the attacking team.
But can it kill? Can it kill like Harmony?
No, I do not think they can.
Oh.
Spoke just a little bit too soon there, as Harmony's able to get picked up. Unfortunately, didn't have a teammate to get that trade
30
there.
seconds left.
And now Thrifty, 1-man advantage. Bomb's gonna go down A, but they are all on site, ready to go. Cruz though, push in the side, able to get that kill from Spawn. Icy and DEFCON both answering back, and there's now a 1v3. DEFCON with the op shutting down Jack. And now Keg. What do you do
Ultimate is ready. The spike.
now that it is going into
lost.
overtime? Sorry, double overtime.
It's tough because at this point, essentially,
Switching sides.
I would say 0 marks
Overtime.
to 1. Because they can only win. Actually, I guess that's not fair to say just yet. If Zero Marksman can win this defense, I'm assuming they will. It really comes down to whoever wins the next attack. Literally, that's it. Whoever wins the next attack at any point this game, Gutsy, they're going to win that whole matchup. Because both of these teams have shown that they struggle so much, but their defensive rounds are so much more powerful.
Absolutely. I feel like either team is just going to have to either hold W or just do something that the other team just wouldn't expect. And again, we see one of Beckham's infamous shock darts here. I believe that may be going triple again.
Arrow of Life coming out. Ooh, and it's going to be outside lamps. Karu's able to find Icy. That's a strong opening pick. Careful now. Thrifty can't win this. They have to win the next defense, and it's just going to be an endless back and forth.
But as you see, they did lose a man, but they are going to rotate on over to B now. You know, if I was Thrifty, I would just say, screw it. Let's just all go on to site there, as Lou is able to rotate back on over to B to try to help out Harmony.
Enemy tag.
As the Silver Drone is going on to site, they're able to pick up
The spike.
the race, and the spike does go down. Harmony once again playing so well on site.
Gigantic picks coming out. Hyder's able to find Doobie. That's going to be a strong one as well. One of the top fraggers from Thrifty finally gone. It's only 2 left alive, too. Beckham's able to find one. He might be able to bring this back, but Jack is completely blinded out. The spike has gone down. Beckham's the last one alive. He's going to fight or flight this one. He's going to go through. He's going to fly like a bee. Straight to heaven, though. A triple kill from Karus on the up. Able to bring back another defensive win. If ZMM can win this attack, obviously they're going to win overall. But if Thrifty can win the next defense and then their next attack, they'll come out on top too. It is just a back and forth game. It is just endless here. I think now,
Switching sides.
Gutsy, this is the longest
Match point.
Valorant game I think GLG has ever had.
You know what? I'm glad to be a part of it.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
not-
sure some GLGologist that knows the official answer, but I think this is.
You know, it wouldn't be my first time casting if I had a great game to go along with it. So I am glad to be a part of this. And thank you to the viewers who are watching this. This is some premium Valorant content that is being showcased here by both teams. And thank you, the teams that are playing, for making this so exciting. Though I'm sure you would want to close it out and move on to the next round already.
Oh no. Already preemptive op shots coming out on B long. Defcon's not playing the judge anymore. He is going full on sniper mode here. That's a scary proposition. If he's able to play the judge as well as he does, can he play the sniper just as well? I don't think we've seen it before. Ubi's able to get the opening pick onto ZMM. Is that going to be enough though?
And again, a nice pick by Doobie there. And Puka. And as you saw, Doobie, who did get a pick, is pushed up all the way in the market here, able to let his team know if they rotate back here, but it looks like they may end up committing. But again, a great position there for him, because that's going to get him a lot of info if they actually end up deciding. As you can tell, everyone must have heard that. And now Doobie is going to rotate on to B and is gonna actually now, what was a really good position is now going to be a very late rotate there for Thrifty.
30 seconds left.
Seems like the desperation play is coming out now from the attackers. They're trying to make their way onto the site. They've been able to get control, but Beckham and Blast are able to secure it just backwards.
Enemy
And
remaining.
through the wall in the bathroom, Beckham gets a double kill. It's only one left alive now. It's going to be down to Doobie. Can he do though? I'm sorry, it's Hydra. Can he do this? He's able to find Doobie. He finds his clone. Beckham with a triple though. He's going to secure things once again. Thrifty 14-14 now. Again,
Switching
someone
sides.
just needs to win an
Overtime.
attacking round. Somebody. When's the last time we saw an attacker win? Was it really round what? I don't even know what round that is.
I
Round
can't even remember
12.
to
That was
tell you the truth, man.
24? Have we not seen an attacker win in 8 rounds? 4 rounds? No, it's gotta be more than 4. 6 rounds?
I say more
Really?
than that, to be honest.
I mean, look at the board as well. Historically, we haven't seen many attacker wins at all across the board. Each team only got 4 attacker wins on each side. So let's see, there's like third of a chance of them winning it each time they play, I guess.
You know the whole saying, defense wins games here, but man, an attacking win would be nice for one of these
would be.
teams.
We'll be here all night.
Exactly. I need to open up my schedule. I didn't think I'd be here until shoot. close to midnight, but hey, I am on winter break, so and I'm here to watch this content. So, but once again, Thrifty here on attack, and they are going to head on over to A here. But Jack sitting outside U-Haul, waiting for that push there, as he does have a smoke, occluding the vision there on A short.
Look at where the spike is right now. It's gonna be right outside the TP, all the way in showers. And we know from the last time when the signs were reversed, going to showers did not work out well. A lot of wall bangs took down many members of showers, but Caruso is the most likely target to be able to find these frags. Doobie was in the same position Hydra was not too long ago, and this is really scaring me for Thrifty. They made the same mistake! Caruso finds Doobie. That's gonna be the spike nearly gone by itself. Defcon jumps onto site, gets the plant down. This could be it right here. This could be Doobie allowing the rest of the team and Defcon to get the win for the game if they can hold this plant down.
Recalling my bot.
You know, Defcon planning on triple, able to get the bomb down, but again, in a very, very terrible position. You know, that's a way to get wallbang there, but Blast able to set down his Nano Swarm to try to delay that defuse just a little bit. Beckham able to get a kill along with Blast there.
Can somebody please let us attack?
I don't think they're gonna give it to us.
You failed.
15-14 guts. I'm losing my marbles here in a good way.
Switching sides.
Hydra 28 and
Match point.
14. Doobie 24 and 23. These duelists all stepped up their game super well. And yeah, you could say Caruso maybe hasn't going, you know, a measly 17 and 22, but playing mostly just the op and maybe really dialing things back for the more supportive roles, their flexibility has been paramount to winning these rounds.
You know, and again, even with him, you know, bottom fragging on his team, again, those picks at the start of the rounds or, you know, the beginning of engagements are so crucial and able to set his team up for success. And once again, I feel like I'm repeating myself at this point, Thrifty is going to need this round win on the defense in order to go to quadruple overtime? Triple overtime?
I don't even remember how many overtimes we're in right now. We've seen a very aggressive play coming out from ZMM, and this is what you gotta do. Just say, screw it. You know what? We're going on to the site. That's all you can really do at this point. The plant goes down in the midst of a bunch of smoke, and it does go into full fruition. No one on Thrifty is able to combat against this, and it's looking like it could be the attacker win to secure the game. Nobody on Thrifty is able to push up. What's up?
Bomb is down. Nobody's gone down for either team.
And nobody can push up. A double kill! No, not a double kill, actually. It's going to be a huge play coming out from the most of Thrifty side. ZMM still have the man advantage. No, actually, they don't. It's a 3v3. The defuse is going down. Thrifty might be able to get a blast. Takes down Harmony. Caruso falls next. It's down.
As it is all up to Hydra. And he's able to get a kill.
No! Another defensive win.
That was the closest attacking round we had seen. And again, no dice.
We have seen everything from these attacks. We've seen very slow plays. We've seen really high octane plays, like the one we just saw from Zero, where they just rushed onto the site. They smoked everything out. They went for the plant. And even then, Thrifty played that so uncharacteristically slow, even for their slow defenses. To have the spike go down, not push anything for what, a solid 10 seconds and still win it? That was pretty impressive.
That was, you know, that was,
can win.
That was a difficult retake. That really was. Nobody was down for ZMM. So for them to be able to win that, man, you know, that was probably the best chance either team had for winning an attack. But now, once again, we are back in the same position.
The big thing to focus on right now are the attacks. Defcon's able to get a double kill. This is a strong lead right now for Defcon and the rest of his gang. If he can stay in this position right now, he might go. Ooh, but someone's from behind. If Defcon can stay in that position, wait for Harmon to push on up. That's a triple. Yes, a triple kill. That could be the attacker win we're looking for. ZMM only has 2 left alive now, and they're completely off base. They're at the wrong bomb site, Gutsy.
Wow. Yeah, I'm speechless. I'm speechless. DEFCON making such great
Are
plays.
they
And was able
saving?
to, I don't know.
Are you crazy? Don't save.
They need to get on the side. They need to start making moves. I think they're worried. Where's DEFCON at? He's got a judge. He's gonna shut him down. And now Thrifty's able to get such great map position.
This is a gigantic misplay right now. Hydra and company able to get onto the site now. Is that going to be enough? Have they stalled themselves out too much? They did. The boom burst is going to come out. Showtime, baby. That's going to be straight to the face. A 4K from DEFCON is going to be, oh Lord, good Lord above, an attacker win against Thrifty in 0 marksman.
Point.
An attacker won in 10 rounds. I think we have our winner.
I think we do. Hey, you know, unless zero marksman can, you know, can stun on Thrifty like DEFCON did, you know, this is looking like a round. You know, just statistically looking at both teams' you know, win percentage on attacking side. But shoot, I guess anything is possible. But man, DEFCON able to just absolutely throw his team on his back for that round and secure a 4K.
I might need to go to the hospital too at this point. I think my heart's locking up. It was nice knowing you guys, but Hydra right now at the base of the showers, trying to stall out as much as he can, make some noise, have the rest of his team maybe rotate. There's a lot of options here. But everyone's stalled out by these smokes. No one on the attack can push up. Thrifty seems to have this under complete lockdown. Completely. But look on the far side. Harmony is now pushing B long. The only one standing in his way is going to be Doobie inside of Hookah. No visual, no audio, nothing to tell this Phoenix that a Cypher's coming other than a TP. This could be the ultimate stealthy play, but DEFCON's coming CT and that could put a boon in the side of Harmony.
And Doobie is going to get shut down there. They were absolutely reading that, assuming somebody was going to be there. And here we go. Cruz, Hydra both opening up. Harmony able to get a kill as well. No way.
Another attacker win?
Planted.
Thrifty only has Blast left alive, stuck inside of Hookah.
What is this game?
A flawless one is pretty cool, but two attacker rounds in a row with 16-16. I'm losing my mind in a good way. Holy moly, man, gutsy. Did you know? I don't know if they changed it in the latest patch, but at a certain point, there's a round maximum in OT. If you hit, I don't remember what it is. It might be something absurd like 26-26, but once you hit that point, the lobby shuts down. I don't think we're at that point yet, but we could. We're on pace.
I was completely unaware, to be honest. Are we gonna get there? Maybe. I don't know.
I hope not.
I hope not either.
No, yeah, you guys gotta play it again.
But shoot, as both teams have shown, anything is truly possible.
I like how the teammates are also losing their marbles now. Look at the aggressive play coming out from Hydra and the Sova there. They tried to find someone on B long, but we've never really seen much of a B long push from Fountain. It's been mostly coming out from the marketplace instead. But we do see the majority of the team now kind of making me eat my words, having a small rotate near Fountain, but it's so much later into the round. It's a split push, and this is making me worried for the attack now, because they're really dividing up the resources, and they're going to a much bigger blind pit. Moves with the sniper, able to find one. That's going to be Doobie falling. That's a huge playmaker for the attack, too.
As that recon arrow is going to come in, Cruz is going to have to move out of the way there. Unable, and Lou able to get 2 kills. Make it 3 kills. As once again, he is going to just have his little spurts of popping up and a flawless there on defense.
That's a double flawless from them. Did Thrifty just not give up, but this could be Zero's chance to bring it all back. 18-16. Everyone on Thrifty's side is at minimum 20 kills. Minimum.
Okay, so I know you were kind of skeptical, but now, are you positive now that this is the longest running game here in GLG history?
I'm pretty sure. I would bet a solid $5 on it.
Woo, baby, we making history.
So looking at the composition now for the attackers, we do see the spike has gone down. And it's a huge split push going everywhere. Everyone on ZMM is just playing for picks. They've gone 2 flawless rounds in a row now, so I'm not surprised that they kind of just want to do whatever they want. But maybe just scouting everything out, finding out where the defenders are on both sides has been the play. Last time we saw an attack from ZMM, Harmony pushed up through B-Long, was able to get, I think, taken down by Doobie. I could be mistaken though, but they had a lot of skirmishes towards Octagon. Harmony's going to try to go for it again, however.
But look at Harmony's health though, 16 HP and a dream as, you know, trades again are coming out. Do be able to pick up that kill on Harmony, but he is going to go down there. As it is 4-4, Jack able to TP on the site there. Cruz sitting there with him as the bomb is going to go down. And once again,
Spike planted.
now it's on Thrifty to see if they can go ahead and retake this. DEFCON with an op here, as no one is necessarily pushed on the side yet, but watch as we do have Blast on the flank, but is I guess playing a little bit passive there. Unsure if anyone's hookah.
Oh, but we've seen this before too. Beckham is able to find Lou, but the defense is a little too slow here. Cruz is able to find Icy, and it's so much collateral damage for the attackers. It's over!
And they shut down!
0 marksman! Bring it back! Longest game of GLG history. Ladies and gentlemen, holy moly! What a crazy ending there. 2 flawless rounds, finishing it off with a beautiful plant on the B. That is what you want to see. From the 0 marksman, they put everything on the line there, and they brought it home accurately. Now, I know the analysts have so much to say, but Gutsy, how was it? How was casting for GLG?
If this is how every game's going to go, I don't know if I can do this much longer. I think I might either get some hypertension medication from my physician or something. Man, 0 marksman, way to step it up and finally bring it out on top there, you know, and again, statistically, 0 marksmen are new to the game, you know, and they were able to turn it up and take out Thrifty, you know, who could be considered bracket favorites there, as they have made it to the grand finals both past tournaments and were knocked out, unfortunately, taking 2nd place. So look, they were looking for vengeance, and unfortunately it's just not going to be this week, you know. Goodbye, GG, go next. But man, what an insane game, man. I gotta grab a drink of water or a control meal replacement or something.
Yeah, maybe the control. But we have to let our analysts know what happened that game. We have our own ideas, but we want to hear in depth from the mans themselves. We're going to hand it over to Ravishing Ravish and Seymour to see what they could see and dissect from the longest game in GLG history.
See, we'll get another one. Sylph will find Doobie. Blast does find Sylph though in the trade, and now it's a 2 for 2.
Yeah, Doobie being able to pick up 2 kills there is absolutely huge, though. So much damage to the economy. If they can continue to get more here, as Deluxy gets 1, goes for 4, can't secure it. Badger needs to pick up the slack, but that is still a round win, but very costly for AU, losing 4 members to Pistols.
Smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see. Because they are taking their time. They are making sure that
there ain't no party like a GLG party, because a GLG party don't stop, baby.
No,
Isn't that right?
sir, not even a little bit. Not once. As you can see, we got to go ahead and classiness in hand here, and we got to make sure to remember one thing here, Colin. Pinky up.
Anyways, though, we just wanted to celebrate and wish you all a happy new year, because it is going to be the end of the year for not just our GLG tournaments as we go into the 2021 season, but it's also going to be the end of your year too. So we just want to say a quick thank you for coming out to GLG, celebrating this wonderful time with us and enjoying some phenomenal overtime Valorant.
And you know what else? It's the end of, bro. It's the end of that match, which lasted hallelujah. Where I'm not complaining. I didn't got to cast it, but shout out to the biggest shout out to Max Keklinite for casting 2 overtime matches in a row. By the way,
And
Which is
and a big shout out to Gutsy as well. You know, his first time on GLG. And he gets to cast the longest match in GLG history. Like,
ever. Shout out to them going ahead, putting it all together. Yo, big ups to y'all, man. Y'all doing your thing out here, and I respect it, making my life easier. But speaking easy, man, Colin, let's go ahead and talk about how not easy that match was.
I mean, we were trying to analyze it the whole time. We were just like, what do they do? But I think they just had each other's numbers for the defense, and then when it switched over and they both put all their mental capacity into how to win an attack, we saw that 16-16, just both teams won the attacking rounds as well, and it swapped right back over. Finally, the victor came out, but I want to put that both of these teams were doing a phenomenal job at utilizing their abilities for the agents at hand, getting onto the sites, breaking in together, and locking down the sites. You know, where we were kind of harping on the teams before about their post-plant positions, I want to put a big shout out to the attackers because their post-plant positions, they were solid. You know, I think both of those teams deserve to win that game, but sadly we can only have one.
Exactly. So, and another big thing too was when it came down to overtime too, it was such defensive side of the entire time because more often than not, when it came to the post plans past that as well, the defense every time showed up, knew where to go ahead and plan, knew where to try to enter in offside, play it around the smokes, and the picks were absolutely massive, especially when they're working around the paranoias, and the uses of the omens were clean, crisp, and as pristine as his wine.
Exactly. And you know, I have a question for you too.
What's that?
What kind of wine you got?
Oh, I have a nice 1864 Rivière de France, le Sauvignon Blanc.
Sauvignon Blanc. Well, I got the dessert wine. You know, I'm liking the.
You got a Moscato?
I got the Moscato. You know, I'm living out here lavish.
Yeah, man. You should be living lavish. You should not be living lavish, brother, because you should be living ravish.
Ooh, that's got a nice ring to it. Got a nice ring to it. You know, we just out here though, vibing, and coming up very soon. We also got Wichita Oblivion and Cursed coming back on the scene and settling their differences on Haven for a first quarterfinal match.
Which is I'm excited to see, man. With speaking of which, we'll be having Doctor and Gutsy go ahead and bring that back to you. But after this quarterfinal as well, do not forget here, Seymour, we have a surprise for y'all. We got some brand new faces, but these guys you know and love, man. These are some fantastic and very handsome white boys. So more to add to the roster here, Seymour.
Exactly. And I mean, Vermilion bringing in Doctor as well as Gutsy to the scene here. Two fantastic, you know, Gutsy getting a second shot at this, and Haven being the map that he just saw. I mean, phenomenal time on binds. But going into Haven, I'm going to throw it right back at you because I just want to hear from you what you expect from Haven.
I expect this to be confusing. I expect quick rotations, but I also expect really solid trades. With that all being said here, guys, I believe we're also almost about ready to go ahead and hop into the match right away. So we're going to go and send it back right now. Yo, Dr. Gutsy, take it away.
See, we'll get another one. Sylph will find Doobie. Blast us. Find Sylph, though, in the trade, and now it's a 2-for-2.
Yeah, Doobie being able to pick up 2 kills there is absolutely huge, though. So much damage to the economy. If they can continue to get more here, as Deluxy gets 1, goes for 4, can't secure it. Badger needs to pick up the slack, but that is still a round win, but very costly for AU, losing 4 members to Pistols.
Smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see. Because they are taking their time. They are making sure that they don't get caught off guard by some of these piecemeals. As Quantavius, as soon as I say it, Defcon gets caught off guard by the shorty and gets immediately taken down, and now the round starts. The massive rotations, though, coming in from Thrifty to go straight towards the A site. Gonna be pretty big as Doobie will find a kill.
3 members here in Garage looking to bust out, but here's Sylph just holding the angle. Kill is forced off down to 20 HP. But do they repeat or do they just let the site do? They just let the site do. Sylph picks up 1, picks up 3. Badger secures the round, and that's 2 in a row now. Once again for AU.
Sylph just peeking out and saying, "Look, I didn't want to play this map 3. I wanted this."
The smoke dissipates, and Clay has his trigger ready.
Yeah, it does heal up the squad a little bit more. Now there's rifles in the hands of Wichita. Can they get more? The lineup! Sylph with an amazing 3K just shuts down the retake from Wichita.
And just cycles through the weapons to find the skin they like the most. I mean, what a lineup right there. You hate to do that. 3 people pushing in from the same angle at the same time. It's just...
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are heading into yet another match on this wonderful Wednesday here for Great Lakes Gaming Lounge's Pit of Valor. I'm the Doctor, being joined by the Marathon Man themselves, Gutsy, coming in after that quadruple overtime. I think we can break the record. I think we can do it. Let's go quintuple this time. What do you say, my man?
Hey, I'd love to see it, man. I like to see close games there, and man, I'm still trying to recover, to be honest. But here we are. We're moving on, and we got Ascension and Wichita Oblivion now, and Ascension they had themselves had to endure an overtime game, so I'm sure they themselves are going to have a little bit of resiliency here and endurance. But both teams, I'm not too sure who the players are, but I see chats popping off. We got some fan favorites here. So again, another exciting game. I cannot wait to see how both these teams play out here on one of my favorite maps, Haven.
Coincidentally enough, it is also my favorite map. Something about that triple site opportunity just really tickles my fancy, and it's fun too, because it's such an attacker-sided map, and if we're all gonna be honest with ourselves, truly deeply honest with ourselves, nobody actually likes playing defense. They all want to play offense, right? It's like playing Among Us. Nobody wants to play crewman. That's why you get so many levers when they don't get imposter right away.
I like your analogy. You actually are correct. I do love playing the imposter. But 1RC, I spectated that game on Ascension, and I am looking out for this man because, good Lord, he popped off. So, I don't want to judge somebody off, only one game, but looking at that and moving forward, I mean, he's somebody to definitely look out for. But hey, I'm also looking at Wichita Oblivion to see what they can do.
Yeah, Wichita Oblivion, they do have a bit of a match in front of them that they really need to come off strongly on. Obviously, 1RC, like you said, dropped a 30 bomb in regulation, which is pretty nutty if we're being, for real. And so Wichita have to control that. They need to find a way to stall that out and make sure that they don't just get railroaded by that duelist player, because you need some sort of control as Unlucky. First onto the site, first on the board.
Spike planted.
As the bomb does get planted down, and Sir Clay, who was watching Flake, unfortunately get picked up. RC able to get a pick, though, able to get 2.
Yeah, that was actually really weird. Light definitely thought they had gotten the frag with that right click to the head on the classic. Not gonna work out though. Spooge is gonna pick up 1RC, and it's just down to this 1v2. Paranoia coming on through. They're trying to get the last shot. There it is. Clay will secure it, and they're gonna get the defuse for the round.
And some great team play there by Spook and the Phoenix, as they were able to kind of, bait out that Omen there, as they were both actually a little bit weak there. Great play by them, and a great round win going in favor of Wichita. As we see here, all of them buy up with, wow, full armor and specters. Oh, never mind, Clay is going back to the ghost there. So, they're going hard in this buy up there, as we do not see anything other than a light shield for Xeno, and 1RC is going to go and opt in with the ghost.
Yeah, I have to imagine that's Clay saving up for that operator. That big gun, that's such an impactful weaponry. You want to get that as quickly as possible, and it definitely starts off with picking up a couple frags here.
As Clay is going to get paranoid, but there's going to be no follow-up to that there. Lid able to get a kill there.
Here.
Yeah, they're just running over these pistols. Not really much you can do in this situation. Flawless second round as well for Wichita Oblivion. They're looking pretty good so far, but this is where things start to get a little bit tricky, right? Like, it's full guns now coming in for CA, and so they will have the advantage weaponry-wise. Clay's still stuck on that ghost. Does spend a little bit, but overall, not exactly, heavy weaponry.
Yep, as it looks like they're just going to go ahead and go in for the bonus there. As Cursed Ascension's going to go ahead and get a full buy. So again, it's always interesting to see how this plays out. Because generally if you go up 3-0 with a bonus round, you're looking extremely well economically. So we do have two players pushing up on the A. RC able to get a pick, but is instantly going to get traded out. Lit getting a nice double kill.
Yeah, and look at this, looking for more already, traded up for that Vandal, and to have come into this with such an economic advantage, you kind of have to feel for CA, right? Like, if they lose this round, they're probably going to get that big old Thrifty up on the middle of the screen.
Yeah, and again, like what I said with Keg, you never want to get thrifted on. It's slightly demoralizing, because generally the round should be in your favor with the bigger weapons, but right now, Wichita, one-man advantage, not too bad for Cursed Ascension here, as it looks like they tried going A and they're going to go ahead and run it back again as two do push up sewers, one A long raise, as there's only two on A for Wichita.
30 seconds left.
They're looking to wait out these rotations. The smoke's going to come out. Flash is traded back as well. Things are looking pretty good so far for Wichita. 10 seconds left on the board. They got to get this Spike down. Blast Pack brings Clay down to 4 HP. Spike is down, and now the retake can occur.
Enemy remaining.
And it was just up to Sir Clay. Unfortunately, he was not able to close that out. And once again, like what I had said, that bonus going in favor of Wichita. And now they are up 3-0 on Cursed Ascension.
No more charges left.
Yeah, that's actually a really good start, because a lot of teams, they kind of lose grip there on that third round when they are down in the weaponry category. But this time, though, they were able to get that really cheeky double kill over on A long, trade up for the upgraded weaponry, and after that, the game slowed down to such a crawl, but Wichita were still on top of it. They didn't over-rotate, right? Like, they didn't just send one apiece to each bomb site. They were like, they're probably still hanging around and just waiting for us to move around. And so, yeah, they were able to stay strong, stay stalwart, and come out ahead.
Revealing area.
And see, now Cursed Ascension's on a save round here, all buying up with Sheriffs. And
yeah,
so I'm really curious how this is going to play out there in their favor. Clay with the Spectre. Everyone else, I believe, is bought up and has either a Vandal or Phantom.
Yeah, it's coincidentally, I've heard it called the Deco round. A bit of a carryover from Counter-Strike, where they have Desert Eagles versus Sheriffs. So would this be called the Shiko round?
The Shiko round? It just doesn't roll off the tongue as well.
I guess. Plus, if you have trouble with your SH sounds, it can be a bit embarrassing. But yeah, I mean, look at this. Half HP already down onto that duelist player for CA. They are going to be peeking into the camera, just barely able to take it off the wall. But does it signal a rotation just yet? Doesn't appear so.
No one's gone down just yet. RC tagged up just a little bit.
Oh, no. They don't check
as they're going to have to check. This corner is smoked, and Pix Unlucky able to get that kill.
Incredible disaster there for Pix, not able to keep the spray under control. They are going to drop the Spike carry though, so they do still have 10 seconds left, but it's not looking good. Spike is planted, the jump in is remixing Clay. Pop off, it's down to just poor Sir Clay, who unfortunately is not in the white shining armor today.
And a good pick for CA, but unfortunately, just with their weaponry, we're unable to really do anything after that. You know, and just like the last game I casted, you know, I'm starting to see a little bit of deja vu here. Wichita up 4-0 as Cursed Ascension. Like what you said, you know, attack is the more favorable side. I mean, anyone can agree to disagree, but I would say attack is definitely the stronger side here on Haven. And they have yet to pick up a round here. But once again, they now have all assault rifles here. So let's see if they're able to kind of, you know, add some life here to this game.
Yeah, Recon's gonna come in to try and check garage. Not gonna find anybody just yet, but this can be a bit of a interesting situation to find yourself in, right? Like you're down 4 rounds, you're on your second rifle of the day. Run it back is popped. He's gonna rush on through the wall. Not quite gonna find anybody. They do get a big information play as Clay's forced to fall back and still drops the spike. Oh no, that's disaster.
A nice double by Clay, as he was able to get bomb down as well. But RC, good lord, wall banging Clay, but is gonna get answered by that picks.
Just everything from Wichita is clicking right now. They're hitting their shots. They're in the right spot. They're trading effectively. And even look at this. They're going to get shot from window. And yet Spook is there for the trade. It's everything just clicking like a well-oiled machine right now. And they're up 5-0 because of it.
You know, and Doctor, I have to ask, just because I'm curious. I like asking people, you know, different opinions. But if you're in the shoes of CA and you're down 0-5, what do you do? You know, what faults are they making, if any, that are unable to secure a round yet against Wichita?
So right now, I think they're just playing too slow, right? Like, as we see the Hunter's Fury come out on the defensive side, I think that they're too slow to the take, right? Like, they're going to get this pick, and now they're able to run onto the side to try and get the absolute best chance possible, and this is a much quicker situation. Like, look at the difference between this round and the rounds before this one. Before, they were hanging out very slowly, hanging around garage, window, a short, and then they were waiting for the perfect moment that just never came to strike. This round, though, they just went at it. They hit the first shot, exploded onto the bomb site, quite literally with the showstopper, and they're in an amazing spot to win right now.
Last player standing.
A great play by Unlucky, able to shut down that push, as it is all up to Pix. He's able to get a kill in the race here. Pix, good lord, what a kill by him. As he's trying to bait out the person C-Long, he does know somebody's there. He was unsure of Sir Clay there in garage. Doing everything he can, but unfortunately was not enough. And now, Cursed Ascension is on the board. And Doctor, man, you, the Prophet, nailed it on the head. I mean, like what you had said, they were playing slow, and right there, they just said, hey guys, you know, what are we doing? And just got a little bit more aggressive, and now they were able to secure that win by making a C-Long push.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes that's literally all it takes is just be a bit quicker to the draw. And that was an interesting round too, because they were pretty much all on half armor, like we do see here once again. But they're not set up for the same play. It looks like they're going to go back to try and get these picks at mid and potentially A to try and make something happen. And we'll have to see if the changeup was enough to jiggle the confidence into them, or if they're still gonna fall to the same traps.
Wichita playing a little bit passive, trying to see if they can find a fault there in Cursed Ascension's play, as Xeno able to secure that first blood there on A long.
Oh, Remix almost caught with the arrow out, is able to clutch it back up and take it out over Reina there, and so now it's 4-on-4. This is a pretty good spot to find yourself in. Less good now that Sir Clay has shown up on the scene.
Sir Clay able to get his Neuro Theft out, as well as a pick on the site, as utility is coming out from Wichita. Oh, Clay able to get that Molotov on the default, and is going to delay that bomb plant. A great play by him.
Everything coming together. Spike is planted, but shoots him in the head through the box. easy clap there coming in from Spook as they are able to get the defuse as well. And this is danger time for CA though, right? Like they won a round, lost a round after being not quite the best spot economically. So let's take a look at this again. And yeah, it's gonna have to be another save round.
You know, unfortunately, and Trap, you know, is just not able to get the ball rolling here. 0-7. You know, he's got to help out his team there. And RC, if he had just, you know, I like calling Valorant Timerant sometimes, because he had just waited one more second for that neural theft to go off, he would have known that Sova Remix was behind on the B site and would have maybe been able to get that kill. I'm not too sure, but you know, unfortunately, stuff like that does happen. And once again, another round goes in favor of Wichita.
Oh, just barely seeing a pixel there, but was already mid-reload animation. But because it's a save round, there's not really that much danger as Pix is going to open it up again. There's actually pretty much all ultimates available. It's just the Hunter's Fury missing from Wichita as well. I don't think we're really going to have to see them this round, but definitely expect next round to just be absolutely banging with ultimates.
And we do have ults, 4 ults actually on each side. I'm not sure if CA is actually going to use any of them again because of them being on a save round, but it looks like they're not really sure of what to do here. You know, they're going through garage here. They're able to smoke it out and able to push back the Omen for Wichita.
Oh man, but
it looks like
it's still not quite working out, huh? Well, that's an interesting play. It is obviously really working out for them as Pix is able to pick up the 3, looking for 4. But yeah, neural theft on a pistol round like that, bit of a commitment, I will say.
Yeah, and you know, I could kind of see what they're going with there. They were trying to see if they could find anybody, you know, out of position, somebody that was going to be unaware of their pushes, and they just were not able to find a weak spot in that defensive side, and you know, going down, but now they're able, again, in a bind position. Let's see if they're able to, you know, try to work it back and see if they can win, you know, maybe just a couple more of these remaining rounds here.
Yeah, unfortunately at this point you've already, you know, lost the half, and so a lot of it is coming down to, can you make it a respectable half? Like, are you going to give yourself a chance to, you know, come back here on the defensive side? And right now they are trying their best. The Showstopper going to get launched in Remix though, the only one on the board so far.
You know, and with what success they had on the C, they said, hey, we'll go ahead and try it again.
So far, so good.
And Zeno, I'm not sure if he misclicked his DPI or something on his mouse or got disconnected, but he was aiming at the ground, which is not where a player is going to be. And unfortunately, that plant is just going to absolutely crumble. And once again, Wichita is just showing utter dominance here.
Yep, and so I think we're starting to near the end of the CA playbook, unfortunately. We've seen fast, we've seen slow, we've seen, you know, pick, we've seen, you know, set play, and Wichita Oblivion are just on lock right now. Like, they are just not giving an inch to anybody on CA's team. And as we head into the, you know, the last 3 rounds of the half, again, is it going to be a respectable half, or is it going to end up being 11-1? That's up to the question for CA. And, you know, obviously they would prefer one or the other, but like, are you already mentally preparing yourself to, you know, potentially force the game onto pistol round?
That would definitely be a terrible situation, but CA able to get 2 kills there. And now they are at a 2-man advantage, 5-3. Spook is going to answer back with a nice headshot onto RC.
You know, I wasn't wild about that skin color on that gun, but you know what? If it's working out for him, I may have to just go pick up some Radiantite for myself as Sir Clay taking down the enemy jet. Spike's going down. 2v4 situation, definitely favoring CA right now. We'll have to see if they can keep it together. 4v1, I think they will.
and then a crucial round win there for CA. I think Wichita was getting a little over aggressive there on that push, and they got they paid for it. So now as CA going into round 11, you really want to get these last 2 rounds. You need to make it 8-4.
Yeah, they're going to be playing into the operator for the first time, I believe, so far, though. Pix finally picking that one up in the last 2 rounds, which, I mean, as a Jet player, that's very interesting. Hunter's Fury being used as the information play. Actually going to pick up a kill on a trap. Oh, no. It is. That's actually a nice trade. For Xeno, I think you take that one. Spook, though, not letting it up that easy.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Oh, no.
And Spook into the shadows using his ult. And I wouldn't necessarily always say teleporting into spawn is a good idea, but with just both Hunter Furies into play, that was a great ult by him because I don't think anyone was paying attention. And now with the 3K, he does go down. No theft coming out from Clay, but he is in a 1v3. He does have bomb down, but yeah, Wichita just absolutely picking that up and pushing into spawn.
Yeah, Pix just had to make sure that the operator got some usage here as we head into the halfway point. Didn't want that to go unfired. Pretty solid scoreline, I would say, across all of Wichita. You do like to see nice, even clumping like that, right? Where it's not just like one player just absolutely outshining the rest. Having a nice, even team distribution, I feel, means that you have a lot more options, and options give you flexibility. And flexibility gives you victory. I think, anyway.
No more charges left.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Doctor. Absolutely. And we get a little bit of a lazy bounce there. Left able to take that up, and Spook taking somebody out there in sewers. RC is going down.
Nice little boop there.
To the shadows is going to come out there for CA, as he is actually had been trapped, almost going down, but is able to stay alive there and has decent map positioning for his team. Paranoia is coming out. Unfortunately, he is going to take out by Remix. Remix getting a nice double kill on the site, as it is still a 1-man advantage.
Runner back was used. Operator being picked up once again by Pix. Where's the spike? It's here on Xeno once again. Being forced to retreat away from that A site, though. Just a stone wall in front of them so far. They're going to bring that camera back. It looks like they're going to try and rotate all the way to C. Unfortunately for them, there is somebody here waiting for them. Clay, though, not wanting to get too over aggressive. We'll be able to hear the plant, though. That's huge.
30 seconds left.
And that bomb is going to go down there, as the retake is going to come out from Wichita. They do have a man up. Still a man up. Xeno left alive, 33 health.
Completely wrapped up, though. 2v1, double peek him, wins the half, 10-2. It all comes down to the pistol. I think the map truly comes down to this one round. You have to imagine.
Yeah, I agree. As CA, your backs are against the wall here, and there's a lot of pressure against them, because if they do not win this pistol, I mean, if I were them, you would have to force up, because if you lose at 11-2, now it's match point, and now you're having to win every round after that, and that's just a lot of pressure to deal with. So, as CA, I'm sure they need this pistol round if they want to continue and ultimately bring it back here. But Wichita, wow, what a dominant first half for them. All of them absolutely playing out of their minds there. If you just look at the scoreboard, all of them just carrying each other's weight, able to pick up the necessary kills they needed.
Yeah, and we were thinking that they were, a bit of a struggle bus team, but look at this, already onto the site, trading 1-for-1. It does leave that garage position open, though, which can be a huge thorn in their side if they're not able to get in there and clear it properly. Spike just now going down, but Pix is going to have the peak. RC's already popping off with 2 quick kills.
A solid 2 kills by him, as he's able to heal up now at 150. As he's going to try to push through Lit.
remaining.
able to take one down, but
RC, holy,
Did you really expect that to work?
absolutely.
that's the round they needed, man. That's they needed. Now, will they continue this? Who knows? But look, man, that round was able to give them just a little bit of breathing room here, but they have to continue it as they are going to go ahead and buy up. And interestingly enough, you know, with Wichita, obviously the entire team's feeling themselves. I would have thought maybe they would have forced to kind of just like ego buy and see if they can win that round. But you know what? They're going to play it safe, respectable move, as they are, you know, going to buy up just a little bit, but still, again, enough to have money the next round.
Yeah, plus, I mean, they've shown that they can do some good stuff with pistols before, so we are going to have to see if they truly can hold on to that. Unlucky in a bit of a cheeky spot here. Does get caught, has to drop down into the fire, drops a grenade on themselves. RC and Remix pick up kills, but Trap is here to close shut the door. Can they get out safely? The answer is no, because they have to reload. Oh, no, disaster.
Remix on site, trying to hold him at bay with the shock dart. Picks, able to get a nice headshot. Remix. Oh no.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. Clay's able to get one, but still finds himself in this 1v2. They are going to fall away from the angle. They find out exactly where he is. He gets one. There's still hope.
Sir Clay, 44 health. Clay versus Clay. And Clay wins the match.
Yo. They didn't get a thrifty though, so they do have to, you know, stay alive in that sense, I guess. I think that deserved a thrifty game. Come on now, they came in with pistols, but oh no, look at what that does for them. They now have 5 rifles because yes, the Bulldog, while it's not exactly super amazing, is indeed a rifle.
And so now, CA once again in such a bad position here. They're just going to try to get what they can here to have enough money for match point round. Trap not able to destroy that recon just in time and is going to teleport at the worst time possible. Picks. Good lord, sir, go off as he just dashes in and just absolutely clear sight for his team to go ahead and plant that bomb.
Look at Sir Clay. Sir Clay's just standing there like, what do I do? it's a 1v5 and I have a classic. He's trying to just get something back, but it's map point.
Match point.
As we got a replay going on here as, again, Trap, if he had just destroyed that recon dart just a little bit faster, and again, just, God, timer rant, part 2, picks, man, look at that. A clean triple kill and absolutely clearing up sight there for that plant. And now it is match point. Doctor, is this the end of Cursed Ascension here?
I don't know. This is an interesting predicament they do find themselves in. They do have double garage, it kind of looks like. Yes, there's like a hangover into B, but there's so much noise being made over at the C site. They've pretty much rotated all the way over. Once again, they're going to get caught by that recon, but I don't know. Wichita, like you said, they might just ego it, right? Like they've won up to this point. Why not just, you know, throw around at C site once again?
Cover going out.
But it looks like they do not commit there on the C, and they're going to go ahead and rotate on over to A here.
There's somebody waiting for them. It is Sir Clay looking to stop the dragon here, but oh no, those shots are just barely missing. Oh man, run it back. Clay's on the site. Here comes the Hunter's Fury from the offensive side. Looking to pick up more kills. He gets a double!
Oh,
Remix wins the round! You have to believe. Oh no.
Spike planted.
As unlucky, he's got to check his corners here. Picks waiting for him. He's going to back out. Oh no. Oh, you got to check your corners and just pure dominance. Wichita, an absolute train just running through Cursed Ascension. GG's. Doctor, It's kind of weird going from quadruple overtime, into a stomp. And no bias here. I was not expecting, either team. I didn't know how they were going to play exactly, but man, Wichita just absolutely outperformed Curse's Engine in every way possible.
Yeah, they just absolutely ran straight through them. Like, I don't remember the superhero's name from The Boys, but whatever the speedster is, when he just shreds that woman, that's exactly what we just saw there. And quadruple overtime to that. It's a bit of a whiplash match, but yeah, just absolutely congratulations to Wichita Oblivion. They're going to be moving on here in the tournament. They're staying alive, keeping the dream alive, and so we're going to kick it on over to Seymour and Ravishing Ravish once again there on the desk. So stay tuned, folks. They're going to break that down a little bit more for you here today, and you definitely aren't going to want to miss their words of wisdom.
See. We'll get another one. Sylph will find Doobie. Blast us. Find Sylph, though, in the trade, and now it's a 2-for-2.
Yeah, Doobie being able to pick up 2 kills there is absolutely huge, though. So much damage to the economy if they can continue to get more here. As Deluxey gets 1, goes for 4, can't secure it. Badger needs to pick up the slack, but that is still a round win, but very costly for AU, losing 4 members to pistols.
Smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see, because they are taking their time. They are making sure that they don't get caught off guard by some of these piecemeals. As Quantavious, as soon as I say it, DEFCON gets caught off guard.
So after 2 complete barn burners of a game here, Colin, we decided to go ahead and give y'all a break and show you sometimes these things do happen, sometimes even this far in, all the way into the quarterfinals here. I'm Ravishing Ravish yet again by Colin Seymour here. Now, Colin, 13-2, that's where it already ends off here. And Haven, I have to say, I expected as much.
You don't really get too many overtimes in Haven. It's pretty much a one-sided affair every single time you go in. It's like, it's occasionally when you find that team, it's just that's wall to wall just equals, that Haven will be a lockdown of basically just attacking sides. But right now, Wichita coming into this, they were on their toes right now. They shut down Cursed in their shoes. Like, they didn't let them get anything out of this, and they sat there and dusted off their shoulders. We want the semis, and they get the semis.
And I could not be happier here, man. Like, more and more with these teams as we get closer and closer. Like, although the competition is like getting tighter and tighter, sometimes these blowouts happen when a team is not prepared. Though we're talking about Haven already now. We didn't have time to really go into the map, though, but you can tell already within some of the plays that we saw before, right? Don't want to go ahead and mention if a team is not tried, true, and practiced on the map, you can easily get outrated, outclassed, and outcornered too, especially on that A site with such a detriment, which you saw already that came in, for WO. Sorry, for the previous teams as well here, Colin, because A site can't, especially when you attack it cleanly, going through sewers with the initial plays, you get the opening pace clear out. Heaven is yours for the taking. It all depends on the post plan positioning, and I gotta say here, man, it was clean play across the board.
As solid as you could ask for in a game of Valor. And you know what got them through it? You know why Wichita was able to do what they did?
Why is that?
Can you see it?
I can. But are you talking about the famous gamer drink, which everybody should be ordering right now at Drink Control, the CTRL, which is the meal replacement, and that good, and then you can get 10% off if you use your order code GLG10.
That yummy. It's that yummy that you could get to help you boost yourself on the Valorant standings, getting yourself to Radiant if you even ask for that. Drink Control is going to help you get there. Might not, if you read the disclaimer at the bottom. It might not, but we're saying that it is going to help you get there right now. You just have to go to the checkout and use GLG10 to get that 10% off discount. Bring yourself some control, level up your game, win some Valorant, It's a step-by-step process that can flow right into your hands.
Remember, drinkctrl.com. Use the offer code GLG10 at checkout. But guess what? That's not all. If you enter, every purchase you make will enter you into a giveaway for a free large bag.
Did you say free?
I said free. The 4-letter word that is the way into my heart, my brother. It is not LOVE. It's not HUGS. It is FREE. Tell that to me and I will be yours, I promise you.
You're telling me that hugs aren't the way to your heart.
No, sir. It's free.
FREE.
FRE. And you too can possibly get your free bags when you use the code GLG10 at checkout drinkcontrol.com. Control. It's good for you, maybe.
It's also good. You know, it's good. It's good for us. It's good for you.
Exactly.
You get Drink Control. If they love us more, we get to love you. No, I'm just kidding. If they love us more, we get to give you guys free stuff more.
It's a very imbalanced relationship that we have already going on here, right? It's like, we'll love you more. Don't you want us to like you more?
Yeah, don't you want us to give you free stuff? FREE.
Hey, man. If you drink control, that shorty that you've been texting might just text you back. You don't know.
Hey, King, keep your head up because Drink Control, it'll get you there.
Yes,
Drink
sir.
Control,
Remember,
it'll help you out.
no need to be down bad at all, bro. Because there were times I was down bad. I was down tragic on days. I was down horrendous, Seymour. You know, pick me back up, bro. Drinking control, my brother. GLG10. GLG10, I check that, yes, sir.
I thought you were just built different.
No, man. It's all of us have been down bad before, which is unfortunately, which does happen in some matches already. But like we're already talking about, with Haven, I want to go and talk about specific play too within the previous match, right? You saw, you saw T side pushing in, A side got a couple picks and started to go ahead, slow play it, and move back down in onto C, right? What you were talking about before, the key to so many of key plays on Haven is knowing when and where to commit. That is absolutely huge, right? That usually can be used for fakes and possibly even initial flanks too. But like, if you commit and you get bodied, that's a little bit of unlucky there, my friend.
Well, I'm gonna say this is gonna be a totally different game right here. I mean, we're going back into Haven with Elysium versus Wichita Oblivion. This is going to be crazy because Elysium, it's a team that I highlighted back at the start of the show. They just came off the playoffs of the NSG X Complexity qualifiers for their Valor Monthly that they had. They went hand to hand with the big guns. And now in GLG, Wichita, they just slapped the cream of the crop off here. They moved themselves in the semifinals, and now they have the Goliath ahead of them of Elysium Val. So this is going to be a tough game that you're looking at between Wichita and Elysium. Haven, it's going to be an interesting matchup because you're looking at this attacker-sided map where you can play the pace of the defensive team, and you can bait them to site to site. So I'm looking for the attackers. If Wichita is going to take over Elysium here, I need to see them get crafty. I said it yesterday in our Call of Duty cast, and I'll say it again today for Valorant. If you want to take out the big guns, and you're not level to level skill with them, you have to get crafty here. I want to see some baits. I want to see some site swaps, some quick rotations, and I want to see some cheeky levels, some cheeky angles to take the fights at. So this is going to be an interesting matchup on Haven.
Hey man, everything I got in my selfies is full of cheeky angles. That's where all that goes and fills up. But like you were mentioning, about what you'll see more on Haven, like definitely here see more, right? How it already breaks down to where the team is, what I was talking about before, committed to a certain site. Let's say you go ahead and open up on B set, right? You're moving in through the mid, you go ahead, Sova, draw it out. Right, so draw it out, look around, grass is open, garage, you find a person there, and then all necessarily depends on how you can try to go ahead and slow play this. You could try to go ahead, force them util out, right? Force a couple of smokes, go for a couple of pot shots, right? And try to bang out garage and while your teammates go ahead and move down into A. But it also heavily depends on when you move on to a site, whether or not you're dry peeking, how you're moving on it, and the executions at the end. And we haven't even talked about the retakes you're seeing more. The retakes that are present on Haven have to be done with clean execution and precision. Right? Whenever you have it over a man advantage on the defending side and you want to go in onto a site, playing around, I find your Omen, your Omen and also your Jet if you also got one too, right? Bobby weaving throughout the smoke using the paranoia, but to give yourself some cover and allowing yourself to enter onto the site can be massive. And the way our teams are able to do it cleanly, it's a little bit of a chess kiss.
I think the support players are going to be crucial for a map like Haven as well. I totally agree with you. I mean, you look at the site control and how important it is for the attackers. Like, this is an attacker-sided map, but it's not so straightforward as you expect. I mean, you need that utility to get in there. You need that utility to keep the defenders out, and you need that communication to make it all happen. So I'm looking at Wichita, Oblivion, and Elysium to focus down on communication, get the support players in, and I think it's really a lot of this game is going to come off of the initial agent pick. So if we're looking at the agent picks across the board, I want to see possibly 2 support players, 2 duelists, and a flex to go on top of this. Like just anything you want, like that fill in spot at the end to kind of make that surprise pick on them. Sometimes we see a Viper come in. Sometimes we see a Breach. You know, it's whatever the team prefers at that point. But how do you feel about that?
And I'll talk about that too, because I find Breach is so undervalued, especially in the NA meta. I think he's so good, man. He's such a fantastic initiator if your team plays around him, right? Because unlike with the Sky, you can actually just go ahead and use your flash and entry at the same time, right? Your flash left for 2 seconds to over the walls, and your ruptures and your fault lines can clear out entire sites before your team even needs to enter them as well. So if you're going, let's say you're going down C, even on the defensive side, you can actually anchor that point by yourself. You don't necessarily have to be the site for the killjoy, with your util. Depending on being able to quickly just jiggle peek, flash out front line, and move out all the way back can be huge, especially if you have support around garage for yourself, right? Which is why I personally like Breaches holding down those long sight lines, because it works genuinely well, and getting a huge concuss on 5 people just feels nice, bro.
That's
Especially
the rolling thunder too.
Yeah, bro. Entry onto the sites, clear everything out, concuss all mans you see. Everyone is getting thumped. You and your dad. Everyone, pop.
Thump. Look, it's thumping your camera right now too.
Exactly, bro. I just got breach ulted. I don't know.
I bet that would be absolutely terrible to just be sitting at your desktop.
Yeah, can you imagine we just sitting
just boom.
See, I got breach ulted.
Oh my! And you know what? I'm disappointed with today's the grand finals. I can't believe we haven't seen an icebox yet. Like seriously.
Yeah.
I expected to see icebox coming. I think that map doesn't get enough love either. It came out. I feel like it got hated on day in, day out, but it's warmed up to me. It has a nice warm place in my heart now.
I agree, especially since the height changes on A side and on B side, coming on the attacker side too. It's become a lot less like vertical and just like and it's allowed to be actually play up against as I go ahead and readjust from the breach ult, right? I think Icebox makes it such an interesting map because not only for the way you're able to hold down sites and just how many tight corners there are too. This is where I think creative team play really comes into it, right? You actually have to work with your team to be able to, 1, go ahead and plant, right? 2, make sure you don't get caught out, and 3, be able to cover your angles because it's such a wide area. Playing around smokes, flashes, and what I think is great is using a sage wall to be able to increase the verticality for yourself. Big.
There's so many options for Icebox to go out with, and to see it just not get picked out I think that's something that a lot of teams can look at in this, and they can scrim Icebox, get good at it. You take it. It's one of those picks that not a lot of teams practice, but it's an underrated map. If you can get good at Icebox, I mean, you can take some big teams down if they're not ready for it. So I'm surprised I haven't seen it get picked at least once by one of the first round teams or the second round teams. You know, the team trying to take a surprise game off of one of these higher veterans of the Pit of Valor. But there's something I actually want to cover in before we get into this matchup before Elysium and Wichita Oblivion. Is that Wichita Oblivion right now? Yeah, cheers to that one. But Wichita Oblivion right now is the only team in the Pit of Valor that has previously been in the Pit of Valor. So if Wichita gets taken out by Elysium right now, we're going to have a new champion.
That's absolutely wild. Cheers to new champions, just here, I gotta say.
Exactly.
But now, I do hold the best for both of these teams, but I love all the support that we've especially gotten from all these teams and everybody watching as well here, man. It makes it just so much more fun to be able to see this brand new talent come in, rise up, and fight and show their valor and stuff, especially with how much uncapped stuff we got. Like, it could possibly even lead to you joining the Radiant Arena here, Seymour.
Ooh, the Radiant Arena would be classy if you come in here. You know, coming up January 8th, we are going to be holding. If I see that, we're going to be holding the Radiant Arena. It's going to be returning back to the GLG stream. What does that mean? It means we are going to be testing out the wits of, I think, 8 teams. It said, 8 specially invited teams who are going to be that high class, high level Valorant action that you've always expected from the Pit of Valor, this time just in the gladiatorial battle of an 8-team bracket. We get to see who the best comes out from that. And if you want to be invited to the future Radiant Arenas, I mean, DM GLG at GL Gaming Lounges on Twitter. Let us know your Immortal Plus team. And maybe that could be you specially invited to the next Radiant Arena. Maybe that could be you taking that big cheese away from the big name teams that we have to offer. As anything can happen in the world of Valorant.
It could be you, man. It could be you with us yelling our names through the mountains, house, bothering my mother, and just trying to do work, right? It could be you making sure, it could be you making sure that you end up on my reel. Don't you want to be on my reel, man?
I want to be on your reel. Can I be on your reel?
You be on my reel, bro. You can be on my reel, man.
You can be on my reel too.
Hey, thanks, man.
As these teams get ready, Revshing, if we're gonna we've talked about what we want to see from the agent picks, what we want to see in terms of roles.
Mm-hmm.
What are you expecting out of the agent picks right away, though? Like, we talked about how you want to see a breach, how you want to see possibly a Sage Wall. Maybe I talked about maybe a Viper. We've seen that before on Haven. But what do you expect to see?
I expect to see like the overall classic setup too. With the smokes, his Omen is essential. So I imagine at least with the Omen, likely a Jet and a toss up between Reyna or Phoenix. Right?
Okay.
Those I think are definitely possibilities. Or Raze if you're feeling freaky deaky. But I think it's usually either Raze or Jet are the classics here. But Reyna, I think overall is really good on Haven, especially if you're a good Reyna player. They can absolutely take over the entire map. Because you saw before, especially remember in map number 1 when we were on Ascent, fantastic Reyna play across the board. Was able to catch people on flank consistently and create so much space and exert pressure between both of the teams, which is absolutely awesome, right?
And
that's what I imagine seeing.
It's one thing that you see a Reyna duelist come in on defense for a map like Haven. That Reyna can provide that aggression through your defensive setup to take out the attack and slow the tempo of the attackers into your favor, which is what I would definitely like to see as well.
I couldn't honestly, Seymour, I couldn't agree with you more, man. It's just, I want it, I need it, and I love it. Now that all being said here, guys, we're all about ready to go. The team's already in. The R's are in chat. We're heading to the semifinals, baby. So, Kegler, Neck, and Doctor, take it away.
See, we'll get another one. Sylph will find Doobie. Blast us. Find Sylph, though, in the trade, and now it's a 2-for-2.
Yeah, Doobie being able to pick up 2 kills there is absolutely huge, though. So much damage to the economy if they can continue to get more here. As Deluxey gets 1, goes for 4, can't secure it. Badger needs to pick up the slack, but that is still a round win, but very costly for AU, losing 4 members to pistols.
Smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see, because they are.
Welcome everybody, here we are in the quarterfinal matchup between Wichita Oblivion and Elysium. I'm the Doctor, being joined by none other than Maximilian Kineguluk, and we are going to be bringing you this here. And I'm going to be honest with you, I actually practiced saying your tag, and I'm pretty sure I still said it wrong on air.
I mean, Kinegulek sounds pretty cool, but it's Keglenek.
I swear to you, I practiced it. I was thinking about it earlier today, and I was like, I'm gonna cast with Max today. I should learn how to pronounce his tag, Keglenuk, 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 and then I come in here and say Cthulhu, and it's just not the same. But we're already starting off with a bit of a pistol round here.
Yeah, we are already starting off pistol round. We do have Wichita Oblivion already starting off pretty good on the right foot. They do have a little bit of damage on the jet, but regardless of that, you do lose pretty much all the intel Kairos is bringing out for their attacking round. So it's kind of tomato-tomato. Campion's able to bring it back a little bit more, take down the jet. That's going to put things in a very interesting position. And it seems like the attackers are going for an unconventional method of into A? Question mark?
Oh man, the good old... The good old B to A split, you love to see it, and it certainly worked out for him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it did work out for them, surprisingly. They still have a body up over Wichita Oblivion, and I think just about everybody wasn't expecting to see that. Certainly I wasn't.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh man, just peek out, clips him through the wall. Spook is down, leaving this in a nice 3v1 for poor old Light here. Bomb is ticking away. They're going to be able to get down to the box safely, but the triple peek is turning out to be just a bit too much.
I'm genuinely surprised that worked, but, you know, congrats to them, too. That was a really interesting pistol round, and in pistol rounds, we don't normally get to see a lot of huge rotate action happening, unless it's like, you know, on Haven, especially, you know, going from A site, rushing in, not having it work out, and then rotating all the way to C. There was a lot of methodical planning coming up from that pistol round, going to B side to A, and for Kairos, I thought that worked out really well, and I'm wondering now if we're going to see more action like that in more rounds where there's higher utility.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait and see, because we are going to be heading into the second round. There does seem to be a bit of a force coming in from Wichita, though. They have upgraded some pistols. They're on the move. They're schmoving. They bust out that tripwire, but now they're a little bit out of position, if I may.
I mean, they're out of position, certainly, but look at Wichita Oblivion. They're just pushing up. They're being as aggressive as can be. Remix is going to get taken down in his prime, and Kairos is being pretty much put in the same position as last round. 3 up ahead, 2 bodies left on Wichita Oblivion, and this time the plant is pretty much same set in stone, except on A, it's going to be going to C. The only difference here is that the Phoenix pushing up through Garage may find some action onto the Omen, but no. Flame Set's going to fall, and Lit is going to find Kairos, but that's only going to bring it to a 2v1. Wichita need to find a way to play less aggressive if they want to push up to this bomb in the post plant, and already they have no positioning and no utility to work with.
Yep, no cages, no tripwires left. They're just gonna have to win this peak 1v1. They get it! Can they go for it? No, they hit the defuse! And that split second tears it away from them.
You gotta give it to Lit, though. That was a really good attempt overall, making his way onto the site. I mean, the Phoenix, you know, Clay already did put in a lot of the effort, kind of paving the way to make it there, but he caught the Omen completely off guard, and he was able to almost get that final kill onto, I believe that was Impulsive, but he just missed the mark just a tiny bit with that crosshair.
Yeah, it was also the Stinger versus the Spectre, and a lot of people are actually going to tell you that the Stinger is now categorically better due to the faster fire rate. So there's a world where he potentially just simply got outgunned, as Clay, off the rip, taking down Campion in that duelist duel, and falls right back to Garage.
So we've seen an A take so far, we've seen a C take. I'm curious to see if we're going to see a full-on B take this time instead of rotating just onto A. right now, this is a much slower round for Kairos. They're not really having a dedicated pushing plan now. They're not really finding those opening frags either. Wichita Oblivion, though, I like them not going aggressive this time. They're holding down, they're staying like a potted plant, and so far, everyone's still alive.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like getting aggressive on the defensive side kind of makes you like a bit of a mandrake, right? Like, as long as you're in your pot, you're nice and calm. As soon as you push outside of that, though, you start crying and wailing like a little baby. But this time, though, they're staying safe, they're staying comfy, and look at that! They're given the opportunity to come out ahead because of the reward they've earned by standing still.
It's a completely consolidated push going into B main right now. Everyone from Wichita Oblivion must collapse A and C side
30 seconds
in order
left.
to deny this plan. Everyone's be blinded out completely on the site. Spook is gonna make his way in, and I'm really wondering how they can take over the site. Impulsive's blinded out completely. The spike's still in his hand, but he hasn't gone for the plant yet. Only one left alive now. He needs to go now or never, and it's gonna be Clay coming in from behind, able to find Impulsive. That was a really good collapse from Wichita Oblivion. They played patient this time, and they adapted around the style that Kairos loves to go for previously.
Yeah, plus they had that nice little flank coming in from Garage. You know, having that three-pronged attack can be really kind of devastating because, as you saw there, Elysium just simply didn't know where to look, right? Like, they had to look left, they had to look right, they had to look behind them, and it actually turned out that they got fragged from literally every one of those door openings.
And that's the issue with attacking on B side directly, is that you go for that risk, and you have so many defenders traditionally on C and on A side. They're going into B, the direct middle. There's only three ways that the attacker or the defenders can go in, but it is such a huge consolidated area, and it's so easy to retake. But it looks like they're not going to make the same mistake again here. They're not going to go for B site, but instead a more traditional A take than we saw in the pistol round. The spike already making its way towards A long. It's only going to be lit on the top of A site. Remix is going to find K-Rose, so that's going to be a great start of taking down more intel. But with Lit still on the site, though, he's going to be a huge anchor for everybody to be taken down, especially Campion.
That's incredibly unfortunate. Campion was paranoid by their own omen, unfortunately, and the spike carrier dropped once again, brings it into this 1v2. If he can grab the spike, he can teleport out, though, but he is going for a bit of an aggressive push here in this 1v3. May want to save that for next round.
Yeah, K-Rose right now playing a little too aggressive for their liking. He's able to find one, though. Thomas is going to take down Spoog, but Remix is there to get the first and I believe final kill of the round as well. That's going to make things an even 2-2 and Doc. Every other game I think we've streamed so far has been insane with high score counts. I have a feeling that this game's not going to be too much different.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be definitely different for Wichita coming off that 13-2 victory. You know, they're already in danger of losing more rounds here than they did in that map entirely. But I think they're feeling pretty confident. You know, that definitely does put you in a good mood. You know, winning a tournament match in that fashion. You do need to be very careful, though, because you can definitely find yourself a little overconfident as we do get the run it back and the Hunter's Fury being triggered.
Ooh. But speaking of a little bit of overconfidence there, Spook goes for some pop shots directly down C-Long. He's able to make it work and get out of the way, but Campion takes advantage of that and gets a double kill out of it as well. He's able to just maneuver himself onto the site, take advantage of the speed, and allow his team to take over and get that spike plant down directly. That's going to have Wichita Oblivion down 2 members, and it's not a great position to only have 2 venues of being able to attack.
Plus now we see Impulsive on this huge flank. There's simply going to be no expecting it. Drop down to 2 members. They're hard pushing onto the site, but Clay's not sure where to look. Cade's going to come out ahead. Remix in this really sticky situation will give the 3K over to Cade.
That whole round was entirely Cade and Campion just taking over the site. You know, Campion just sprinted on in using the jet dashes, and after that getting a double kill, it was all Cade. Post plant, triple kill, easy peasy, lemon squeezy it seems. But Wichita Oblivion, they did a pretty good job too holding down the fort. It was just that they got overwhelmed with the aggressive nature.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the way they've lost these rounds, right? Is these really weird, aggressive situations where you're forced to make, you know, a hard decision. Like, and I don't mean, yeah, like I didn't mean like an interesting decision. I just meant like you have to full commit to whatever decision you've made, as Clay's forced out of the window there.
Interesting that he was forced down, but no one pushes him through the smoke. But I guess it doesn't matter, question mark, too much. Spook is able to find Campion, but Cade, it seems his duo is able to find Spook in return. Overall, though, that's still going to be a spike planted down on the C site. We're seeing everyone in Wichita Oblivion relegated to the same exact pushing positions as before, but this time they have more members. Well, they did have as many members as before to play with, but now they're going to be down one. But they do have the Jet ult, and I think defensively right now that could be an interesting option to see.
Yeah, I do think you kind of either need to commit to using the ultimate or commit to saving. Oh, Jesus, Light. What an insane shot, and the rest of the round just explodes into action. They do need to figure out something about the defuse, though, but with everybody else going down, it's just Light left. He is going to go onto this flank and potentially pick up some exits, but the round is still going to end up going over to the Elysium squad.
Would you consider that a pixel peek?
What, the headshot from Light?
Yeah.
I don't know about pixel peak. Definitely a heady though.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think there was like 3 pixels I saw on the screen with his head.
Yeah, definitely not a lot. Yeah, definitely had the perfect gun too, right? Like I feel like if any other weapon is in that situation, like even say a Vandal, I think you maybe don't get it just due to that, you know, difference in first shot inaccuracy. So definitely the perfect setup there. Unfortunately, they're not able to finish out the round, but they do claim themselves the Vandal, which could become impactful moving forward.
It definitely could be impactful. The economy right now for Wichita Oblivion is something to look out for because they haven't been able to win the last few rounds. I believe they forced Bond, not last round, but the round before, and that put them in the eco position. But even then, it's just not great economically. They need to win this round.
Yeah, they need to start winning rounds in general, too, because they want their attacking side to be really as easy as possible. You don't want to have to go in with such a huge deficit that you just can't claw your way out of. And so right now, like you said, this is an impactful round. They can either get within 1 or go down to 3 and potentially be in danger of losing the half in general.
And this is a much slower attacking round than we've seen from Kairos lately. Last time they pushed through A, it was a lot slower, and I believe they ended up losing the round as well in the post plan. Campion and company, though, are going to be hiding in hell, and while 2 are on top of heaven, there's no viable way for them to jump down blind and try to get a triple kill. It's a possibility, but I don't see that realistically happening.
Why are there so many people?
Are they angels?
There's just so many people up there, and it's just being perma-smoked. It is now going to expire, but like, there's still 3 people here. You need to either get out the window or hit your shots, and even that, Campion just cannot make it through. Remix now with the Odin trying to get something done. Finally gonna be able to pick up Thomas, and everybody's dead. Hunter's Fury is procced. The bomb is ticking away. We'll be able to tank this last one. Not able to go down just yet, and the flank is on, but the defuse is in.
Wow. I would ask to see a replay, but I don't know if we actually really got to capture the magic of that round there from Wichita Oblivion. 3 of them on top of heaven, and from there we had the last 2 down below in a link, pushing their way in, and that must have been the initial entry for everyone to just decimate Kairos on the site. Were those 3 still in hell at the end of the round? Did they just camp there the whole time?
So
they must have dropped.
Cypher died.
Yeah.
Jumping out.
Get out of my way.
Cage triggered.
The operator was able to get a shot in. Remix is just shredding people with his Odin, by the way. Campion only has the classic after the ultimate. But to answer your question, largely yes, but also no, but also yes! Oh, Spook! Keeping his teammate alive! That would have been painful to watch if that Odin had lost to the classic. But for now, the spike's all the way on A, and it's... Oh no, he actually gets tagged by it. That's unfortunate, but...
Oh no. Everyone from Wichita Oblivion collapsing onto the site, almost completely blinded out. He's gonna get killed by Light. That's gonna be an easy defuse there, and Wichita Oblivion's gonna tie things 4-4 now against Kairos. I gotta say though, Kairos, when they win their rounds, they do it a little bit more in a flashy style, but they also take the most unorthodox approach to their attacking. But Wichita Oblivion, when they get that power position, they take the round over in style and in fashion.
It's also not super clean either, right? Like, how many rounds has Elysium won where they've had, you know, significant numbers alive and able to carry weaponry into the next round? Whereas,
That's
that round specifically from Wichita Oblivion, they had 4 members alive. They only needed to rebuy 1 weapon. And so you can take a look at these credit totals. You see one team fully kitted out, Operator, Odin, and still over 2K in pretty much the bank of everybody. Whereas Elysium, pretty much everybody's below 2K, and all they got is pistols.
It's going to be definitely a tough battle going forward. Because even 4-4, I'm curious to see how this is all going to go down, Doc. Because normally there is one team that's really on top of having an attack round or attacking path on Haven, and then the other side comes through. But this time it's an even defense and attacking at least 4-4.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a 6x half, and then it'll really be, you know, up to Wichita's attacking side to really set the pace of the second half of the game.
Ooh.
What?
These sheriff kills are crazy today. It's not even just one person. Light got one, Campion got one. Everyone's getting crazy sheriff kills.
That's just nutty. And it beat out the operator, by the way. And
Oh.
the operator actually never even saw the shot available, whether it was due to field of view or what. But Cade opening up once again, trying to get the spray down. Remix gets 2 and even takes out the Sheriff God Campion. And the spike is down, but no, it's not. Spike died. There's no plant.
Hunter's Fury putting in work. A 3rd sheriff kill this round. A 3rd one. Elysium's putting in work right now. And the last one alive is going to be Clay. He does have the running back. He could use it now, and it wouldn't be that bad of an option. He's able to find one. Maybe he doesn't need to use it at all. He's be hiding out a little
stay alive.
He just needs to stay alive. 10 more seconds. It takes 4 to plan. He just really needs to be alive for 5. But Kairos is going to go in for the kill. This could be what Elysium needs to break the stride, and there we go. Not finding the angle in time. Off by just a piece of building. He would have had it. Did that round go to Wichita Oblivion?
Yeah, it was the clutch.
Okay.
Yeah, it was.
I wasn't looking at the timer. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it died to time, or lost to time, excuse me. And I do really, really like that play there from Kairos to go aggressive and try and get the frag, because as soon as he turned to that corner and the clock hit like 10, he knew there was simply no shot, because it takes you 5 seconds to run from there to the spike, which you knew where it was. They just didn't have time. And so because they knew where the impulse had died from, they were like, all right, just, you know, rush as quickly as you can there without dying and try and at least trade frag and win the round that way. So I think that was the only shot at actually winning it, and it was literally just like a half second too slow.
Yeah, just a little piece of building slowed down that attack. That could have been Karios' round, but wow, and already a trade happening on A site. That's be full control of the site, I believe, minus, yeah, no, even including the Sova. It's going to rely, again, on these huge rotates from Wichita Oblivion to make do, and historically speaking on A site, they've been able to make this work really effectively. Somehow that green box does not shred away. Oh, that does. Omen just gets shredded away, seemingly not aware that Remix was shooting him from the box on the other side. But with that being said, though, 3v3, not sure where the rest of the attackers are. They're seemingly off-site. Remix is making full work of this Odin, though.
He actually almost killed him through the box and canceled the defuse, but Kairos from the held position gonna pick up 2. Spook forced to trade back, but now finds himself in this 1v1. Here comes the rolling thunder, kicks him into the sky, stops the defuse, but can he get there in time? Yes, he will. K3K picking up the round, tying it up once again.
Beautiful work from Cade. I love the way Kairos approaches a lot of bomb sites, especially A. They do, you know, they start with the more conventional methods where they approach almost solely by A long, and then once they get control of the site, they put themselves in the oddest and usually most beneficial positions that you don't normally think about as a defender. You know, in hell, sure, but they poke up a little bit sometimes. Sometimes they'll play around in A, you know, the pit area. There are conventional spots at times too, but a lot of the time they just play that so unruly, but Wichita Oblivion's able to skirt around that and make it work.
Yeah, and being able to pick up 2 from Hell, it's just money, right? Like that's the dream play right there. It completely saved the round at that point too. And one thing that I actually really like so far is we've seen Remix's Odin move around a bit. We've seen him on A, we've seen him in Garage and B, and it seems like as Spook picks up the kill, 2 HP by the way, the Fracture has always been where the Odin is, and it's always been the disruption to stop the left mouse click from happening.
But now Remix rotating around to C side. That's going to be a huge Hellfire going down Siege Long. That's not a lot of options you have. Sykes is going to pick up the Odin instead, pick up the mantle of his dead friend, and not going to make it work. Headshot against Pikes. That's going to be Thomas taking it down. And this is looking like a Kairos round once again. Not a lot of action happening. The Spike's going to go down, though, in a very weird position. Light has full control of the Spike, it seems. It's only really up to Kairos right now on the map to really contest the Spike and get it back with only 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
And Clay's just completely stomping around, making as much noise as humanly possible. Only has that frenzy though, so it's going to be really interesting to see if they can do anything. The answer is no. It's all down. Just the one member Light, but
they got the Spike.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the plant, but can they win the round?
Left.
This really should have been Wichita Oblivion's round and just flipped completely on their heads. Taking out the knife at the wrong second. Valor and timing. Thomas goes down. Kairos claps back. That's gonna be another Kairos round in the books. I mean, Elysium also, Kairos on the screen. They've done such a good job with these unconventional attacks. But, it's the same story again. Wichita Oblivion, they get those key positions too where it should be their rounds. Like, Light had the Spike in a very difficult spot to take the Spike back, but I guess from the difference of the smokes, the cyber cages, all of that, it made it really easy for, I believe that was Kairos themselves, to take the Spike back and go for the plant.
Yeah, but imagine a world where the Spike is not on that particular member, right? Like had it been on pretty much anybody else, they could have gotten that free plant instead of wasting, the 20 seconds it took to recover that, and the risk of recovering it, if potentially they'd gotten sprayed down through the smoke, had Cade not been able to get that flank kill onto Clay, that's a very different round. Is Spook, why are you there?
Spook has been doing some weird stuff on C Long. Last round he was on top of the green box trying to get some shots. He got the kill and landed with 2 health, and I think he survived for a while after, but Clay got 1, took down Camp, but I mean even then Cade is just there for the double kill. A lot of really interesting aggressive maneuvers coming up from Wichita Oblivion, and I'm not necessarily sure if I agree with it, but they're able to stay alive and still be in those key positions they need to be now for the post plant.
Yeah, and with the teleport, it is going to completely catch them off guard. It's all down to Light, who has now been smoked off. They are going to hold this position while they wait for backup. Double smoke here is going to give a bit of movement in for picks.
Cade came really close to getting that kill onto Heaven. So Light's in a weird... Well, never mind. He was in a weird spot. He could have pushed down through Hell again, but Cade got the triple kill. Thomas and Impulsive helping out as well. That's going to be another round in the books for Kairos. And now they're suddenly getting a huge lead that they once had, but then lost very quickly to Wichita Oblivion and their defuses.
And it brings us to a half point of the match, actually. It is 7-5. It is almost impossible to be closer than that. The only potential one that would be closer would potentially be 6-6, as that is how math works. Numbers also play a part in that. But yes, 7-5 on now the defensive side of the map. The categorically more difficult side of Haven specifically. But I mean, we've been seeing teams actually really struggle so far on the attacking side here today.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's something in the water today or what, but a lot of the attacks on Haven have been a little lackluster at times. Usually what you see is a dominant attack on Haven, and usually the defense isn't as strong, but this has been kind of going back and forth here, and I'm wondering if Wichita Oblivion can hold up the mantle too and use those 5 defensive wins to bring a victory out on the attack. You would think that this is going to be the easier side for them, but it's been really 50-50.
Yeah, and you can see them kind of stacking up here down C long. There is a camera just waiting to try and catch them in the vision. There is this one interesting flank potential from Campion who will be able to just break through that tripwire. Smokes are coming in, so the execute may be shortly after. And here it comes.
Oh, but Fi says, you know what? Screw the camera. I'm just going to go in and look around for anybody. And just because there's the camera doesn't mean there's anybody on the site. Everyone from Kairos needs to push in and on pistol round. So separated, trying to go for the post plan. You're going to get gunned down pretty quickly, just like Kairos and Campion did. Though, Kairos, though, on the left heel, they still need to push up and find that spike a little bit, but blinding utilities all going throughout. This could be the chance to bring it back. Impulsive with a double kill was able to help flat things out, but they're still going to keep on going. So we can see what this final cipher is. Someone in the garage, and someone needs to strike. Who is it going to be? Well, it's going to be Lit with a triple kill here. Impulsive is able to find not even one. It's going to be a 4K instead. Cade goes down. That's going to be Wichita Oblivion with a very dominant pistol round bringing things back.
Yeah, really solid stuff there. They were executing onto the site extremely quickly. The rotations coming in from Elysium were a bit slower. They did take a little bit longer to get onto the site. And once there, honestly, the shots from Light were just insane. Like picking up the 4K with that ghost, just one-tapping multiple members there and really keeping the round in their favor meant that they were able to lock it in, secure it down, and win the round here. And now they're within one of tying it back up again. And this time they have the offensive weaponry to do so.
His patience, too. If he had re-peeked Garage immediately, he would have been dead, and that would have been Kairos' round. Impulsive, though, is able to find Spook right off the rip, and the classic is going to be on both ciphers. He's able to take two down, and it's just a back and forth in this Garage. This fight's going to keep trading hands back and forth, but it's only going to land up in Light now. They take control of C again, but having the huge man disadvantage at this point, it's going to be a rough position, but if they're able to use their utility effectively, like that Cyber Cage, they might be able to stall things out just enough to have that bomb explode.
Yeah, I mean, they've taken the site, but at what cost? Campion has...
That cost! Light!
1v1.
Whoa!
HP.
Well.
Not in his favor, ends up going down to the stolen Spectre of Campion, and they're able to win the round off of that as well. That is not good. That is not good economically.
We are barely in the second half, Doc, and we're already seeing Light 20 and 10. Look at this again. Ready? He's gonna pre-fire the jet a little bit, sees the head, misses on by, puts the Cyber Cage down, and makes sure there's only really one effective angle for Kairos to push in. Campion, of course, gonna push through Garage instead of the Cyber Cage, able to take down one, but Light swerves around and gets a triple kill. No less.
Goes there.
But he gets gunned down by Campion still.
The spray transfer there was so crisp and so clean, just completely catching him off. And look at this, Campion looking for the big push again, is already into A short with this Spectre. Peeks it, can't even get one because the Ghost of Spook is ringing the bells of victory.
Ooh, but those bells might be short-lived, though. Despite everything here, it's still a very crazy push coming out from Wichita Oblivion. They're being smoked out completely. They have the site taken over. The cameras are out everywhere. But again, that same heaven defense that we saw Wichita Oblivion bring out oh so long ago now might come back to bite them again with a similar procedure. Kairos going to be flooding out instead, relegating himself away from the heaven. He's going to be pushing through A-Link instead.
Aldrone is going to get a bit caught out. Nice little camera pick by their Light only on the Sheriff, though. They're going to have to get some more damage down as the site is now under danger. Remix ringing out with a double frenzy. And now it's the 2v2, bringing it back. Sheriff can't quite connect. Defuse is already being happening as they peek out. That's still making things happen. Light looking to bring it back again. Can't quite hit the shot, but there's the time.
Oh, there's no time. Light stalled out long enough to get that explosion down. What is it with pistols being so effective this game? We've seen double kills with classics. We've seen double kills with frenzies. We've seen crazy Sheriff kills from both sides. Something's in the water with these two today.
It's just Pistol City, man. Pistoleros coming out big. And I mean, getting a double kill with a frenzy is so incredibly difficult because you have like 6 bullets and they're gone like that. Like, people think the Stinger is a quick gun. I feel like the frenzy just, maybe it's just confirmation bias, but I feel like those bullets are way quicker.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, just the trajectory and, the positioning helps a lot. Makes it seem a little bit faster when it's going through your brain. Oh, Kairos had that angle before. It was almost the pixel angle with the Sheriff, but not going to make it twice in a row.
Oh man, but he still gets on the Spook, and he's looking for more on the Light, the big carry here. He's tucked so deep into that corner. Kairos gonna jump up. Can I get it?
Ah, no, another Sheriff kill. That's a double Sheriff from Kairos right now. Campion able to get the knife kill as well. Wichita Oblivion, they have the spike at the bottom of C, but if they try to push up, there are so many defenders there, but the run it back will probably confirm that notion. From there, there's not a lot of places they can really rotate. They're kind of stuck in that cubby area, unless they rotate right now. The spike does trade hands, though, into the Sova, and it's going to be the sacrifice of Remix instead. You wanted the Phoenix to go down, if anybody, but Clay's the last one alive.
Spike not really accessible either. He is kind of trapped in this corner as people everywhere looking for him. He is just going to be able to pick up the spike and maybe get away, but there's not really a whole lot of a window to do so. Even picking up the spike, he has to somehow get to a bomb site, and he's got a double peeker there on his own spawn site. He's going to throw up the wall. He does get caught out by the camera, so they know exactly where he is, but there's still people waiting for him here.
Can he find one more? Clay's able to find one. The classic's out, so you guarantee he's going to get a kill, but no. The pistol's lying to me this time. Camping gets the final kill. That's going to be another round in the favor of Kairos. Oh, man. Whew, my tongue is swelling up from all the beautiful work that we're seeing here. It's just crazy to see. And we're actually going to see what seems to be a light buy, maybe even, I guess, an eco round from Kairos, and I don't even want to call this an eco round, to be honest with you, Doc, because the Sheriffs, from what we've seen from at least 2 of the 3 of the people wielding them, this could just be a regular round, all things considered. But Wichita Oblivion, they've been doing really good jobs at like the ending of these clutch rounds. A lot of the time, they're able to clutch out a little bit better than Kairos, but even in the positions where it seems dire, they're at least able to get one kill off the board.
Yeah, and double thrifties in a row. Unfortunately, it does put Elysium in this really tight position economically. Wichita Oblivion, really tight position economically, because not only did they get that win a round, lose a round situation, but their win round, they didn't even have to buy like SMGs. Like, they're stuck on those pistols, so they really haven't earned a whole lot of credits to try and put themselves in a good position. As Campion already taking out Spoog, and things are looking really good so far. Double kill. Plant might go in, but they're not even given the chance. Shock dart coming through on the picks, and it is just flawless.
Complete dismantlement of Wichita Oblivion on the A site. Just rushing in and smoking things out just has not worked out for them on the attack, and Kairos is really banking on that. We've seen that 2 rounds in a row now where they just kind of push onto a site very linearly, and having the smokes as either a barrier or even hindering them, they just get mowed down in that fashion. They need to split push maybe in order to get these frags, and that's exactly what Kairos is opting to do on the defense.
Yeah, they've spread out quite effectively, and so they're really being able to be in the best position to trade frag, whereas like these flashes now coming through, Campion not able to get a trade back. They were so far forward. Look at the little X. It's basically in the attacker spawn.
Yeah, that's a scary place to be in. Kairos, though, is already going to lose one member, though. That's going to be the Jet gone. Kairos, though, of course, going to be pushing up as well, and this is a weird angle from Kairos. He's just peeking in the middle of the garage. He might have the advantage if he has the quick reflexes, but you're also going toe-to-toe against Light pushing up garage. This is a very scary notion right now. Depending if he pushes up or not, the camera seems to have the audio that Kairos is there. And Light gets the kill on the Kairos. Beautiful. He's the clutch master, but he's not able to clutch up rounds.
Hunter's Fury gets popped as well, just trying to break back those defenders, but it's already a 5-on-3 with health bars very nearly gone on the side of Elysium as they do lose Impulsive, and it is now in dire straits. Double smoke up, keeping pick safe. Cade is still fragging out though, goes down, but gets traded effectively by Thomas before Wichita are able to claw back a victory.
Look at that very slow push coming up from Wichita Oblivion. They started out slow. They really thought about where they wanted to push and ended up going for A site. And that was super effective. They didn't leave any room for Kairos. They got the opening pick too, but they did not leave any room for those defenders to play aggressive and take over a site practically before even the attackers could.
It's a game plan that has been shown to work. They do need to do it quite a couple more times, though. They're down 5 away from victory, 2 away from tying it, and Elysium have not really shown any sign of letting up either, right? Like, their defensive side is still pretty strong. The wall being used to heal up quite a bit there after getting on the worser end of a trade in middle, and oddly enough, all of Wichita Oblivion are, like, clumped. Like, I feel like that's the first time we've really seen that, like, spot being used by them.
You're right. They're playing really uncharacteristically slow compared to before, but if you remember from last round, Doc, that worked out super well for them. They're going to go for the same exact slow A as before, and everyone on Kairos has not realized what the plan's going to be. The smoke's going to go down in heaven, though. This might give Tell to a rotate for Kairos' side, but Wichita Oblivion, they have the power to overwhelm the site right now. They're blinded out a little bit. Kane has the blind on short, but no, it was bait all along. They went through long, and Thomas got finds one, Trey finds another. It's an absolute trade city. Remix is able to find one, but overall, it was near flawless for Kairos. Just clean up the house there, even after the bait from Oblivion.
Cade 3K, more like Chad 3K, holding down that angle, making sure there's no possible pincer coming in. And yes, he went down, but it was a needed sacrifice to make sure that his duelist was able to pick up a kill there, if nothing else but for the ego boost. And now they're 1 away from potential map point. And let's take a look at the scoreboard again if we can, if we may. Essentially, map works.
No?
No, it's okay because producers aren't in the same channel as us, so they can't actually hear us talking. So that is totally fine. But lots being used here on the Wichita Oblivion side, and it's already being shut down by Campion's operator and Impulse's Phantom.
Oh man, taking trades you might not want to. Spook finds Campion, and that's gonna be the op gone. Wichita Oblivion are a man down right now, but honestly, in their positioning, it's not the worst situation. With having the Spook, I believe, the pole up a little bit there, he's able to find some damage onto Light, and honestly, taking down Light might be the way to win the round. And Cade, who finds Clay. But,
standing.
wow, never mind, everyone is gone on Wichita Oblivion side except for Light. Last one alive now, has no choice but to push up. Cade finds out what I'm assuming is another pixel angle, finding Light, and able to bring it to match point.
Match point.
Yeah, just the slimmest of windows there to hit that shot. I honestly thought that Light was going to be able to hit that shot, but it just, the way it worked out, he was aiming for a top angle and he got caught down low. Cade making sure the shot on target. And like you said, it's now map point, tournament point. Like, if Elysium win here, they move on, they send Wichita Oblivion home in the quarterfinals and secure themselves a semifinal spot. So this is do or die time. Like, they need to show up here.
Oh, and speaking of do or die, though, it looks like the spike kind of died in spawn. No one's picking it up now besides the Phoenix, and it makes me wonder what the play is going to be or proposed to be. B main is completely smoked out right now, and there's an op watching on A long. That worked out well for them the last few rounds, but now Campion has taken a notice to it. Spook's gonna fall, and now the push still seems to be going towards A despite the smokes going down.
Weaponry on the side of Wichita is not exactly amazing either. I don't know if you noticed, but Light had a Bucky gang, and he ends up in the dirt anyway. Campion picking up a second, and things are looking quite dire here for Wichita Oblivion.
Oh man, Campion's been playing so nasty. I feel like we haven't talked about them enough, but the op play has just been on point for most of these rounds. The last two alive, though, are going to be Clay and the Sova, and this is a really tough place to push. It's almost flawless on the side of Kairos, but they could still make it work if they use their utility correctly. Spike's going to go down in Garage, though, and Remix, last one alive, may have sealed their fate in the tournament here in the final grandstand. The Flash is going to show that they don't really know where he is, but the final kill comes out from Kairos. Elysium moves on in the tournament, and Wichita Oblivion had a good run. They made it this far, but unfortunately, just their defenses overall and the attacks just were not up to par from what Elysium could bring to the table. Oh, Am I chopped in half? Oh no! Oh, okay. My pieces are together now.
Yeah. Talking about the match though, I think that was actually really close, right? Like it may not show it exactly in the scoreline being 13-8, but when you really break it down to a round by round situation, I really think Wichita were in a really large amount of really strong positions. Unfortunately, they were not able to hit the shots that were always necessary. And so they do, unfortunately, fall here after a very dominant victory in the round before that. But we do need to give congratulations to Elysium, who are going to be finding themselves a semifinal berth now with that victory.
You know, you're completely right. I mean, it's awesome that Elysium has made it this far, but usually when the opening pick went in the favor of Wichita Oblivion, they won the round. It was really just in the post-plant situations that they weren't able to really get themselves going forwards on the defense, and on the attack, they had a hard time getting on the site. So it's kind of a weird inverse between both themselves on the attack and defense that we saw, but I'm sure our analysts will help us kind of divulge deeper and see what really went on in that matchup. So if you don't mind, I think we should give it up to Ravish and Seymour to see what really went happened between these two, and how did Elysium get to the semifinals?
See, we'll get another one. Sylph will find Doobie. Blast us. Find Sylph though in the trade, and now it's a 2-for-2.
Yeah, Doobie being able to pick up 2 kills there is absolutely huge, though. So much damage to the economy if they can continue to get more here. As Deluxy gets 1, goes for 4, can't secure it. Badger needs to pick up the slack, but that is still a round win, but very costly for AU, losing 4 members to Pistols.
Smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see. Because they are taking their time. They are making sure that they don't get caught off guard by some of these piecemeals. As Quantavious, as soon as I say it, Defcon gets...
It's all Elysium over here on GLG, the Pit of Valor, heading into the grand finals very shortly, but not before we get to have a little bit of conversation of what we just saw.
I mean, man, look, but Elisa came out hot and strong. If my camera ever stops dying, I'd be able to tell you face to face here, Seymour, personally. But like you were saying, right
over there,
gotta go ahead. I don't even know, bro. I think everything about me is just about done here, personally. Not even the camera wants to see me here, my brother. But you are correct. Yeah, but you're correct. Though it is all Elysium out here all the time here, Colin, because you want to go ahead and see as well. It was so close back to back here. It's 5-5, 6-6 going into the next half too. But then Elysium went ahead, took that over, and I gotta say, it's purely and so much of it was clutches, just beautiful clutches by that Jet.
I mean, I have to say, every single time I saw Elysium on the map, it was just concise, strict play from this team. Just it was beautiful calling from them, beautiful strats, and on top of that, the team play was coordinated to a T. So I see why this team's in the grand finals. They deserve it. Welcome to the GLG, everyone. The Pit of Valor is starting to be taken over by the new teams.
And that's the absolute craziest part right here, Colin, because in our biggest tournament yet so far, we see some brand new Titans come up and emerge. Way more fantastic teams that come out the gate with these new strats and these players, man. These guys have no fear. They jump into it just back and forth. What seems like such a close lead, but as soon as they get a 2-round lead, remember I saw Elysium just absolutely ran away with it. We were saying before, Haven. This map, which cripples so many teams, really showed how Elysium shines.
They shined. They sure did on Haven. And one thing that I'm looking forward to in the grand finals is the change up from a best of 1 to a best of 3 between these. I mean, Elysium now. Let's see who's up to the target, because Elysium is going to be going up against a brand new team as well. The winner of Lethal Chaos versus Team STFU. Actually, wait.
It will be Monkey Men, my brother.
I have jumped 1 round too far. Ravish.
Mm-hmm. Is that so? Tell me about that.
one round too far because the semifinals are coming up next, not the grand final.
Next, right now. They're they're coming up right after this. And you know what here, Colin? Is if you aren't tired of our faces just as of yet, guess who's casting the grand finals? Guess.
You.
But guess who else?
Who?
You.
Me?
You.
Me.
Yeah, you.
Well, we get to bring the action, bring the hype for everybody for the grand finals, and I cannot wait for this one. But definitely talking about the semifinals going up against Monkey Men, you know, their whole trek throughout this matchup. I mean, they were leagues ahead of Elysium making it to the semifinals. They've been waiting here for forever, so I can only imagine the relief of seeing Elysium finally show up here. So they've just breezed through the bracket, made it to the semis. And now they're here to stand. I mean, Monkey Men definitely making a surprise to me all the way back in the first round, taking out CSUDH Gold. I mean, I definitely thought they were going to be taken out there. They take out both squads, Gold and Burgundy, in the bracket, pushing through this. So I don't know whether Monkey Men have had an easy breezy bracket. But definitely this is going to be a change up going up against Elysium.
Well, you know what? They may not have the most easy breezy bracket here, my brother, but you for a fact are easy breezy beautiful cover girl. You know, Seymour is just look at you. Look at the hair. Toss that back for me.
I couldn't even.
You couldn't do it though. But you know what might help you on your track though to be able to be more easy breezy beautiful.
Huh? What?
That's
wait,
right.
Wait. I have it.
What?
I have it.
That's right, baby. You gotta go ahead and drink control. Right? That is the milk supplement that you want inside of your body, coursing through your veins. So make sure you go on to drinkcontrol.com and type in GLG then to get 10% off your orders. Get that in your system and your bodies, and you too could be part of a radiant arena that is coming up after the next January 8th, right? Become immortal, become the greatest.
And a new year, you know, Drink Control can only make you a new you. So new year, new you with Drink Control. GLG 10 at the checkout. Level up your game. Do whatever you need to.
Yeah.
You know, the more you support Drink Control, the more Drink Control is able to support you. So go out there at checkout, use GLG10. Get that discount 10% off, and you are going to be a phenomenal Valorant player. Read the terms and conditions because that might not be true.
Drinkcontrol.com. That's DRINKCTRL.com. Cheers.
And did you tell them about the giveaway?
You know what, Colin? That's what only makes it all the way better. Let's go ahead and take it low here for this one, because did you know that for this giveaway, every purchase you make will enter you into a free large bag drawing
Small.
at the end of every month. Yes, sir. So you want to make sure to go ahead and get that. That's all from me. Back to you, Colin, on the 5.
Free large bag.
Free.
Not a small bag. A
No.
large bag.
LARGE, like the egos that we have on our chests.
Every single one of you could get a free large bag, or a chance to win a free large bag.
A chance.
Chance
Yes,
to win
sir.
a free large bag.
But-
I'm not making any promises here. You got the chance to do it. Code GLG10 at checkout. Large bag.
Exactly. You know what? In fact, if you go ahead and buy the bag right now, go ahead and tweet at us at GLG Gaming Lounges, right? At Seymour, at Ravishing Ravish. We'll go ahead and like and retweet you too. That's how much we appreciate y'all. Yeah.
I want to see your control. You know,
Exactly.
if you let me see your control, I'll show you my control.
It's a very equal exchange of goods, as you can already tell. You. Remember, like we said before, we'll like you more, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I like people who drink control. You know, controls
I
that
love
class.
people who drink control.
I absolutely love control. I mean, you know, you can forget about the hugs, the kisses. the wives, you know, the girls.
I hate hugs.
Yeah. I want control.
I want
that's
control.
that's where it comes in here.
When I put on my wish list to Santa, I say, yo, don't give me no cookies. Don't give me no iPad. I want 10 boxes of control. Of course, being used the code GLG10 on checkout because Santa makes sure that he knows what I want, bro.
Dude, do you think Santa uses codes at checkout when he's getting this stuff for the people? Like, think about the cash that these people are bringing in from the codes.
Bro, I mean, to be fair, Santa's also a magic man, so he probably has like, you know how we have honey? Like, Santa probably has like super honey. Bro, this man has the most elite bees making the codes for him to make sure that whenever he's buying all the presents for us, like, he gets like a 95% discount.
Could you? Oh my god, a 95% discount.
Exactly, bro. And
you know who brought the control here?
What's that?
Who's Monkey Men and Elysium obviously have been drinking their control. Definitely have been.
Mm-hmm.
We're heading back to Bind for the semifinals. Another best of one before the grand finals.
Mm-hmm.
But if they all are kept up with their meal replacements, you know, they drink their control, it can be one fantastic game out here. I mean, we just saw Elysium take a lot of clutch rounds in that quarterfinal on Haven. We're changing it up back to Bind. You know, we got to see Haven a couple times. Now we're back to the classics. You know, this is standard map, very set in stone. A lot of the pacings that we're going to see, and same with the agents that we're going to see as well. So when you're looking at that Bind, we're going to take it a little bit away from control here. You know, they've had their spotlight. When we're looking at Bind Ravishing, what exactly are we ready to see?
Overall, within Bind, the most interesting thing to me, consistent day in and day out, is the fast and quick rotation that teams are able to make and the usage of those teleports. Like that's genuinely what makes and breaks for a lot of these teams, right? Because within Bind, it depends what you're using, right? The usage of these killjoys, a lot of the ciphers, the sovas, and the raises, they're so good on these maps, right? Which is awesome. Past that, too, what you're also looking at is use of teleports to be able to go and not only transport utility, but being able to go from one side to the other and not necessarily trying to go and hard commit onto one. And then 3 is post-plant positioning. That's been the key and the overall theme for so many of these teams. Because you see it here as well, because within Bind, especially when you're all on B side, position around hookah, down in garden, but like, you know, in elbow, more often you can choose whether or not to go and on site pinch yourself in or to go off a side and try to play the overall retake as well. It allows and gives so many options, but be within those close quarters, what really shines in teams are those gunfights. How many pews can you pew if a pew never does pew?
I mean, that's so many pews. I could not keep track of how many pews we're going to be seeing there. But looking at the sides as well for Bind, it's going to be Elysium starting on defense, Monkey Men on offense. And that being so, if I have to see so, I'm looking at Elysium to make that strong showing on defense first. I mean, switching over to offense isn't going to be the greatest task for Elysium to do, but if they can have a cushion from them starting on defense, it's going to be interesting on their attacking fronts, because if they can gain that confidence right away, they can keep that up, then we're going to be seeing in the attacking. I mean, post plant positions are everything, so we have to see them communicate well, use their utility to break sites, and shut that down. When you're looking at the other side, when you're looking at Monkey Men on offense, I have to see them take it to Elysium. They need a good offense to start off if they want to take it when switching to defense. I mean, defense is good and all for Bind, but I feel like it's a little bit 50-50. If you have a good start to offense, when you swap over to defense, it's like it's everything. So I honestly, I'm looking at Elysium to get that cushion right away, because if Monkey Men take anything, take a good standing on offense, I have a feeling it's going to be all Monkey Men when they swap.
And we see it too because Elysium are known for their very, very aggressive plays too, right? So imagine we see a lot more of that too. They're known for their very fast pushes, and we see on the previous map too, these guys do not miss. Though, just imagine this TP's being on the white glass, right? We're gonna go in from the bottom space all the way to the top, and somehow magically you're back to right where you started. Speaking of getting started though, we're about ready to hop into match as well. So, Doctor, Max, Kegler, take it away, y'all.
Cheers.
See, we'll get another one. Sylph will find Doobie. Blast us. Find Sylph, though, in the trade, and now it's a 2 for 2.
Yeah, Doobie being able to pick up 2 kills there is absolutely huge, though. So much damage to the economy if they can continue to get more here. As Deluxey gets 1, goes for 4, can't secure it. Badger needs to pick up the slack, but that is still a round win, but very costly for AU, losing 4 members to Pistols.
Smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see. Because they are taking their time. They are making sure that they don't get caught off guard by some of these piecemeals. As Quantavius, as soon as I say it, Defcon gets caught off guard by the shorty and gets immediately taken down, and now the round starts. The massive rotations, though, coming in from Thrifty to go straight towards the A site. Gonna be pretty big as Doobie will find Killa.
3 members here in Garage looking to bust out, but here's Sylph just holding the angle. Kill is forced off down to 20 HP, but do they repeat or did they just let the site do? They just let the site do. Sylph picks up 1, picks up 3. Badger secures the round, and that's 2 in a row now, once again for AU.
Sylph just peeking out and saying, look, I didn't want to play this map 3. I wanted this.
The smoke dissipates, and Clay has his trigger ready.
That does heal up the squad a little bit more. Now there's rifles in the hands of Wichita. Can they get more? The lineup! Sylph with an amazing 3K just shuts down the retake from Wichita.
And just cycles through the weapons to find the skin they like the most. I mean, what a lineup right there. You hate to do that. 3 people pushing in from the same angle at the same time. It's just...
by Arma. Harrisburg needs to continue to do that. Work in those pairs, those trios, try to get those trade kills. That's how they get back. But Alex blind through all sorts of different things. Able to get that kill. Taco, though, finds 3. Secures the round for Harrisburg Armada. They desperately needed that to stay in this match.
The uplift from the Jet. Not going to be taken up a little bit, but not going down. Alex finds Scuffy. Just waiting for those exit frags. Is Harrisburg Armada pushing in? Taco finds 1 on the quad. That's huge. Goes for a second. What is that? Oh my lord! With the collateral, and the sheriff goes for another one, but not gonna land it. To try to get this quick retake, but I don't expect too much from it because of the buy up from Baba Booey. You see already the stinger of Spangly gonna take out Goaty. The repeat from Qua with the Spectre. Spangly to shut down the rest. A flawless round as it.
If you could do basic math here down below, you see that we are tied 29-29 in terms of round score. We are literally so even in this series. We are flipping a coin to see who's going to get side selection going into Haven. This is quite possibly one of the best series I have ever seen, I've ever casted. So much fun, and you're catching it all here at the Pit of Valor. This is what we.
Welcome back, everybody. We're into the next matchup. We are bringing you all of the sexy Valorant action from the next map here. It is going to be Doctor and Keglenuk once again on the desk, bringing you the featured matchup of the semifinals. It is going to be Elysium versus
Monkey Men.
There we go, Monkey. I was trying to click the Discord button to bring up my chat, which told me exactly everything I needed to know. And I forgot I was already using it. It's like when you forget your phone in your hand and you're like talking to somebody on the other line and you're like, yeah, I just got to find my phone. I'm heading out the door. And then you spend 20 minutes still talking to them on the phone. But we're into the pistol round and it is popping off on the bind map and we are in it.
So we don't really know a whole lot about Monkey Man as far as I know, but we do know what the craziness Elysium, or on the screen here on your left, is we Heroes can bring to the table here. Already it's a 4-4. You do lose out on the Sova, but honestly, I'd rather lose Sova than lose Raze on this map.
Yeah, the paint can plus the just too much value there in the kit. They're going to be forced out of the hookah position, but Cade still popping off, making the transition from the breach over to the Raze. That much more impact now in the map, and they're going to be feeling pretty good about it, I have to imagine.
Yeah, the Monkey Men, I do like what they're trying to do right now. They're stalling out this pistol round as long as possible. A lot of pistol rounds we see just kind of end as soon as they start. This one, they're dragging out like a normal competitive round, and it is to them. But with that being said, though, it is going to be straying themselves a little too far apart. It seems like they're able to find those angles correctly, but they're able to go through the TP. I like what Vios is doing right now. He's waiting to see who of the defense is going to go through the TP and try to nail them as soon as they come in. But it looks like instead, they're going to pull a 400 IQ move and rotate back to A, and nobody fell for it.
Yeah, not a lot of movement coming out from Elysium. In fact, Cade popping off once again with that shiny fancy classic is going to peek the corner. Almost gets another one. It's traded back. Gets the right click 3K. Living up to the name. Pistol round W on the board for Elysium.
That was a crazy pistol round. What is it with Elysium and pistols? They're just able to use it so effectively, and we've seen that before.
They're just built different.
They are built different. Now, I'm really curious this game to see what Cade can bring to the table, because historically speaking, we did see them last game play the Breach, but they don't play Breach normally as much as they do Raze. They play Raze at least 3 times as much, historically speaking, in various other tournaments. And having them as the aggressive duelist now, they don't have the flashes like they did with Breach, but we saw how crazy that Breach could frag out, and I think there's a lot of potential with Raze.
Yeah, you also lose access to the Rolling Thunder, which on this map I think is amazing. Like Breach is one of those agents where I'm just like, I just don't understand why it's not picked, but that could be it. That paint can deleting synergy from the map, giving so much more room to work with, bringing them down to very little HP there as a flawless now on the board.
Wow, a flawless round again. We saw, I believe, a few from No, I'm sorry. That was a few other matches ago, but we've seen some impressive efforts from them in the previous game. But right now, Cade is just illuminating on the screen. Unfortunately, though, Monkey Men, their positioning has been good. It's just them mostly losing the gunfights, and I really want to see them with full weaponry now to see what kind of style they want to bring to the table.
I think it's time to go full Monkey. They have the guns, they have the speed, they have the opportunity to just rush that site, bust some heads, and claim it as your own. However, they are going for the much more metered approach. Looking to get some picks off. Is the KO going to be able to get it? That's a flick and a half! He just completely rips Cade apart.
Whoa, Kai, taking down Cade is going to be a really impactful frag for Monkey Men. They're able to take down the top fragger now, and it seems like they're getting closer and closer to B site. They separate themselves, going through hookah and long, respectively. That's going to split apart the defense as well, but the headshot doesn't seem to be a headshot, as Jig is able to take down K Rose. Okay, and it looks like they're going to survive with 2 HP and no spike. But they have a huge man advantage right now, both split apart completely on each site. This is all for Monkey Men to take.
Yeah, that metered approach definitely coming in clutch. Paranoia goes out, not going to catch everybody though, just barely gets him through the wall, but he's tagged down to 34 HP. The rotation has to come in. Now Paint Can keeping him trapped into lamps. If he can get a peek off, if he can get this timing just right. But there is Guax on the lookaloo. He sees the smoke.
Is it a cubby? But overall, Campion is going to be playing the aggressive part here. The Omen's still hiding inside of lamps. They're both going to be joining together. Thomas has only a Stinger, the other with a Vandal. They're going to be peeking forwards, and Campion gets Guax, but the Stinger's going to fall. At least the superior weaponry's alive. Jig, who's able to find Campion, getting the first and the final frag. That is going to be so good for Monkey Men, putting themselves on the board now. This is what I think they can bring to the table. Those first 2 rounds where they weren't having the best economy, able to get all the top weaponry, maybe it wasn't their forte, but being able to hold on to sites with Phantoms and Vandals, that was really impressive to see them dismantle the defense.
Yeah, they're going to be 1 rifle short here. Probably coming in, you have to imagine, with that Bulldog. But, I mean, if they can do that again, that slow approach, it definitely worked out for them. Elysium just getting a little bit over-aggressive, trying to make something happen. And for now, look at this. Smokes are out, drones are in, and it is going to be another slow roll coming in from Monkey Men.
And these have worked out really well for Monkey Men in the last few rounds. They were able to take down Cade and Showers right off the rip, and that certainly helped a lot. But after that, though, Monkey Men were just able to win all the gunfights presented to them. Guax seems to go for a very aggressive peek, though, going through lamps, able to find one, not quite, though. Thomas takes down Guax, and Vizos is able to clap back on the Campion. But at that point, you've already lost so many men on Monkey Men's side that I don't know if they want to keep going for A. It looks like they're dedicating to it. Monkey Men going to go for the plant. The Shock Dart just barely hitting the Omen a little bit. And Karos, holding from heaven, might be able to find the angle on not one, but two of these attackers while Thomas comes in from the ground level.
Thomas dropping the spike too, buying so much more time. 40 seconds on the clock. You definitely don't even need it. It's Karos being able to pick up the frag down to Vooz. Vooz?
Bios? I don't... Some names, man. Ravish and I had a cast where we got all the names wrong for a best of 3. I know he's listening, and that was fun, but... Woo-wee! Some names, man.
Listen, I wasn't gifted enough to have hooked on phonics as a child, so I struggle with pronunciation. I apologize.
Pronunciation.
But I'm trying my best, okay? I'm just doing what I can.
You put all that in medical school.
Listen, you don't need to read to be a doctor. Anybody telling you otherwise is a dirty liar.
Oh, man. We're going through Showers right now. 2 pushing on through. This is a really good attack from Monkey Men. They're able to split themselves up enough. Hunter's Fury is going to try to go for the defense a little bit to try to fight anybody, but it's all going to be just pre-fires. They seem to have an idea about Showers, but the rest of the defense, the Killjoy and Reyna, still sticking around on B in case there is a rotate. I haven't seen too many rotates from Monkey Men, though, unless it's a pistol round, so I'm curious to see if they're going to go for a late rotate or not. But Campion's going to go on in. I'm sorry, the other Jet's going to go on in, but it's just pandemonium as Synergy finds the opening pick. Another Sheriff on the Cade. And Lamps, still being held by Thomas, is being contested by what? A shotgun? Or just a pistol? I think that's the classic. He's able to find one pixel angle taking out Synergy. Might be able to find the Jet. Has to reload, go for the classic. We've seen that before, but they can't make that magic work.
Definitely gave it the whole bit, though. Definitely tried it. Impulsive popping off there, able to pick up 2, picking up another one just to cap the round. They're going to give the extra point on over to their friend, Karos, who unfortunately didn't quite get the most out of their ultimate that time. But again, 5 now on the board for Elysium, and they are starting to run away with it in quite a serious fashion.
Yeah, this is looking really effective for them over and over again. Monkey Men, correct me if I'm wrong, Doc, haven't really contested B-side at all except for that opening pistol round.
Nope, it's all been A all the time.
I'm wondering if that's a part of their strategy or if they're just waiting to see if they could outplay or maybe play mind games on Karos. And it seems like they're prepared for a B-side push, but last time they baited it all out on a pistol round and went for A anyways. So we're going to have to keep an eye, especially on the spike, which looks like it could be headed towards long to see if the aggressive defense is going to play a huge factor in the success of this round.
Yeah, I mean, they got the rifles, and when you've already lost this many rounds, you kind of need to just claw at something, right? Like, you just need to really reel it in, and this rifle round is your last chance. Like, if you lose this round, potentially you've already lost the half because you find yourself 5-1, 6-1's not long after, but Via's off to the great start.
The Monkey Men are able to get that opening pick, and Impulsive still peeking up aggressively.
You saw them.
Oh no, but Campion's from behind. We didn't even see that. Impulsive takes down the spike, but Caillou is able to find Impulsive instead. Campion's still on the site right now, holding it down with an iron fist. The spike's in the position of the Cypher, but there's only 2 on B. I'm not sure where that raise is. Oh, they're in hookah. Okay, they're in hookah. So this is a huge advantage right now in terms of men for Monkey Men. But that Reyna has the position advantage, taking down
the timing,
able to use the Empress to get past the boom burst. Oh my lord! Champion with a 4K! Iron Fist! Oh, holy moly!
The timing on the Ghost to dodge out on the Showstopper was pixel perfect, because what you're gonna see here is that Campion was already in Ghost when we see it on Raze's screen. So it's just like you hold on to it for like not even an entire second longer, and you
There
get this
it is.
frag. Look at this. They're already in ghost form. They're in mid-animation coming out of it, and just the timing was so unfortunate for Monkey Men. They end up losing the round due to the 4K.
I really wish we could see like the POV of the Reyna, because that had to have hit her collision box. Like that stopped midair.
Here comes the party.
Oh, and there's another one. Oh my god!
Oh no!
Cade!
Talk about min-maxing. You go from 0 to 100, 0 kills to 2, and yes, you're trapped now in the teleporter, but you already did your job. You're free to die now. And honestly, I don't think Cade is going to. I think they still walk away with a frag here somehow, and just everything coming up clutch.
Oh, and do they? They come really close. They put some damage down onto the jet, and it's not enough. Cade, no, does steal it back from Kairos. Quox is gonna go down, and Kaiu's the last one alive now. The Monkey Man needs to keep the banana alive, but no, Impulsive comes through. Kaiu goes down, and this defense is looking very, very lucratively solid for Elysium right now. Monkey Men, at this point, Doc, they've pretty much pulled out all the stops, and they're suffering a bit. It's really just the aggressive and, you know, going even more basic than that. Winning the gunfights is where Kairos is coming out on top.
Yeah, Elysium are really doing a great job at locking down these sites on really both positions. Really not giving Monkey Men any room to breathe, even on these rifle rounds, which we're going to be seeing another one here. You can see the setup from Monkey Men. They have a 2-2-1 setup. It's just the one member there over on A, trying to draw some attention, maybe get a cheeky pick off on somebody, but they've lost the long control over B almost every time. In fact, this is going to be one of the deepest positions they've had in Hookah, and
Wow.
Kairos is not even going to give it to him.
That's right, Kairos still maintaining the top position on top of the Cub. He's able to find a double
Holy.
kill inside Hookah. That's me, Jagusa down. But now Vizu's at the bottom of B long now, having the spike in the possession of the Omen right next to him is going to still contest it. Kairos don't care at this point. They just want to get those frags in. Campion might be the one to get the double here. The two Monkey Men holding the bottom near Fountain Dock, they haven't relinquished their position at all. They're still holding on to, well, they're moving out now, but they still are holding down this bottom area of B.
They are going to take it out over the Empress, which is a very big pick off for them, but they're still in a 4v3 situation. Either site they go to right now, they are going to have the number advantage, but only if they fully commit. If they do leave somebody on a flank, it means that they're back into that even 2v2, and there's only 30 seconds left on the clock. They have to make a move soon, and with the way they're moving, it's either going to be the teleporter play, which
I wouldn't go for that.
I don't think it is.
The TP would be too risky. There's not enough time anymore, and there's two different bodies on A. Kaiu that's going to take his time looking through Hookah. Kane's going to go for the TP themselves. Now they're completely surrounded. Kairos is able to get a triple. The Vice is there just in time. That spike is nowhere near the side. The plant's attempted, but it's too little too late. Kairos again winning another round, leaving them 7-1 overall against the Monkey Men in the semifinals.
Yeah, that was another case of just simply waiting too long. You know, they moved all the way up to B long. They were just about to break onto the site, and then 15 seconds hit, and they're already into the red zone. There's not a lot of time to get on, and the first person onto that site had the spike in their back pocket. So once they go down, spike's now on the ground. You have to somehow frag out, recover it, and plant it all in 10 seconds, and that is just way too much pressure to have to deal with this late into the game.
Oh, but speaking of the pressure, able to take down Cade, and not only that, the boom bot as well, making sure you don't take too much damage. The spike has been played really aggressively this entire game so far, and now again we do see the Sova pushing it through in showers without really much cover besides a Cypher. Karis is able to find Guac as well, and that's going to be the spike essentially trapped through a barrage of Thunderbolts. And with your bodyguard, the Cypher taking so much damage, we're not seeing any rotates.
No, not quite yet. The Owl Drone's going to see at least one. They're going to go for the tag on it. Oh, he even sees the second one. That's an interesting frame, I'm going to be honest with you. Campion able to pick up one as long as Thomas. Shock Dart trades it back, but Kairos is unrelenting here on the A site. And it is going to be Elysium securely winning the half so far, 8-1. There's still room to grow. There's still more rounds for them to win.
So we saw this too earlier in the stream against, I believe it was Zero Marksman versus Thrifty, where almost nobody on either side won an attacking round. This could very well, and it was on Vine too. This could very well be the same case here, where Monkey Men are just phenomenal on the defense. We're gonna have to wait and see that in the second round.
I mean, we did also see the Wichita Oblivion Haven map, in which case it was simply a 13-2. So, best of both worlds at that point is Cade goes for the same freaking play, and this time is rewarded for it. And the rest of the team on point, hitting shots, bringing everybody down to the ground, find themselves now in a 3v2. A-site completely abandoned.
Oh, suddenly Synergy just woke up and knew exactly what to do. Not only that, the Cypher has his ult, Omen has his ult, and the lockdown's in play. This could be the last stand for Karos to hold down for A-Site. Synergy's already pulled up completely aggressive. It's up to Impulsive now at the top of heaven to maybe go downwards and face up against this Omen, or just wait for Karos to go for this flank. There's not a lot of options here, Doc. Not a lot of options, and Karos is still going to be pushing up by himself, making a lot of noise. Impulsive is as well. No intel at all. Caillou has the perfect positioning, aiming at the click head, and now only the Sova left alive, surrounded by 3. This is a case of John Wick mode. Almost happening. Synergy falls. Let's be the Rays to take down Kairos at the very end. Second point for Monkey Men now.
2 rounds left in the half. They can bring it a little bit more respectable by making it an 8-2, but they're going to have to work through the absolutely fully kitted out Elysium team for these next 2 rounds. There is not a chance they don't come in with a full set of weaponry, and you just don't get a break, right? Like, you're starting to pick up these round wins, and granted, you've won 1, but like, again, no breaks. Full train has to go on. They have to enter the monkey mode, and they just need to win. They just need to frag out, get the victories, because these slow, methodical takes just simply are not working for them in any sense of the word.
Luckily, though, they do have almost all their ults minus the Jet ones. This could be a really good chance for them to take over A-Site again, or if not, use them in the post plant and have a lot of good positioning. They're going to go slow again, and the only opposition they really have is this Omen on the defense. Oh, Synergy this time. He's going to be the back of sight. He wants to go for the intel instead, but Vizuz is going to be taken down by a flanking Kairos. It's a back and forth. The kill feed runs green with the blood of Monkey Men going down, and with only 3 alive, one of which having their ults, this Boom Burst might not be able to really do a lot to secure the win, especially if we see someone on the defense go ghost again.
And that might just wrap it up. Thomas picking off the enemy Omen, bringing it to a 2v4. Cloudburst tries to get them some room to play with, but Cade is just locking it in, shutting him down. 3K on the board once again, and an almost flawless round as we head into the last round of the half.
Campion and Cade are nearly identical on the kill feed. 13, 13, 4, and 6. The economy for Cade's looking a lot better, though. But overall, Campion has been able to get a lot of these super aggressive early picks, and Cade kind of comes in after and just kind of cleans up the house.
Campion bought 2 weapons this round, so that's not exactly a fair comparison. Not only did they buy the Operator, they also bought a Vandal. So they're a little short on cash. We're going to bust up that, and look at this peak.
Yeah, here's to see how this peek's gonna go. Opting to use the op to take down the Owl Drone. Wants to be peeking nearby, using that Evil Eye to bring it out. I'm not sure if this is a really good way to go for a very aggressive peek. The Jet's just baiting it out, trying to get that information. And the rotate might be in effect now. We haven't seen many Monkey Men attacks. Rotates just yet, Doc. But this is a really good attempt for a comeback in the second half.
Campion's so deep into this corner, almost going to get the timing just perfect, is going to fall back as we do see the Hunter's Fury tagged up onto Kairos, able to take him down and tags up another. That's a ton of damage going into the early round, but it only brings it to a 4-on-4. Advantage still Elysium.
I like what Guac's doing, though. He's playing super aggressive. I think he still has all of his utility, and he could probably contest Campion in this position, too. The only thing sticking in their way on Octagon is going to be that Killjoy turret at the very top corner. And that's going to spot out the Jet. Oh, it doesn't spot it out.
30 seconds left.
But
It's a
it's still
really
gonna be the
awkward
audio of the
smoke, though. Like, look at how deep this Omen smoke is. It doesn't cover the cross whatsoever. And you can see here, Campion's perfectly set up with this operator. Is potentially going to see somebody here. Hits the shot on Devillos. Able to heal up nicely as well. Only 2 members left alive to the 2 of Kairos. It is going to be the 2v1. Can't hit the shot, though. Thomas secures it. Gets the defuse. 10-2's the half. And things are looking amazing for Elysium right now.
I guess you could say not so holy guacamole there. Guac almost had the clutch. It was on 2v1. It was possible. But at the very end, it wasn't happening. Something I've noticed
Because it costs extra.
That, yeah.
Pistol round, once again, deciding who the map will be victorious. Maybe, maybe not. We're going to have to wait and find out next time on GLG's Pit of Valor. Cut to commercial.
Same bad time, same bad channel.
Whoa, hey, I think this channel's pretty neat. Ben, fire him. Get him out of here. Bring me Colin.
Oh, is it because I've never seen Dragon Ball Z?
No,
That's
it's
what you're referring to, right?
it's because you flamed the channel.
Oh. What? With Batman? I love Batman.
You said bad.
No, like the 1960s Batman?
Same Your swollen tongue.
Same bad channel. How will Batman and Robin get out of this one? The Riddler's coming on their way to A main right now. Kane going for the pink grenade. We blinded out completely. Campion's gonna fall right off the rip. Oh boy, how will they get out of this one, Doc?
That is a very good question, my friend. The riddles are indeed in play as Vio's coming up big, able to drop the spike. They're trying to recover it, but it's just simply too slow. Only 1 member remaining, and they're juiced in the guac.
Wow. So many guac puns here.
Is it a pun if you don't change the word at all?
I think it is.
Or is it just wordplay?
Yeah, I mean, a pun is wordplay.
You're right, but it's also like a box is a rectangle, or a square is a rectangle, but a rectangle is not a square. Or is that backwards?
True.
That might be backwards. Is a rectangle a square? Yeah, rectangle is a square, but a square is not a rectangle.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah. I'm not a geometrist.
I failed geometry twice in high school, so I don't think I'm legally allowed to call myself one either. As we do see, Pistol...
No, it's all stingers now on Kairos' side. They're gonna go very deep into this round, especially on B. I wouldn't be surprised that this is coming close to at least a rush on Kairos' side. They have all stingers, and if they pounce onto the site, they're gonna have so much artillery compared to the Spectres.
Oh man, they're so deep right now.
Oh, we talked about this before. The Spectres are categorically better in terms of price, but honestly, the Stingers have been much better up close. There we go. Campion's gonna get the first one, but the Spectre claps back a little bit. Still, the Spectres are 2-1 right now in terms of the kill count, and that spike's still gonna go down 3-1.
Planted.
Are we gonna see all the Stingers go into fruition? There's a Bulldog here too, and the Stinger still wins!
Oh no, it's down to a 1v3. He does have the superior long-range weaponry though, but unfortunately for them, he has to get up close and personal with it because of the spike planted. And look at that spray! The double dink onto Jigwisha, and it just shuts it down. And it's 11-3 now. Things are quite dire for the Monkey Men. We'll have to take a look at their economy as they're just barely averaging 2k apiece.
Yeah, and averaging 2k isn't quite the 2.9 that you really need for a Phantom or a Vandal, and of course armor as well. So we see this mismatch of a bunch of different weaponry coming out from their side, and all things considered, I like the composition for their weaponry. Stingers, Vandals, and 1 classic, oh, and more Spectres. That's not bad at all for their defense. If they're able to hold those angles and play less aggressively, like the Sova isn't doing, I think they have a chance to take a few Vandals and bring back the round.
Yeah, they do need to hold off this rush one more time. The chains are broken, the smokes are deep, and they're onto the side already. Stinger here into KO's hands. Can they win the trade? They do! They need to get a reload off before they get in, but they pick up a second frag instead! Thomas able to trade back 1, but the numbers are not in Kairos' favor. Monkey Men coming up clutch. Impulsive, the only one left.
Oh, exactly at that. Though Impulsive's able to take down Jigushi. However you said his name. And then Impulsive gets a double kill. Guac's gonna fall next. It's a 1v1. Killjoy with so little health left needs to go for the plan now. 55 seconds though. There's still plenty of time to play with if you're the Sova. But no, the plant's going to go down instead. Recon Bolt identifying the Killjoy. It might be over right here, and it is. Another round for Monkey Men, and they did exactly what they should have done that round. They held their angle super tight. The Cypher double kill on A, hiding in the corner. They banked off Kairos playing a little too overconfident, and they took the round so cleanly, even if it was a 1v1.
Yeah, that bunny hop just wasn't quick enough, unfortunately, at the end.
I think if they went elbow, they probably could have won the round.
I think they would have had a better chance at winning the round. It is obviously still a 1v1 with anything possible. But yeah, running out in the open, unless you're doing the Serpentine, is not exactly advisable. You know what I've noticed about these Sovas?
What?
And maybe it just doesn't come through on the spectator client, but they don't play music with their bow, right? Like every time I play Sova, and I'm sitting there waiting for round start, I'm going do 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 do, and no, it's just
I'm
all
surprised
business.
No one's made like a remix on YouTube with it.
Oh, I guarantee you there is.
Probably. I haven't.
Oh man, Bulldog tearing away. Judge is already into the drum. Oh, but he can't hit the shots. Cade, my guy. Showstopper. Oh no, what is happening?
What? Huh? Okay, that should have killed everyone in the room, but you know, it's Valor and things. Venomous is able to get a Hunter's Fury kill, and there we go. Immediate headshot. Campion into a 3K. I didn't even know Campion got 2 other kills.
I'm at a loss for words, but it's a 1v1 with Empress active. That is so unfortunate. Synergy is gonna have to be lightning quick when they finally get that shot option available to them. Spike is gonna be down, and it is this 1v1 for potentially map point Campion, though. Do they know they're in bathroom?
They don't.
They don't know. Pepe laugh.
Oh no! All the wrong angles, Doc. They had
unless you're Synergy.
Covered.
If you're Synergy, you're feeling pretty good about that one.
No, that was impressive from Synergy. I think, did they rotate from A short and go around in the showers? Or do they rotate from B? Okay.
Well, they were so deep into A short, they were in the spawn point, basically that little market strip, and then rotated all the way back through showers. So it was a bit of a long trek, but if you think about it, Campion was also in the defender spawn and had to come all the way back after killing views. And so really, they not had to collect that spike, they probably could have gone to the B site and done a little bit more tricky stuff with it. But alas, 11-5 is the score, and weaponry a little light on the side of Elysium.
It's a little light, but we've seen them be able to do this really well and really aggressively. Campion, though, is going to be pushing all the way up to Hookah without any utility now except for the Evil Eye. I'm curious to see how this is going to go, but again, we've seen Monkey Men in the same defensive position before, where economically, when they're not in the best position, they play really safe, and it usually works out for them. But here we go, Campion pushing on through, gonna be sliding in the middle of a pinch here, able to get a bunch of intel on him, and man, makes it work. Thomas is there for the backup, the attacker Killjoy lockdowns in place. That's gonna be Spike going down now, and they just took over the site like it's nobody's business.
And they're able to pick up the stolen weaponry as well. Nobody's going to get detained, but it's just the 2 members left here from Monkey Men, trapped in their own spawn. They need to find a way out here. They're waiting for a peek, though. They can't hit the shot. Campion healing up, does get dinked in the brain, but it's a 1v3. What can you do, KO? Can you bring it back for your team? Can you carry on to victory?
Wait, is that going to create a crazy angle if he bounces it off the turret?
You can't bounce it off the turret. No, it bounces off the corner, right? I don't think you can.
I don't know. I want to see him do it, though. It doesn't matter. Caillou, though, could be trying to get one on the top of Hookah, but not able to land the shots. Another Sheriff kill from Kairos.
Not just one. That was 3. That was a 3K with the Sheriff.
Oh, a 3K? I thought he just had another primary on him. Never mind. A 3K at that. I really hope someone in chat right now is keeping track of how many Sheriff kills we've seen Elysium or Kairos get in the last 2 games, because it's at least double digits now.
It's a large number, larger than my probably global share of kills, to be honest. But it is now map point towards Elysium. If they can secure this last final round, they secure themselves a grand finals berth in that best of 3 for the $50 prize pool. Huge play coming in here. Synergy Vios keeping the dream alive. Guac also keeping one for themselves.
That's right, they're not out of the woods just yet. So many kills across the board for Kairos now. It's down to Thomas and Impulsive to be the last ones alive. The alarm bot's gonna go down right on the entryway of Hookah. They're gonna know exactly that someone's approaching nearby, but even with that information, Quox can't land the kill.
Things are looking pretty good, though. Not going to get the activation of this Nano Swarm. They're going to throw out a second one. That one does get activated, but it's just visual disruption now. It is still a 2v3. Jig all the way onto A site. Thomas just popping off. He's looking to win the whole tournament right now.
Mr. Thomas,
Oh,
oh
no.
my lord. Jig, though, gonna be throwing a paint grenade. That's a
no.
really good position. I love that grenade, taking down Impulsive and finding Thomas as well. So much work was put into this round on Kairos' side, but it wasn't enough. It was a paint grenade and a great shot from Hookah, bringing Monkey Men still in the game, 6-12 now. Not as bad as it used to be. They're slowly clawing their way back. And
And
they
there
can
was-
continue this.
There was
They're gonna be-
so much warning on that Jig push as well. They had the teleporter sound, the Alarmo bot, the paint can, and yet Thomas still thought they had the challenge to make it happen, and they just lose the trade. Phantom versus Vandal at that range just completely obliterated his life pool.
That's true. I forgot about the alarm bot. No, the alarm bot went off with the jet. Didn't
No, it went
No?
off because
Oh.
Jet was already up behind the
You're
box.
right. Okay.
And yeah, so they had a
Because no, they put it
ton of
down
warning.
in front of the jet, and Jet still missed the shot.
Correct. Hunter's Fury, information play coming on out. Once again from Elysium, I think that's such an interesting usage of the ultimate, right? Like round start, just trying to find out where people are.
I think it's a good idea, but I don't think there's a lot of intel that was really being brought out here. Kate's gonna go in for the boom burst, find Biaz. The intel is gonna be anti-intel, it seems. Thomas, though, able to get that plant down. So many nanoswarms, so little time. Synergy doesn't know there's so many enemies around him. Campion's gonna fall to Synergy's gonna fall, and Guac, one of the last alive, needs to find not one but two in a row, but only able to counter half. Not even Mayu. Oh, Mayu can find the kill on the Campion, but it's now a 3v2 as well. Things are heating up now. Cairo having so much intel and so little time to get that diffuser down. If you're Monkey Men, they got swing on those branches right now, Doc.
Yeah, they gotta pull something out of the hat, but there's no hat
Need a
left.
banana.
Thomas ripping it off. The paranoia is out. Jig's the only one left
GG.
remaining. Pulls out the pistol, finishes it with the classic 13-6. Elysium are making their way to the grand final.
Not enough monkeys in the world, it seems, can stop Elysium. All the bananas, as well, gonna be carted away, it seems, and the Monkey Men will have to suffer for another day.
To be fair,
something like that.
there were only 5 monkeys that time.
That's
So,
true. They need a whole
maybe-
army of them.
Maybe they need 6. But you know what, Max?
Ooh.
You know what I've been missing here today? You know what I haven't quite had enough of?
Control?
That too. Tell me more.
Oh, of course. Well, Control, it's awesome. It's actually helping us right now. I believe we have a sponsor code either in chat, or I believe we do have one if you want to put it in for your next order of Control. I think it's 30% off, and believe me, meal supplements are amazing to have. Some people like me don't like to eat a whole lot, and so having a whole meal in a cup is really helpful. But what were you going to say?
I was going to say, I have not quite heard enough of the melodic voices of the Ravishing Ravish and Colin Seymour there on the analyst desk. So you know what I'm going to do? I am going to let them talk for just a bit longer. We're going to kick it on over to the desk, and I'm going to definitely take my fill in, and we hope you guys will as well. Stay tuned. You are simply not going to want to miss it.
See, we'll get another one. Sylph will find Doobie. Blast us. Find Sylph, though, in the trade, and now it's a 2 for 2.
Yeah, Doobie being able to pick up 2 kills there is absolutely huge, though. So much damage to the economy if they can continue to get more here. As Deluxey gets 1, goes for 4, can't secure it. Badger needs to pick up the slack, but that is still a round win, but very costly for AU, losing 4 members to pistols.
Smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see, because they are taking their time. they are making sure that they don't get caught off guard by some of these piecemeals. As Quantavious, as soon as I say it, Defcon gets caught off guard by the shorty and gets immediately taken down, and now the round starts. The massive rotations, though, coming in from Thrifty to go straight towards the A site. Gonna be pretty big as Doobie will find Killa.
3 members here in Garage looking to bust out, but here's Sylph just holding the angle. Killa's forced off down to 20 HP, but do they repeat or did they just let the site do? They just let the site do. Sylph picks up 1, picks up 3.
But with back-to-back wins already coming into a call, you would think we're in the actual movie Elysium, because this right here is deja vu, baby. Because, man, domination from start to finish, to back and forth, even with smaller clutches there right at the end, man. I loved what I saw. Elysium here to play, and they're taking 0 prisoners.
You know, when I first heard that Elysium was going to be playing, I thought of Matt Damon, except I hope this team doesn't have cancer like Matt Damon did, and they're wearing the exosuits to keep him alive, you know.
That wasn't Matt Damon, sir. That's Tom Cruise in Elysium.
Dude, check your facts.
Bro, I'm telling you, Tom Cruise in Elysium.
Check your facts.
No. I know I'm not wrong here.
I will wait. Check your facts. I will wait right here.
Wait, yo, I'm thinking of the wrong movie.
Yeah. Yo, what was that? What was that? We literally had a conversation before going back on camera here. And I told him I'm a movie fanatic, and this guy tries to one up me here.
I was wrong. I'm sorry. Forgive me. It's the one. It's like, yeah, like let Tom Cruise on where he has to go ahead and repeat the day over and over again. What's it called?
The End of Tomorrow. Or The Edge of Tomorrow.
The Edge of Tomorrow is exactly what we saw from the side of Elysium, right? They were robotic with it too. But hopefully, like you mentioned, hopefully they don't necessarily fall off like Matt Damon in Elysium. But I can't imagine they do, because they are an absolute hot streak, man. Let's go ahead and talk real quick about the Reyna here, Colin.
You know, that's one thing that you were highlighting on Haven. Is the Reyna. You know, it's important to look at the Reyna play on a map as her kit allows for so much space to be taken and so much just drive on the aggression and attack that you'll be seeing, and we saw it here. We saw Elysium. They're rocking the Reyna. They're pulling it and they're winning their duels, and that's what you want to see. You know, that's what you need to break onto the site, especially on attack. There, I mean, countless times. I mean, we saw in the end there that last round. I mean, the Rays too. Using her showstopper, the satchels into the back line of the B site, getting that opening pick, and then Campion on that stinger. You know, Campion was just not even slowing down, just absolutely taking. You know, after this, you know, win it. If you win the grand finals here, might as well just change your name to Champion.
That's what. Hey, we are the champions. Not yet, though. But that's all that matters, though, brother Colin. But past that too, one of the main things is that we already saw coming into it, right? With the Raider being so obviously fantastic. You mentioned about the Stinger. That Stinger, my friend, is the highest damage DPS gun in the game. It is dangerous, especially at close levels, and the ADS can hit nastily. So honestly, Rainas and Stingers go so well together. It is astounding to be every single time. With that all being said, though, here we have the final thoughts before we head into a very short break about the grand finals, Colin.
I mean, we just saw Elysium take candy from a baby there. Actually crazy. And Elysium, I'm looking at them to continue their dominance in the grand finals. Chaos, though, has something to show. It's the first time on stream, and maybe they're going to surprise us here. I want to see an absolute grueling battle between these two. This is the last grand final of 2020 for our Pit of Valor. For a Valor team for GLG. This is for all the marbles. This is the title. Sir. This is for the crown, Ravishing.
Let's absolutely get it, my brother. With that all being said, remember to go ahead and use GLG10 at checkout when you use Drink Control. DrinkControl.com, GLG10. And once you got yourself that, do not go anywhere. We will be right back right here on GLG, baby.
See, we'll get another one. Sylph will find Doobie. Blast us. Find Sylph, though, in the trade, and now it's a 2-for-2.
Yeah, Doobie being able to pick up 2 kills there is absolutely huge, though. So much damage to the economy if they can continue to get more here. As Deluxey gets 1, goes for 4, can't secure it. Badger needs to pick up the slack, but that is still a round win, but very costly for AU, losing 4 members to Pistols.
Smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see, because they are taking their time. They are making sure that they don't get caught off guard by some of these piecemeals. As Quantavious, as soon as I say it, Defcon gets caught off guard by the shorty and gets immediately taken down, and now the round starts. The massive rotations, though, coming in from Thrifty to go straight towards the A site. Gonna be pretty big, as Doobie will find kill out.
3 members here in Garage looking to bust out, but here's Sylph just holding the angle. Kill is forced off down to 20 HP, but do they repeat or did they just let the site do? They just let the site do. Sylph picks up 1, picks up 3. Badger secures the round, and that's 2 in a row now, once again for AU.
Sylph just peeking out and saying, look, I didn't want to play this map 3. I wanted this.
The smoke, it dissipates, and Clay has his trigger ready.
Yeah, it does heal up the squad a little bit more. Now there's rifles in the hands of Wichita. Can they get more? The lineup! Sylph with an amazing 3K just shuts down the retake from Wichita.
And just cycles through the weapons to find the skin they like the most. I mean, whew, what a lineup right there. You hate to do that. 3 people pushing in from the same angle at the same time. It's just...
by Arma. Harrisburg needs to continue to do that. Work in those pairs, those trios, try to get those trade kills. That's how they get back. But Alex blind through all sorts of different things. Able to get that kill. Taco, though, finds 3. Secures the round for Harrisburg Armada. They desperately needed that to stay in this match.
The uplift from the Jet, going to be taken up a little bit, but not going down. Alex finds Scuffy, just waiting for those exit frags. Is Harrisburg Armada pushing in? Taco finds 1 on the quad. That's huge. Goes for a second. What is that? Oh my lord! With the collateral, and the sheriff goes for another one, but not gonna land it. To try to get this quick retake, but I don't expect too much from it because of the buy up from Baba Booey. You see already the stinger of Spangly gonna take out Cody, the repeat from Qua with the Spectre. Spangly to shut down the rest. A flawless round as it.
If you could do basic math here down below, you see that we are tied 29-29 in terms of round score. We are literally so even in this series. We are flipping a coin to see who's going to get side selection going into Haven. This is quite possibly one of the best series I have ever seen, I've ever casted. So much fun, and you're catching it all here at the Pit of Valor. This is what we bring to you. This is what we love. We look tired. We are tired. But Thrifty with the double Bucky gang coming in.
It's definitely something you like to see.
Yeah, it could. They're looking to try to wreak some havoc, so to speak, as Doobie will open up, wreaking havoc and finding that kill on the Badger.
Yeah, but he can't be ready for this. What? It's Deluxey just picking up both. And that's a trade. Blast somehow finds Quantavious, though. And this is a very interesting round, to say the least. In a good position. Sylph sprang through the smoke, gets 2. Can't even talk because we're so late into the night. Doobie trades back, gets 2. Back to a 3v2. Spike's going down. Defcon and Doobie. These are the big names for Thrifty. They've done so much for the squad. Can they do it again? It's looking tough. RKS, the sub, coming in, securing quadruple overtime. And we're still alive here on Ascent. Double nano swarm to try and run all the way through, and I mean that's almost impossible. You can't survive that. Smoke's now coming out. Beckham's gonna be ahead of it though. Will they expect this? They do see get shots on target, but everybody's still alive. Teleports over the nano, but they can't get through. 2 dead, 3 dead, only 1 left. Thrifty pick up the first round.
Oh, that is not how AU had planned that round, especially after how they played the first half and how they played. Comes up from Beckham, firing through the wall, but can't find the shot just yet, as Sylph will trade. Does end up getting that kill, but Defcon finds another one.
Now it's onto the site. They're getting hit from all angles. The spike still needs to be defused. Deluxe trades back. RKS showing up for the squad as the fill-in, and Killa continuing his streak of picking him up. 4-2-2 now for that Sova player. Looking real good here on Ascent.
It was a good
That fucking trade. He's just like, no, I'm just gonna kill you, and there's simply nothing you can do about it. Sylph being able to pick up another kill. They're on pace for a 30 potentially, and that's a scary thought.
The only thing I can compare how Deluxy is playing to is Team Fortress 2 Pyro. WM1 the entire game. That's how Deluxy's playing, and it's amazing. Now, I do want to say, Deluxe has snuck themselves onto the site. Dart sees the dart, gets the headshot. That's it. Chalk it up. That's going to be the victory for Asia United. The spike is down, just like you said. Just needs to pick up that kill to secure it. But there's the confirmation from Killa. Just as we thought we were going to have ourselves a long series, a very battled back and forth series. As you can see below, 14-12 in overtime on Bide, 17-15, and you're jumping over. You're only going to get that 1-for-1 trade if you're lucky enough. Killa will find the long range, and that's going to be very, very sketchy as Beckham is low.
From that, especially with the economy they're facing, they need a miracle play to happen.
Yeah, they do need a lot to come through. This is a great start, though.
Well, that could be it right there.
Yeah, and look at that. Sylph able to aim, trying to get another one here. It is this 2v1. They just got to play smart, peek together. Solid FPS tack play. But he somehow gets behind him. Deluxe picking up one. Starts to defuse. Pros don't fake. Pros don't fake.
He's not going to fake.
Pros don't fake.
He's getting the defuse. The missed timing from Sylph is going to cost him the round. The defuse comes in. And that's another round of Thrifty.
Up the Odin out of the hands now. It's a 2-on-2 retake situation. Soupy only has one friend left. Is going to get the Nano Swarm off. And the high-flying knives are going to give a triple kill to Marty.
We're going to push through, but oh, no. Okay, John did find that one, but Light able to push back through. Going to grab the Odin. Oh, never mind. Haha, just kidding. Man, they were teasing the
Teleports as well. It's gonna be Zine with a triple kill. It's an even 2v2 now. Where are the last two alive? Well, they're gonna be peeking out slowly but surely. It might be too late for the defuse now. You have to go halfway. Kaplan's able to find one. That could be the final shot, but no, it's too late. PGT stay in the game, and Kaplan sacrifices themselves.
Unfortunately, the Kaplan right there at the end. Honestly, if I was Kaplan, I'm thinking I have to protect this man with my life and with my body.
Oh, Zine! No! He pushed up too much. That's gonna tell you exactly where the bomb's gonna go. And that's gonna be the plan. Sure, but you're in a 1v3 and you're already lit up. It seems like though most of the shots had missed. The paranoia goes down. You miss the op shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill. Now, if he can find this last one, he's gonna switch to the Phantom. No ops.
2 cops for that. Thank you. I absolutely love that, man. But yeah, that's what the absolute massive success rate for them, because with the seaside opening up, which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there. Which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there.
Yeah, like a ghost. Just flittering away, never to be seen again. The Jet wants to contest this too. Fluffy gets 2. Hasito, what are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. You've just wasted your life for no reason. The only opposite, Fluffy cleaning house with a double kill.
As of right now here, Max, it is still only the Killjoy left inside the PGT. Now, I prophesy they should be able to get this. As you went ahead and broke it down, it is these facts executing million onto C to catch an AV off guard, and then Marshall can only do so much.
That hit.
And
The alarm bot and the male swarm are going to give it away, and suddenly they have no visibility. Any rotates are possible right now, and there's no chance that C site's going to work out, so they're going to opt the next best option, which would be B site. This, of course, already has Darking on their double kill in their favor, but will that be another triple, no less? Can the Classic find one? No, Striker gets one instead, and now it's a 1v3. Even 2v2 in every single time so far, Ravish.
Well, to force him off the side out into garage. And straights come out back and forth. Zine gets Felipe. Both GPs usage to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately, and not the gunner. Trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PGT, finally able to bring it back.
They're just okay. All right. I mean, I guess. All right, So here's what I believe they're doing. Is I believe they're waiting for all the utils to be up and ready. Yeah. I believe they were waiting for the fault line to be off of cooldown, but they all spot them.
It's like Braveheart.
Down in hell, but he puts respawn in. Actually, all the fighters are going down his way. The Judge Gaming is out of there doing so. He's Judge Julian execute.
The op is in play though. Pasito's able to find Fluffy op versus op. But even then, he has to relinquish his position to whip out the knives.
It's time! We're about ready to hop into the grand finals right here on GLG's Pit of Valor. Here, Seymour. I am Rapture, the most Rapture on the internet. Join here today, yet again, for the entire day. We're calling Seymour. Not only are we on the desk, but we're also going to be casting for y'all for this fantastic match for these teams we've seen dominate throughout the day, man, for hours upon end. And for the best of three here, Seymour, we got LC versus Elysium.
And you know what? The whole day has been a blast. I'm so happy that we've been able to finish the year together, Ravish. You know, bring in as much entertainment as we can, and why not top it off with a grand final too? We are going to treat you guys to one of the best series you could ask for. And it's all going to start off another than Icebox.
I have been waiting to go ahead and cast another Icebox match, man. The last time this happened, I remember I was casting Exit and the Knights, and we couldn't pronounce a single one of their names. But this time will not be the case. Maybe.
Might be. It might be, but it might not be. Nonetheless, it's going to be a good game, and it's going to be fantastic because we're looking at these teams. You know, we followed Elysium the whole time, and now Chaos coming into it. We haven't seen them on stream. We know bare bones about this team. Elysium has been dominating each time. I mean, you look at Haven. What was it, like 13-3 on Haven? And then on Bind, it was something. It was like 13-7,
I believe.
To 7 on Bind, and now you're coming into this grand final. You're coming into this best of 3 with the utmost confidence, the utmost freedom on your chest.
Exactly. Like Symmetra says here, Colin, the utmost reality, which he says. But you would know that you being a pro Overwatch player and all.
I know nothing about that. I only know about Valorant agents.
Of course. Yo, do you want to know how to say what Symmetra says in Sanskrit?
Why don't you enlighten us?
All right, well, I could. So what she says is, "Ye param vastavikta hai."
Sounds absolutely crazy.
Now I want you to say it.
I don't want to for the sake of the people.
You know what? That's okay. But you know what else for the sake of the people here, Colin? All these age breaks coming at you right away. And although I don't see no Viper, which I'm sad about, I do see a Sage and a Reyna, which I'm very, very happy about. The Reyna can also just do the exact same job of covering so many of those angles. The Killjoy is one that I like a lot. But one interesting thing is that Lethal Chaos does not opt for a single info agent. There's no Cypher, there's no Killjoy, there's no Sova here.
We might be looking at some hard aggression from Lethal Chaos. So if they can bring it, and if they're banking on full utility from their duelist to find that info, maybe flashes from your breach, you know, the Sage to wall off to get you into a site. Maybe the info characters aren't needed, but with a map as big as Icebox, I think this is gonna be tough for Lethal Chaos and the agent pool that they're taking.
Which, by the way, small note, this is the first Icebox that we have in GLG history here, Colin. So we out here making history, baby, as you hop into map number 1 for the grand final, for the final pit of Valor of the year. Let's get it with some strong opening picks. And you look at that, a full and complete B push coming in for the side of LC, but opening pick coming from Karos.
K-Ross with one trades back and forth. K-Ross with that opening pick is going to be everything right now for Elysium because it's evened up at a 3-piece for each side. Slow down the play, which I love from Lethal Chaos. This attack is going to be crucial to start it off because if they can hit it, you know, a game like Valorant, it's very defender-sided on most maps, and Icebox, it's going to be hard. So if Lethal Chaos can start off with a round win on the pistol, they might be able to carry that for a few wins. Now Thomas, he's going to land a nice shot with that classic. The paranoia is going to break through for these attackers. Thomas looking for a second. Spike goes down, and the retake is underway with the advantage favoring Elysium. The shadows from the Omen might be what they need to get on from Thomas, but Kooky on that Omen with his utility might be able to slow this down. The defuse is going to be touched, but it's just a fake from this team. The shots back and forth from each team. One left for Lethal Chaos. The defuse is going to be stuck for them. That's the final kill from Impulsive, and Elysium takes round 1 on defense.
And yet again, Elysium opened up with such a strong round. You saw it there right at the beginning. Right, they go over the full complete. They fully go over the full B push. Open it up, 3 picks here, back and forth. They go ahead, go back for a little bit of fake, slow play, and then execute out of the site yet again. Although Lethal Chaos was able to get 1 pick back, it just was not enough, unfortunately, because you saw the trades there at the end of what it came down to were just better, Colin.
I wanted to see Lethal kind of fight back a little bit with that. That Omen, you know, the Omen Kooky, I was expecting him to throw some smokes down to allow his duo a little bit more space on that hold for the post plants, but right now on this is a quick play from the attackers, which is a little bit interesting. Let's see how Campion can do the Stinger. You're talking about a very dangerous Impulsive on that Bulldog, looking for more with his pistol, but instead the paint cans and the Stinger are gonna reign true, as all that's left is Arena, and not for long.
Hey, man, that was sick. Like, immediately you saw with the breach front line too, to go ahead, open it up, get 1 pick back too. But Elysium, man, with the trades coming in back and forth, they're bobbing and weaving around the A site, the stingers they had, and because they had the overall econ advantage, they stick with it and is able to do better. What it's come down to at the end of the day here, Colin, is with gunfights, and let's look at the economy too, now being in the 3rd round. Lethal Chaos go ahead and opt in to go for the full buys here. So this is the chance to make a difference. Look at the setup too. They go for a bit of spread push to try to open it up in mid with the Razor open fighting, but it's already smoked out. But look and try to partially push down and A as mid is wide open.
And with this being the first gun round, I need to see Elysium play a little bit more aggro to get value out of these SMGs. You see the boom bot from Cade. It's gonna straighten up Kooky at the other end of that, and the paint cans along with that. A huge pick from Chaos to open up with first blood. That's a jet on jet, gonna favor the red side, the attackers. So interesting plays from the defenders to try to get aggressive with your rifle instead of the SMGs, but not paying out. It's gonna be a little bit dangerous.
So slow playing it just around A side. There are almost 5 around there too with the Omen. So sticking around mid to watch rotation, but there comes out to go up on in, but the Killjoy turret. So the Maul should try to slow it down just a little bit. Can't around the side shots already down. The spike down already. Here Seymour too, and Cade on the side 7. Nice little crossfire to take out 2 yet again, but Keith gets 1 back. It doesn't matter. He's caught in the middle. It's a 3v2. Bishop right now as a bus if they're both just stuck on side. The pincer in and Omen coming around the back to make sure they can't get away.
With the SMGs in this close quarter A site, it's just so terrifying if you're Lethal Chaos, but now you're at a 2-on-2. And this is definitely possible to pull it back. The first rifle round, if it goes to Lethal Chaos, they're going to have good stance in the rest of this, but 11 seconds to get that spike down. Nuttle's gonna have to get that down instantly with Kukli watching over him. That's a huge pick with that Phantom. Thomas now on site, looks for that opening, goes for the big Spectre, gonna find one-on-one Omen versus Omen. Going for the dry peek, picks up a Vandal from the Scavenge and wins the fight as well. Elysium, they stay in the lead now with 3 rounds.
Man, even though Elysium do as well before didn't opt to go in for the full rifles at the end, Thomas clutching it out even though quickly came at the side. It was a 1v1 almost at the end of it. Bobby Ween between those 2 green boxes, absolutely sick here, Seymour. And this is the same kind of domination we've seen coming out the side between these past 3 rounds. Elysium has been a different beast between these 3 teams. So we'll have to see if Lethal Chaos can try to change it up. As of right now, looking at the setup, they're looking to do a fast B push currently. Spike is set behind them to make sure they can try to catch a big pick. We'll see this fault line can do anything. As Jet, this Papa Kairos takes him out.
This is something we didn't see on Bind. The Jet taking over. Kairos doing what he does best. The Operator finding 2. Now Campion gonna help out. A Deagle. The Sheriff gonna answer back with 1. Is gonna be enough for Lethal Chaos. Now 2H5. He's gonna be sneakily banking on that corner. He's gonna get a nice flash, but great job by Kairos to play the life instead of taking the duel. It's gonna be interesting in another 3rd one for that Operator. A Deagle shot for 2H5. That's a triple kill for himself. Now Operator versus Deagle. Which is gonna win this one out, Ravish?
I mean, I imagine they do say that the pen is mightier than the sword, but the Op is might be more mightier than the Deagle here, Colin. You see, but it's only 2H5 left, though. He picks up the alt orb to at least get the res. The previous rounds, a beautiful play, but now Kairos with the ultimate off the side puts out the knife, but dies. A valiant effort will not be enough, and now is down to a 1v2. Lethal Chaos change up the tempo completely.
The Bladestorm 2H5 goes down, so no ace. Bladestorm versus Killjoy. I know the Axe is gonna be definitely banging on this as you only have a classic in your hand. The Nanoswarm gonna block that one off, gonna disrupt the plant right away. Second one gonna land right on top of him. Bladestorm gonna be in hand, 20 health. Not gonna bank you for anything. The Phantom's gonna come out on top with that duel. And Elysium, with these clutch rounds, Ravish, are gonna be keeping it at a flawless so far, a 4-0 start, but Lethal Chaos are a hair away from taking these rounds.
And that was such a nice play by Impulsive as well to be able to go force out Axe right up on the right side where he knew he would be. So he makes the gamma, puts out the grenades and mollies and forcing him there, and he already has Crosshair trained, so there was no way for him to go ahead and try to actually make it across as well. So it's like he was caught in between a rock and a hard place. So really well done by Impulse for catch that out and also catching a 2H5 in the beginning to make sure to even stay. But if we're looking at it right now to Lethal Chaos, yeah, make something happen. They were on a save before, but now they're all full buys as a go for a bit of a split B push 2-3 down. Looking down green as the Reina goes up to A.
If you're gonna play the Operator on Lethal Chaos, I'm looking for the rest of the team to support it, to bank Axe to get that opening kill. They really have to play off of this sniper rifle because it's detrimental to make sure you get value out of this one-shot potential gun. Campion on the other side, though, opens up with first blood in favor of Elysium. It's going to force the rest of the team for Lethal Chaos to back up, rotate over to Kukli, and back him up on this stance, which I'm not too afraid of for the stance. You're going to pull the spike over there. You only have 3 people blocking it. The Omen is close for the rotation, but I think Lethal's going to have a good chance over at the A site.
And that's one thing too, because Reina actually went in first to try to open up the A site. If you can find anything too, but with Cappy catching him out, he pops the Empress, peeks yet again. And then unfortunately, this really gets headshot. Taking the Empress out of their hands is really solid. They're coming in from LC, but spots out the stage, can't land the shots. The Page is gonna do a ton of work to heal at the last second, saving a life. But Cake at the top, upon Raph is maintaining the high ground and Axe. And Chaos maintaining op battle shut down. Kairos maintains his dominance, says, I'm the only opera here. Get that weak stuff out of here.
Opportunity isn't there for Lethal Chaos because the Operator is standing tall for Elysium. And it's something that we were talking about prior to that, back on the off-cam situations that we were sitting in, is the Operator battle. when you have that one-on-one, K-Rose is going to win that because he's holding that angle. Very tough for Lethal Chaos Axe to win out on that gunfight when it's already watched by K-Ross. I really want to highlight the fact that when you're looking at these pushes from Lethal Chaos, and that opening from the Reyna is everything, but it just wasn't enough. Now you see it. Abused Needle finally doing something. Campion keeping it even for a piece, as it's both teams just butting heads on the corner towards the middle of the map. And Abused Needle with the Sheriff, making sure that Lethal Chaos is still in this.
And a big thing we have to note here as well, Colin, is that right on Lethal Chaos, or they're not caught in this ping pong economy with it back and forth, so they need to be able to make something happen, right? So before, this was their shot to be able to get around back and fix what they could, but as of right now, Lethal Chaos, they just have to go ahead and find out scraps up on the ground based on any picks they get. There's a 4-4, but look what this set up, because they're all down mid. And most of Elysium do that too. So to go ahead, back off, and the transition over to A, where the Killjoy is anchoring. Look at this. Omen and Jet and Raiden are all covering mid-side, so they have no idea about this right now.
30 seconds left.
The information that K-Rose is getting over at the B side, pushing that far in, is going to let them know that it is an A hit. Now underway, you have the lockdown from the Killjoy from the defenders too, so it's going to subside the attack as much as they can. Abused Noodle getting a huge kill onto Campion, taking out that Reyna. If they get the spike down and get out before the lockdown's down, that's going to be huge for these attackers, because the lockdown is going to nullify any gun that they have in hand. Now Impulsive on the back end is going to find 2 with the Bulldog. Keith just around the corner on this breach. 2H5 not going to be able to do anything because the defenders win by time, Ravishing.
And look at K-Rose too. That was such a massive play, because he was hanging around at the backside near B. He catches Omen on the TP and cancels it. The Omen was gonna go ahead. You know, we saw quickly because he got the spike over, was gonna TP over, but K-Rose, huge clutch play, stop spike from going down and make sure the LC is pincered on a site. Really well done by him, because that could have gone very, very differently. You see it more. And again, looking at the setup, LC, to go ahead and run it back. They have full buys yet again, so this is another shot to try to get the economy in their favor.
Big pick from Campion. Keith getting a little bit over aggressive. 2H5's up next. Kukli gonna help him out. Abused Neil gonna get out from Cade, who finds a nice 2 kill. Making 3K almost the ideal name to have. If you can find another one, the Boombot is gonna find its target. Impulsive gonna help him out after 2H5 gets distracted a little bit. And moving over on the zip line, Kukli trying to get out, but it's hunting season for the rest of Elysium. Kukli looking to make that magic happen. Impulsive saying, heck no. And Cade finishing it off.
Honestly, Seymour, that was good King Flash and Gun play too. Because you go in, Spike immediately drops as well, and then they're just caught out as well. Because you see on the side of Elysium as well, where the bottom weaved around, the green boxes to end with Omen around the back, make sure they couldn't get out. And although only Kukli got that one main kill as well, because he's by himself, they were just pincered on the site. There was nowhere they could go. And Elysium are reading Lethal Chaos so beautifully here. But they go for a fast A push, but Chaos picking it up again, taking out the Reyna, but that is off down as they're on the save.
1-for-1 trade. Cade making it 2. 2 players left make it 1. Kukli once again on the back foot, Campion across from him. He's got the Stinger. I mean, you got a lot of damage here, Ravishing. The Paranoia is not going to do too much for you, as he's going to stay there. Campion with the classic finishes it off. 7, make it 8-0 for Elysium. They're running away from this, and I have to say, it's really off the aggression that you're seeing from these defenders, and a part of that is the information they're allowed to get from a player like Omen, from a player like Killjoy. Just these 2 players allowing them to solo hold sites possibly and support their duelists in getting in and out if they can. Is a lot more that what you're seeing from Lethal Chaos, who's just running pure flashes and pure duelists.
Yeah, fantastic anchors, both of them too, just doing so much work for themselves and for their own team. But Offshot, you get Cave Roast, man. He's won the battle every single time, just asserting his dominance over and over again. Axe has got to feel better. They want to try to bring up a small point though, but we'll stop for a second. As you look at the setup too, right now LC still positioned around right around the back of B site. Looking to try to at least open up because they're already down a man. They know that Op is there. Watch to try to pick it up. But look at this. They force out the entire rotation onto the A side. B side is open as well, which is huge. And they get the res off your team, which is huge.
That's big. Keith taking down the Blaze Storm. Axe does go down after getting res, so it's still a 4-on-4. But it's now interesting with what Lethal Chaos can do on the back of Keith. He finds a second. Thomas going down. Traded by Campion, who finds a nice double kill. Campion's heating up and doing what he was doing on Bind all year long. Just absolutely raining terror on his enemy now. Full confidence in that peak. Finds 4 kills in the round and closes off for the 9th in favor of Elysium.
That's a collateral if I've ever seen one here, Colin. Man, he lined them up and took them down, bro. You would think this was practice range. The way he's mowing down all these people. This is disgusting.
It's what the chat's been saying all day. Reina diff.
And it really and truly is, because you see it. And one thing I want to mention before as well, you saw on the side of Elysium, all these guys, even though they're on the defense, they play so far forward. They immediately push in on the main entry points on these sites. They seem to know exactly where else he's entering from too. And they take them on these very, very narrow corridors that you're playing around in Icebox. If the attackers do try to turn aggressive, if the attackers attempt to get aggressive, they can land their shots. It's easy stuff, but Breach to already use a site already hit here, Seymour.
Blaze Storm going to be prepped from Lethal Chaos on this attack. Confused Noodle going to find one. That's a huge kill, but then Blaze Storm not getting anything. Luckily, the rest of your team is there to help you out. Unfortunately, Thomas has something to say. Somehow, Lethal Chaos still in it. K-Ross with this operator. Is he able to continue his dominance? No, it's not. And Lethal Chaos find their first round in the whole series.
And that round was exactly that. Chaos. Because you saw with the Rolling Thunder used to go and open up the site, that did give Lethal Chaos a huge advantage to be able to take out at least a couple of the picks. But with the Omen at the side and also Raider being picked off too very, very early on, you've seen Campion and Thomas COT have been the anchors for so many of these teams. Campion right now with 16 kills in 10 rounds. Can I get you on my team, bro? Can you carry me out of bronze, please?
I have to say, Ravish, the 2HC and Keith have been doing so much for Lethal Chaos. The two of them. That Rolling Thunder was so good into getting into the site, and Abused Noodle starting to heat up as well on the Reina. Campion might be having a rival here. Thomas gets back in time to find one on the back foot of their attack. And getting rid of one attacker is going to be good for Impulsive, who has the rest to deal with. Thomas alongside him. They find 3 together. Keith knocks down 1, but 1 is the only player that he can find. K-Ross shuts down this attack. And the defenders keep rolling through 10-1.
We were just talking about Thomas and how crucial he was for the team, man. He's just setting up such good flanks for himself and playing a fantastic backside, playing that third man there, waiting for any sort of potential flanks. But 2, we saw the Campion when he got picked off as well. Thomas was there with a TP. He found such a good sightline for himself. People just destroy the team, and that's one big thing as well, is when you're able to go out and bring in an Omen like that, man. Is his TP usage under all that chaos. Gorgeous. Chef's kiss too, but another A hit coming out, but Campion picked off. This could be big here, Seymour.
Brilliant shot from Axe. That first blood's going to allow them into it. Defender's going to drop the lockdown once again. Last time it put the attackers in disarray. This time I want to see some more cool heads here. As Thomas just waiting for that lockdown to detain someone. K-Ross just taking over. A nice 3-piece off screen. It's going to leave the attack absolutely subsided. You see the player gets detained. The rest follows suit. Cade 3K finds a nice 2K. And the defenders get the defuse into this one. I have to say, Ravishing, every single time that Impulsive drops that lockdown, Lethal Chaos, it seems like they don't know how to deal with it.
This is why I said before, man, with you, all you analyst coaches, bro, hire me. Killjoy is so good on this map. Now, with Chaos, of course, making the hero play, even though Cappy got picked off in the beginning, that 3K made such a difference to bring the overall tides in Elysium's favor. Past that, too, the Killjoy also used it in the back of the site right by Rafters, covers almost the entire site. So you saw that how Lethal Chaos was pincered there too, and they're pushed, and they're being pushed as well, so they could not go anywhere. But now we'll see if Lethal Chaos, if they can try to bring it back on the defense. Maybe their defensive side of the team, and maybe this was the handicap they wanted to give to themselves.
Maybe they're just giving them a false sense of security. That this 11-1 is going to be enough to find it, and now on defense they're going to make their stance acts with that frenzy. He's going to open up onto K-Roz, the rest going to follow in turn. Keith finds one as well. Campion keeping it in a 4-on-3. Spike's going to be planted, and the retake is going to be underway as 2H5 going to trade out with Kukli. As Abused Noodle going to help out with one Campion left alive. Reyna versus Reyna and Omen. Abused Noodle going to be aside that of 4K looking for the ace. Kukli on the opposite side of the map, on the opposite side of the site. Time ticking not in his favor. A Ghost versus Frenzy. A Ghost versus Classic. As it just got a little bit scarier for the Omen. Kukli dancing the dance of death and not finding Campion at all. Now the Classic gonna go down the ace for Campion. As soon to be a champion if he keeps this up.
You know what we call the dance to death in Spanish, my man Seymour? We call that La Valle de las Muertas. Right? And that's exactly what we saw as we showed the replay for you as well. As Campion, bro, some people are just manufactured more efficiently, built differently, Seymour. And he really and truly is. Coming out with no fear even through the paranoia, goes around the box, spans out quickly, back and forth, lands the shots, man. Gets the ace at the beginning. And now yet again, we see they go for a full A hit. They have an Odin in hand to get down Kados. This is
Odin
big.
An Odin and an Ares, but not able to get any farther than that. Pulls out the Frenzy. Cade with the Odin as well takes out Keith. Gonna even it out. Campion taking the advantage in their hands. Somehow styling on the rest of them with Impulsive in suit. They're looking for the game, and they're looking to end it here. That's gonna be your game one winners. Elysium with a dominant 13-1 win, Ravishing.
Colin, these were some of the fastest rounds I've ever casted in my entire life. This is absolutely insane because you see it too. The hits were clean, they were fast. The trades were, the trades were efficient, my brother. And it felt like once the go button was pressed, nothing could stop these teams.
I have to say, whenever I saw the attackers take the map, every time Lethal Chaos had to do it, they were just a little bit separated enough for a player like the Omen, a player on Elysium to just find them in the backsuit. And every single time I saw that, there was just that one player separated from the team that put them at a deficit, allowed the retake of Elysium to just be so subtle, so simple. And at the start of it, a lot of the turn was coming to some clutch 1v1s favoring out Elysium. And I have to put the shining star on K-Rose for that. I mean, there's a reason why they set their name, and they wanted their name to be K-Rose for the series, and that is because he absolutely turned up in the grand finals. And the Jet battle, along with the Reyna battle, the duelists were just shining stars for Elysium on Icebox.
K-Rose didn't only rise, my brother. He soared above the rest. Campion was the true champion. And if I'm looking at it, man, it is LC have a tough round to go into here for Haven, man. It's because you saw before, we saw in Elysium looked fantastic on Haven, although much bigger map. So we should be in for a lot slower play, but like, I just gotta say, from what I've seen so far, Elysium, guys, I'm impressed. Shout out to you guys.
I'm looking at Haven as the next map, and you have to be a little bit worried. I mean, Haven is an attacker-sided map, and it is heavily attacker-sided. I mean, it's a difficult map, especially we see in the Pit of Valor all the time. These teams just very lackluster defenses, and we didn't get to see too much of Lethal Chaos's defense actually, so we can't really judge them on that as they only got what 2 rounds to defend at the end of it. And that being so, looking at Haven, if they're going to be starting on defense, which I assume since they started on attack for Icebox, they need to look for a comfortable couple of maps. You know, you have to have those information characters, because I think when it came to Icebox, they lost in the agent pick. Like well before that, they lost in the agent pick, not having an information character. You know, just going for that setup that they have was very different and very, very hard to deal with when you're going up against Elysium.
Yeah, because you saw the difference that the Killjoy made so many of these times. Just see more. And Killjoy being able to anchor down the ace almost by herself, giving away information with a turret, those mollies, and with that, it allowed for all of Elysium to come on in and dismantle LC. But we'll see if this trend does continue. It's going to cut it to a very, very short break. When we come back, we have Haven coming for you all right here on GLG.
See, we'll get another one. Sylph will find Doobie. Blast us. Find Sylph, though, in the trade, and now it's a 2-for-2.
Yeah, Doobie being able to pick up 2 kills there is absolutely huge, though. So much damage to the economy if they can continue to get more here. As Deluxey gets 1, goes for 4, can't secure it. Badger needs to pick up the slack, but that is still a round win, but very costly for AU, losing 4 members to pistols.
Smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see. Because they are taking their time. They are making sure that they don't get caught off guard by some of these piecemeals. As Quantavius, as soon as I say it, Defcon gets caught off guard by the shorty and gets immediately taken down, and now the round starts. The massive rotations, though, coming in from Thrifty to go straight towards the A site. Gonna be pretty big as Doobie will find Killa.
All 3 members here in Garage looking to bust out, but here's Sylph just holding the angle. Killa's forced off down to 20 HP, but do they repeat or did they just let the site do? They just let the site do. Sylph picks up 1, picks up 3. Badger secures the round, and that's 2 in a row now, once again for AU.
Sylph just peeking out and saying, look, I didn't want to play this map 3. I wanted this.
The smoke dissipates in Clay as his trigger ready.
Yeah, it does heal up the squad a little bit more. Now there's rifles in the hands of Wichita. Can they get more? The lineup! Sylph with an amazing 3K just shuts down the retake from Wichita.
And just cycles through the weapons to find the skin they like the most. I mean, what a lineup right there. You hate to do that. 3 people pushing in from the same angle at the same time. It's just...
by Arma. Harrisburg needs to continue to do that. Work in those pairs, those trios, try to get those trade kills. That's how they get back. But Alex blind through all sorts of different things. Able to get that kill. Taco, though, finds 3. Secures the round for Harrisburg Armada. They desperately needed that to stay in this match.
The uplift from the Jet, not going to be taken up a little bit, but not going down. Alex finds Scuffy, just waiting for those exit frags. Is Harrisburg Armada pushing in? Taco finds 1 on the quad. That's huge. Goes for a second. What is that? Oh my lord! With the collateral, and the sheriff goes for another one, but not gonna land it. To try to get this quick retake, but I don't expect too much from it because of the buy up from Baba Booey. You see already the stinger of Spangly gonna take out Goaty, the repeat from Qua with the Spectre and Spangly to shut down the rest. A flawless round as it.
If you could do basic math here down below, you see that we are tied 29-29 in terms of round score. We are literally so even in this series. We are
And we are back with that grand finals of the Pit of Valor. Myself, Seymour, along with the most ravishing man alive, Ravishing Ravish. Beside me, we just came off that 13-1 Icebox win in favor of Elysium, who showed up and showed their strong suit here, confidence on their chest, and it's only building, Ravishing.
You know what, man? I say this every single time, bro. In maps like these, in times like these, it is what raise boys to men. It's what put hairs on their chests, my brother. You don't just get to be this hairy without taking down a couple of aces, man, and without being just down bad, but bringing it back. So when's the last time you were down bad, Seymour?
Just a little bit ago when I saw Campion there. I mean, like, it's hard to just control myself when somebody's that horrendous on stream, given that much juice on stream there. I mean, that Reyna play that we saw from Elysium, absolutely unmatched in the pit of Valor today. And Lethal Chaos, if they want to take Haven, if they want to show up and send us to a game number 3 on the 30th of December as we cross over to the New Year's Eve, this is going to be a tough match to deal with.
It is. They're facing a genuine amount of opposition, but remember here to see more. Lethal Chaos made it here for a reason. I want to believe in it. I see it and I trust it. So I imagine we'll see it a lot more. Because honestly, within Icebox, we were talking about it before, right? This is the surprise factor for so many of these teams. They were more than likely caught off guard. They probably never dealt with it. And unfortunately, within a map like Icebox, it is what I like to call a very siege type map with the elevation, the open spaces, and how it is set up. Either you can really super slow play it, or those fast pushes that you saw from the side of Elysium, which can immediately just tear apart your opposing team one by one. But Haven's a different beast, Seymour.
I think that if on Icebox, if Lethal Chaos wanted to go with their no information characters, I wouldn't have mind them switching the Breach for a Brimstone maybe and playing Smokes down to take the site. And like you said, siege the site, lock down as many angles as they can, subside the information that's being gained from Elysium, because I think that they went an interesting route in not taking any information characters and just going for the Duelist, going for the Sage, as well as going for the Smokes and the Stuns from the Breach and the Omen. But I feel like they didn't have enough to stop Elysium from gathering information. So if they're going to do that again on Haven, I want to see them switch up their agent pool. If they're going to go for no information characters, they need characters to stop Elysium from gathering it, because there was nothing but space gained from Elysium. And once they grabbed that space, they just kept on pressing W and kept on taking over.
But now with Haven, all you have is space, Colin. So especially with how open the overall map is within those 3 sites, it's what changes a lot of teams, I find, too. And one big change we want to see coming from Lethal Chaos is the composition. We were talking about it before, picks like the Cypher, Killjoy, and Sova are essential on this too, because if you don't have any agents to either just push in and peek, using your utility to be able to catch out some people or being able to anchor down a site with a Killjoy and Cypher works so well too. Or even just go ahead and pulling a Scorsese like player 1 from Gen G and just directing the team like how you see it.
I mean, that might be the thing, but except you have to understand that player 1 just got benched, so apparently that wasn't working.
Well, that is a good and great proposition here that you say here, which is the fact that I didn't want to try to bring up. But the player 1 that I know is a great guy and a solid dude. And honestly, man, it's like, I'll be honest, I don't get it. Player 1 is so good at this game. It is actually disgusting. He exerts so much pressure when he holds down a site, bro. He's gross.
And
we're going to talk about him.
It's one thing that I'm going to go on to that too, and it applies for a lot of amateur teams too. It's one thing that seeing a team with such a unique ability, benching that player that makes them unique, I think that's the wrong way to go about it. I think they need to build on that, because championship teams, and I think a lot of esports teams look over this, championship teams are not just signed, they're built. And I think that's where they're lost a lot of that And I would like to see a lot more kind of build on that uniqueness that player one brought. Unfortunately, they're not going to be going that way. And instead of seeing Gen G, we are seeing Elysium and Lethal Chaos on Haven. We got the agent pool on screen, Ravishing. So why don't you tell me how you feel about this?
I'm liking already what I'm seeing so far. Almost identical comps across the board here. The change coming on the side of LC with the Killjoy and Sova, fantastic. I did see the hover from camping between the Reyna and the Jet. Coming and bringing in more smokes, which onto Haven is always solid. But I think Reyna can be really interesting depending on how you play her. But the Breach change up. Now they got Breach on their side, and they're also defending as I knock over my bowl, right? Like I was talking about before, man, I love Breach. And I think Breach can also be a fantastic anchor for sites like A and C without fault line to slow down so many of these plays. But now we have Elysium on the defense, so we'll see Little Chaos can turn it up on the attack here. See more. We're coming in for the potential final map, the grand finals of Pit of Valor for GLG.
Lethal on attack. Elysium on defense. A little bit surprised that they went for the attack once again. I'm going to have to see them absolutely pop off here. I'm looking at Axe. Was losing out on that Jet play. Abuse Noodle going to hop off that Reyna. Going to swap to the Phoenix. So hopefully looking a little bit more entry with the back of their team already pushing through Garage. Nobody to stop them there. You're going to see that late push from the defenders. Going to be lurking around site. Going to give up. C. Through the wall, Kairos finds Abused Noodle, and they're going to have the advantage in this retake as well.
But look at this, so they're all going to go ahead and hold down almost pretty much your long and cubby here, Seymour. So now depending on how Elysium tries to attack this, there's no flankers either, as Ald's position around Garage, Axe position around, and spots them all out, gets the move taken out, as so as Kukli, they're all waiting down long. They probably haven't spotted them as of yet, but they push it into cubby, get one, get two, and they get three, they get them all, 5-5, bye-bye. That's a defuse, it's Elysium going 1-0.
Catching them all like the Pokemon Masters they want to be. You know, I love that play from Elysium. It's a hard site to hold down on defense. And giving it up for the retake, just a full 5-on-5, including Kairos getting that kill through the wall in Garage for a 5-on-4. Brilliant. And it gave them that stability, that teamwork to retake the site that we've been talking about all game, because the post-plant position from Lethal Chaos was a little bit lacking.
But let's see right now with the setup, what they have already coming out for them here to see more, because within they're looking to go ahead and put the smokes down on C, but they're pushing through mid, down through Garage as well. That dirt should spot out Kairos though, but now mid is open. It's a full rotation from all Elysium as all of LC pushing onto E. It speaks and spot, and it gets spotted down. A spike doesn't get planted either. It's a 1-for-1. The person comes to the side with the Marshall no less and gets the headshot through the window. Impulsive gets a triple. The round is over. What just happened, Colin?
An absolute hive mind of a play from Elysium. As soon as Kairos pops in and drops that spike on the ground, the rest of the team flood through on all angles. You see that flank. You see Campion with that Marshall from A-cut. Everything was covered for Elysium. The defenders are showing their strong suit that attacking isn't everything on Haven. And Elysium are truly built differently. You see in that replay, Impulsive with that Spectre getting 2 and 3 off cam with Campion helping out in that kill feed. Brilliant plays to hit that flank so fast.
Lethal Chaos though need to try to slow things down. They go for a lot of fast pushes and they get caught out. Campion on the side, he pushes up through gas, gets one, but they're trading back and forth through window as they're all just trading here. They're pushing up so far, the knives are out, but he dies to Abuse Needle. He just didn't have the reaction time, but the fault line gonna slap him for a little bit. It's still 2v3, but Lethal Chaos taking out. The ultimate from the Jet is big, especially from Campion, who you know how much work he can do.
And after all said is done, a 3-on-2, the best chance that Lethal Chaos has had so far, Ravishing, to take a round.
Yeah, as right now, because we know too, we saw this before as well. Considering Elysium, they're on a save as well as the big, so not necessarily a save, but they pretty much kept all the weapons from the previous rounds. Meanwhile, Lethal, they went for the full buys. Luckily 2h5 does get tagged by the fault line, but does get tagged by that gun though. There's a pulse going around the side. You should see as of right now here the Phoenix are going out to C. Abuse Needle knows the site is open as Solo jumps on it with the spike down. And that is it. It's just the breach left. He has no health, Colin.
Nothing at all to work on. And if Elysium popped this one out, I actually think that this is an outmatched matchup. You see they're both hand in hand looking for that trade. Cade finds one. 15 health, going for the wide peek. Abused Noodle. I was sweating a little bit because that got scary. Lethal Chaos take round number 1 for themselves. 3 rounds into this, the first gun round between both teams. That's an important one for the economy.
Absolutely, because at least as of right now, they can go ahead and reset and make sure to maintain that, so that way they're not on a save. Because as we all know, it's like, you know, with that third round, you lose that. It's gonna be a tough little time for y'all. You only get your shot once every other round, though. So they're getting that back. They're already looking better than last round. You're seeing more. Tries to set up though as you go to look at it. They're trying to look for a goal for a potential A push. But I like what they're doing so far because at least they've slowed it down.
You know, we haven't seen A be sieged by the attackers either just yet, and Campion getting close, getting the ultimate orb either. Didn't see any presence. So if this late push to A comes into fruition, might favor the attackers here. Axe and Keith inside Sewer's gonna find 2, and that Short's gonna come in control of the attackers. Gonna have full sight control. You see the retake coming in now. Defenders, if Axe can find this one, Kairos luckily takes it, but that was an important 1v1 to look for. He does go down eventually, and the spike's going to be planted freely now. As sight control favors the attackers, we might look at a 2-2 here.
As of right now, if we're all looking at the side of Elysium, as they're pushing it on the side, but Impulsive pushing in too long. Already picks one up, and he's just waiting for him, bro. Quickly lines up the shot, takes him out so they know he's there. It is a 1v3 for the side of Elysium. It's such a tough side as he gets paranoid out. He has no util, but lands the headshot onto Keith, takes him out. Bobby weaving back and forth, a 2v1, but he just does not know where they are, Colin. And Lethal Chaos, 2-2 on the board, already looking better. We said it, Haven, the great equalizer.
Hey, you know, we've just upgraded a little bit, Ravishing. You know, this has gone from a schoolyard fight where the bully's taking on that local nerd to a war between 2 grand finalists. And Lethal Chaos are starting to show up here. Elysium, they might have something in store for them.
Placing swamp grenade.
As right now, they're going to try to position down on mid as they go through C long, try to catch information that they can with the silver drone. The Isle drone does spot out the Omen. It's anchored in the back of sight with the Killjoy util. They've only spotted him though because we do have to mention that Elysium is on a save as of right now. So if they were to pick this back up, this would be huge for them.
Earlier, you saw Elysium give up the C site as well. Play for the retake. This time they're locking it down, and that pick on the Sova Dart too was absolutely huge to shut them down. Now let's see if Cade can get anything instead. Abused Nuddle is gonna find that pick onto Cade 3K. It's gonna allow them garage control, and it's gonna give the attackers that opportunity to push onto the site. Now the Omen here, it's gonna see Thomas if he can get anything. He finds 1, 2, H5, gonna go down. Axe, gonna trade that one forward. A 4-on-3 for the plant site town. Campion gonna make it a 3-on-3, but Amused Noodle gonna keep his terror flowing. For Lethal Chaos, he looks for more, but a 3-on-2 is where we're gonna stand for a bit. Impulsive on site has the Sheriff, gonna find the noggin of Abused Noodle with a great flick. This is almost out of sight as the turret and 2 players are still gonna go down. Finds the scavenge of a Vandal.
Out of charges.
Gonna edge himself around the corner, put the turret down as well to check down long, but Keith in a great position to shut down this defuse.
He has to defuse.
You hear the tick? It's gonna be a fake right away. Time starting to take it down. It's not favoring the defenders now. Kairos and Co are gonna lose out on another one as the post-plant positions from Lethal Chaos are gonna provide a stellar setup to stop the defuse.
Now, although you saw there for the side of Elysium, it wasn't much stuff around because we're on the save, but the fact that they came that close is absolutely huge. But even still, you saw that, you know, Keith, like, Impulsive to coming in at the last second. He did get a couple of headshots too. It was very back and forth, but now with the full buys too, we'll see if Impulsive can bring it back and try to fix the economy. As LC looks try to push it through garage, immediately they go Molly out the door. And Beezdoodle pops the ultimate to catch any vision on B side.
And running back, gets rid of the turret. He's gonna find anything less. Cade gonna shut it down as well as the spike doesn't get planted. And Keith gets on site but shut down by Campion after finding one. So 4 on 3 now. The flash from the bridge not gonna land on anybody. Impulsive gonna drop that lockdown, gonna shut down any attack that they have, any presence that they have. Campion gonna work alongside them. Trade 1-for-1, and the attackers have no space right now. The only thing favoring them are the trades.
But remember, you're calling the spike was dropped as well right on the B side, so that's such a big thing for Impulse to be able to go ahead and just maintain control of 2 right now. If you're looking at Lethal Chaos, are in such a tough spot. 40 seconds left to go. They have to find a way to go and enter onto side 2. H5 does have the ultimate. Try to create some space for himself. He also has a dart as well. Just find the position, but they have no idea where they are. He pops it, should be shot immediately. He can't get anything at all.
This is where the attackers need to find anything. Any advantage that they can grab. That lockdown, that location reveal on Campion is what they needed, but K3 is the kryptonite to deny him the site. That was a horrible place to drop the spike and very unfortunate for Lethal Chaos. I mean, it was a valiant effort for the retake. That location, granted by the Sova, almost secures them another round win, but evened out 3 apiece, Ravishing.
K3K lives up to his main and gets 3K himself here, and just go for a small note to the Owl Drone spotting out the Jez. Well, forcing her to drop a slug again, and the wall bang was exactly what I wanted to see out of them too, and because they doesn't want to overcommit. So it's big for Impulse to go ahead and get the economy back in check. And as of right now, it does force LC on the save as well. As broken buys across the board here as they go for the A hit. Back and forth, knives don't hit. Campion stays alive.
When talking about Haven, 3-3 is a good standing, favoring Elysium, I think. And if they can keep this going, if they can keep it so close, well on defense, it's going to be tough for Lethal Chaos when the halftime switches. You see, they put a lot of their efforts towards a bait-out utility from those defenders, and now that rotation is going to be taking them elsewhere. It looks like it's going to be a C hit taking control of Garage. Keith gets rid of the turret. Site control now. Tom is going to be the first line of defense. Impulsive alongside him. In Garage going to find one. Keith overwhelms that Omen. Has the site, but a 2-on-4. It's going to be tough to deal with. Campion was locked down by the Nano Swarm. You see Garage coming out for the defenders. Elysium gonna look to take control and suffocate these attackers on site. Cade finds the first one. Spike's not planted just yet. Campion being all stylish and such with his movement in the air shuts down the Killjoy. 4-3 for the defenders.
The right click is so disgusting, man. Oh my god, bro. Even in the air, even after all the nerf, all that much, it is gross. So if we're looking at it, to look at the econ as well here, Seymour right now. Oh, at least we have gotten theirs in check. But LC, Little Chaos. Although they are full buys right now, if they don't win this round, they'll be back on the save yet again. Possibly forced to give over another round and be in yet another round deficit that they were before. Looking good. As a setup, as just a right around A side is slow play with the Omen and the Phoenix too, moving into mid and C.
I don't mind them baiting out the utility like they are, but when you're rotating to the sites, you have to check your angles because you have no site control on the other side of the map. So it allows for the defenders to spread out and get into the nooks and crannies that you're not expecting. Now you're seeing the spike gonna rotate over to mid window. Campion over at the A side gets rid of that jet. Now playing at the deficit to take the site. The attackers, a nice paranoia from Gookly. And that's just not what you need getting into there. You have to be aware of the utility that you're taking aside. Now, evened up by Abused Noodle. Last time we saw Impulsive in this setup, He got a nice 3K, finds the first, goes for the second. Keith shuts him down, but Thomas is there to allow the help. He gets out alive, and the smoke from the Omen is going to keep him safe. Going to be on site now where 2H5 finds that pick, makes it a 2-on-2. The spike plant goes on. The attackers are going to have a good opportunity to take those in out. The Rolling Thunder is going to knock out both of them. The lockdown from the attackers are going to keep them off site, so you think. But when you're dealing with Campion and K3K, there's other things in store for you. Like a full retake and a full shutdown of the site and a 5-3 scoreline for the defenders.
That was actually a lot of commitment too, as well, coming from the side of Elysium too, because since they go ahead, they pop the Killjoy ultimate along with the Rolling Thunder just to enter in onto the site. But still, I like what I saw a lot though, because at least they would get the point back and force LC onto the save too. So very well worth it if they get this round as well to continue their lead. But you see it, Lethal Chaos not gonna offer the full side. They're gonna go for a bit of broken by, and I saw a Guardian on their hands as well, man. I'm a big fan of the Guardian here, but we'll see if they do anything with it as they look to try to push into A again, a full A push this time.
No, I'm surprised more people don't use the Guardian. Now, Campion gets aggressive once again to grab that alt orb, almost finding some good damage, but instead taking a bit in his favor. Now, Abused Noodle on site, gonna block off one half of it to push in with the rest of the attack, because that Stinger being so dangerous. K3 avoids the stun, finds a pick, finds two. The Guardian of 2H5 does find one, but K3 still tearing through this attack with a 3K to match his name. Impulsive on site, finds from behind Axe. 2H5 makes it even, but the trades favor Elysium once again as the defenders are taking control of this. And Lethal Chaos Ravishing, if I was them, I am just sweating buckets right now.
So many of these rounds here, Colin, are just backyard brawls, man. Like Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather going at it in the ring. They're just throwing blows back and forth, and it's just a matter of who's able to actually get a better flanker on the sides, which more often that is going to be Elysium, which they've got because you saw with the Omen coming on the side. That was big to be able to catch the Jet on the back and get them all flashed, right? Two, the use of the Breach flashes is really big because it immediately disorients so much of LC. People try to back up and go behind cover. And three, maintaining sideline as well within on A, because when they already immediately enter, like Elysium, they get prepared immediately. They were able to find advantageous position for themselves as we go to a very small pause here. Seymour, man, already Elysium are 6-3, baby.
6-3 is what we're at right now. As the clock strikes midnight too, it's like it was timed for the Pit of Valor to be here. But I have to say, when I'm looking at Elysium and Lethal Chaos, I need to see Lethal Chaos just show up a little bit more of a fight against them, because I find that they're showing up in that backroom ball.
I'm gonna just stop talking real quick, man. You know why? As the clock struck midnight, guess what time it is, bro? Let me go ahead and hear y'all in chat and wish my man Colin Seymour a very happy birthday, bro. This is it, bro. Let's go ahead and change that into B-Day, boy, man. Let's go, man. 21 back at it. You're a fantastic dude, and I wish you nothing but happiness. Can we get some birthdays, man, in the chat? That'd be solid.
I'm just glad to be here. There's no other way I'd like to spend my birthday than with some beautiful Valorant, with Ravish alongside me, and the great behind the scenes action that we're given at GLG. I'm truly blessed to be here right now. And you know what? Cheers to the new year. I still have a little bit in my glass. I've been
bet you do, but I do not. Yeah. Cheers, brother. Happy birthday to you as we head back into the match, man. Like you said, it was almost like it was timed perfectly.
I looked at that. I looked at that too. I was like, no way they're actually coming through with it. But anyways, we're back into the action. Phoenix gonna run it back. Abused Noodle gonna be taking all the space that he can. Actually, it's not gonna find anything. Instead, it was tagged up, and the Hunter's Fury gonna find his doppelganger. quickly finds Chaos. They're taking control of the C site, and after that nanoswarm's done, I expect the spike to be planted and the post-plant positions to be favoring these attackers now. I want to see this come into fruition for the side of Lethal Chaos. K3K has denied them this so many times. And yes, the breach in the backline. K3K does all he can, but right now, we're talking about Elysium. And Elysium was shut down by Lethal Chaos for a 4th round on attack.
And Lethal Chaos too, they held it down even with the Killjoy ultimate. They all go ahead, all hold offside down in long, and do so beautifully because even with Cade coming down the back, he was up against 3. He could not take on all of them, man. It was such a tough spot to be in for him too, because even with all the flashes and the fault lines too, unfortunately, this still the L1, so 3 guns do win those. And those sightlines, it's just, I'm seeing LC improve every single time here, but we'll see. I think pull the same play yet again as they try to bait us in util. The smoke's already going down from the Omen. As look to position around C set, but look at the Phoenix too, trying to gain some information. Right outside of spawn in A if you can spot anybody.
Thomas setting up for the paranoia. Needs to be located. The information gained from Silva. You see the smoke gonna block off this attack, shut down this tempo of Lethal Chaos now. And you see them in disarray. You look at the mini-map, you look at the rotation of the Smite gonna be leaving the C site. Look at the space gathered from the Phoenix, from the Jet as well. Still deciding on where they want to go. 50 seconds, and Kairos finding that pick on Abused Noodle should send the spike back to C, which they are gonna do as the defenders rotate over to the middle of the map.
Look at this dude Jet trying to open up on Ace and just get a little bit of space in the sus, but there's a 3-stack against 1. Cade using the ultimate yet again, but Kairos catches him on the retake, bro. As already really going on to the A side, the full rotation all coming down from long. Look at the Omen and the Killjoy as well. Coming in through short, Kairos gets 3. Give him the ace, baby.
Wouldn't that be nice? But Campion getting taken down by Keith. 2H5 chiming in for one of his own. Keith finding another one. Suddenly a 2-on-2. Spike planted. And the retake favoring the attackers. Now you're looking at this post plant. They get into garage. K3K shuts him down. And that stun gonna hop on the defuse. K3K gonna have the backup from Kairos. And that 4K is gonna allow the defenders to take back the site, take back this game. And a 7-4 scoreline right now when you're at the last round is perfect place to be at if Elysium wants to take this championship.
This is such a big lead for them right now too. Going into the half 8-4 would not be the worst at all if you're coming in for Lethal Chaos too, because you saw, they are a very slow play, a very slow type team too, and they have not looked bad. The Haven, I say every single time, is a great equalizer within these teams, so I'm excited to see what they can go in and pull off all the defense too. As of right now, look for the setup slow. This position down for C long as the dark goes on grass, spots nobody, and Sova already pushes in through garage as well. The entire mid site is open as yet again. They're gonna try to push in onto C with Jet, but Jet coming in through long gets 1 though, but we traded back.
I feel like the attackers right now, Ravishing, are as split as the defenders. They just are so indecisive on their sites, and every single time they lose members before they have an idea of where to go. There's a brilliant Blade Storm from Axe getting a pick down main or down middle on Elysium. But K3 coming back and shutting down this attack. He's just been doing this all day long, and the stun in short. The flash to follow it up. He's gonna get aggressive. He can get aggressive. He has the means to do so. And it's a 1-for-1 trade, definitely favoring the defenders now.
Yeah, she couldn't get the lockdown as well at the final second, but it doesn't matter because at least got the Killjoy. The 2-1 right now. Axe position on the side right around near short. He has a spike at least. He's trying to peek in. Omen trying to go in on the beat to find out where the archer will be. The catch Killjoy on rotation doesn't spot him. And that's a 1v1 as you're gonna run all the way over onto C site. Thomas should hear these footsteps loud and clear.
Spike going down a 1-on-1 hold. What are you doing there, dude? Axe, come on.
I mean, he had like no time, man. That was such a tough spot to be in, yeah.
That's fair, but You gotta look for a little bit of cover, maybe around the wall to the left a bit. Force Thomas to have to rotate around, wrap around, give yourself a bit more time than you can deal with. But given the situation, doing what they can do, swapping sides now. I have to see Lethal Chaos bring all the bells and whistles onto the defense. This is it for them. If they want a map 3, they have to step up to the plate.
I'm really hoping for the best here, Colin. I know you are as well, because we've seen lots of solid signs of life too. These rounds so far have been so close between the two. I love it, man. So many that have been so aggressive, bro. Like, and exactly the kind of Valor I want to see as the Omen trades the smokes back and forth as they all go ahead and block RC long.
Stealing sight.
Elysium. Let's see.
Forced off of C now, Kukli. Gonna have to back up. Abuse Noodle. Gonna find Campion. That's a huge pick, too, for the retake. This is exactly what we saw Elysium in when they were in the first round. Back there, 2H5 gonna suffocate Kairos in the choke. He's gonna find that pick with the frenzy. Now the rest of the team, the rest of their friends here to deal with the action. Tom is gonna be blocked off by the smoke. Kukli through cover, finds one. Cade and Thomas 3 for themselves. Abused Noodle trying to keep this in the favor of the defenders. Kukli shuts it down. The defuse is gonna come on board, and this game's getting a little bit more even now.
The first round opening pick, they get the pistol. That's the kind of momentum I want to see coming off on the side of Lethal Chaos, man. So we'll see if they can start transitioning it into even more, though. And as for Alicia, as they were already caught out and they decided to go to commit onto the site, like, still, it wasn't a position. And even the spike went down, they all go ahead position off a site. This didn't work out because the Omen smokes working really well in the favor of Lethal Chaos.
Now looking at the rest of this round, I mean, to shut down this attack from Elysium, they did a good job there, but it was close. What do you need to see here from Lethal Chaos?
If I'm overlooking at it too, I find that they played that last round really well, and now it's just being able to take advantage of the econ that they have, considering that Elysium is going to be on much more of a save too, considering they've gone for pretty much a half buy across the board, right? Getting a couple of bulldogs here and there. If Elysium's actually able to go ahead and take this would be huge, but them taking out Cade might signal also-wise was there in garage, but look at where the position as well here, Colin. Sova outside of A trying to get any information that he can. 2 down mid, and with the breach already down, the Dart gets nothing, and the Omen fighting up against Unseed. They're so split up, just trying to open up a site, and they can't.
And Keith's trying to get that shoulder peek too onto K-Ross, but he looks like he's backing up to rotate with his team on C. And this lurk from the Sova might be what they need, but Kukli, what a disgusting shot through the smoke. Thomas does take him down. They're going to take the site control. Looks like they're going to look for that retake as well. K-Ross, I was talking about that lurker, the Sova with the Sheriff. Does find some value on it as well. 2H5 might be caught off guard. That's unfortunate here. And now to 2-on-3. Garage in control of Elysium by the hands of K-Ross. Look at the positioning from these defenders for the retake. The Sova still lurking, still in the backline, shut down from Keith. The 2-on-2 now. It's doable for these defenders on this retake. And getting out, Thomas returns to the spike. Gonna find the first one with that Spectre. This would be a huge clutch indeed. And Keith, that full wide swing. Thomas gonna shut it down. And they find the 9th round for themselves, take that anti-eco, and with the broken buy, they find success.
And Keith positioning down C long was so big here, Seymour. He's able to catch out the Killjoy as well. You know, he finds out where Keith is, just like impossible being down C long, able to catch out Keith as well. Find the position to, because Thomas was like, but we were back and forth, but Thomas maintaining his composure, getting down the jet, and making it 2-for-1 was really well done, because so many of these fights are coming down to them to land better shots and peak angles faster from the Chaos, but they spot them so many to see. Chaos gets 2! Oh my god, that's 3 already down, and they're in a 4v2 you see more.
This aggression is what I expected from a team like Elysium. I have to look at Lethal Chaos using their abilities to slow it down. If they're going to play into the favor of Elysium, they're going to lose this game. And the post plant positions here are going to back down C long. As you see the flank from Axe, he has a sheriff. The alarm bot going to let them know they're there, and that is all you wrote for Axe's life. All up to Keith, a classic and a dream, a turret to help him along the way. But it's not long for this world, not even going to find a first pick, Ravishing. Double digits for Elysium.
10-5 right now, though, but this does mean that Lethal Chaos can also go ahead, go for the full buys for themselves. Now, seeing the op from Axe, we saw it a ton on Icebox, although he didn't win up against Campion, but you know he's nice with it, and I want to see that count for him, man, because as we all know, with the state of the economy that Lethal Chaos is in, if they don't get this, be back onto a save for themselves, and Kalos could easily just springboard that 2-12 and 5, but mid side being opened up.
Hunter's Fury doesn't find anything, but they do find a pick on the defender's side. Now, Buse Noodle going to use the run it back, look for an aggressive pick instead. Kairo's going to find it instead. The equalizer for a piece now. 2H5 playing in Garage. Smoke's there, so he has the ability to peek wide if he wants to hit that flank. Unfortunately, that drone's going to locate him, let them know his position. You see on the minimap that he is already backing up and getting out of Garage with the help of his Omen. Looks like a B hit here as the spike is granted for this Omen Thomas. And this Kairos putting the start on the map is going to allow them to break in with what they need. Abused Noodle going to be spotted by that. The player and Choke going to let their position be known. Keith finding one. Abused Noodle not having to do it. Instead, Thomas on site going to teleport his way into H5, shuts it down. It's all up to Impulsive as his Killjoy's looking for the clutch in the backline. A Vandal.
30 seconds
Both
left.
alarm bots as well. Impulsive going to find one, find two. Third around the corner. He's going to put his back to him and instead not going to be ready for the fight. The defenders keep it interesting and pull it back by a 4-round deficit.
And that right there, too, you saw as well, like right at the beginning when the spike went down, they were trying to force down mid. It was exactly that. They kept trying to open up the sites. He did try to enter with the spike, and it couldn't even really go down because it didn't have all the information on all the defenders too. And they just kept trying to insta-win one by one. And that's at that point because you know, man, it's like it's not necessary. As you go ahead, pull back, reassess, and try to go for a different site. Like, you could easily went to A or C from the at least A too, because the garage control was not theirs. But now to look at the positioning, it's gonna be C hit yet again. And that Dart should find out too.
Axe has to back up now. Smoke, the tailwind, the paranoia too to help him out. Somehow Campion doesn't find that kill and Kukli finds one instead, make it two. As he locks down that TP, Campion the Jet finding something and back and forth trays favoring Elysium. The defenders only have one left. Spikes going down, tucked away in the back right corner. An alarm bot to help them through. They have Impulsive and Sofa, two informative agents. It's gonna be a tough retake.
Bro, this is sick. They almost all of Little Chaos just like really just caught out down by short. They're just pushing through spawn and garage. It was just a complete brawl that they had. But as Keith comes in, spots the spike and Kalos just takes him out. Elysium go up 11-6, a point away from match point. And 2 points from being our Pit of Valor champions, Seymour. And right now, Lethal Chaos are on a save.
I expect Campion to change his name after winning this. To Champion.
Oh, for sure.
100%. You know, 2 rounds away from Campion being champion is all I need to hear. You look at him, he's 17-10 right now. He has not slowed down all day long, and it is 12:16 a.m. and he is still going strong here, Ravishing. This guy is an absolute beast. Axe and Abused Noodle, the kryptonite of this round, looking for the 7th. The Bladestorm going to be popped, looking for that flank spot. So here's one on the left, but it's going to be a teammate. Kairos and Impulsive bring it to an even 3-on-3, make it a 2-on-3 as Thomas chimes in for one of his own.
Because you saw too, that right at the beginning within that overall setup, they were looking to push it out to C, but they made a lot of noise mid-side too. Although 2 went down immediately, that being favored on the trades as they're moving on to the side is so big here, Seymour. Like, C side has been their bread and butter, and they've done so well on it every time. But if Lethal Chaos is able to win this on the save, this is huge. Well, subs though.
The attack's been buttered up and slipping in like it's no trouble at all. So bread and butter's only the half of it. Kukli, he's gonna be located. He has a Phoenix alongside of Absurd Noodle, but he's gonna have to wide swing this, wait for the defenders or the attackers to peek this to get that. The Omen smoke, the paranoia. He's gonna push in. Kukli gonna find one. The first line of defense. The defuse is gonna be on his last line. He's gonna clutch it. Abuse Noodle. Oh my lord.
Man, Impulsive was just running and gunning at this point. The spray was not there. If he aimed, like, just for a second, my brother, like, if you just, like, stop and we're like, hey, he's probably here, you might be able to get it. But, like, it's just, man, the fact that they actually clutched that on the save, I would say here as well, Colin, is huge. Because they get the economy back in their favor as well. And, like, now there's 11-7 instead of 12. This is... They now just have even more hope to possibly come back into this round as they all set up for a site.
Pros don't fake.
No,
and
sir.
Shuts down that jet. We saw it on Icebox. The op battle was favoring Elysium all day long. But we're no longer on the icy plains of Icebox as Haven is showing up to be Lethal Chaos's jungle gym as well. Thomas putting down the spike. The defenders surrounding it. A 4-on-4 for the retake, getting rid of that turret. The lockdown from the defenders gonna give them a sight onto this planting area. Now, Cade, how many times will this guy get a 3K? All up to Axe. He's gonna go for the defense, get rid of the alarm bot. Look how far away from the plant they are. They're pushing through short, they're pushing through long, and that if he held that, he would have had it. Now it's a little bit dangerous for the defense. Lethal Chaos up to the operator man himself. Axe not gonna get the job done. Thomas shuts it down. The 12th round and match point for Elysium.
Yeah, Cade going ahead and holding down the A short side right through spawn, able to mow down every single one of LC, literally saved them that round, man. Because honestly, being able to enter in as 4 with a man advantage for Lethal Chaos 2, huge. But as of right now, I gotta be honest, they're in a bit of a hairy situation. They have to go in for the 4 spy as well. If the Lethal Chaos, it's so tough for them. As they all look to yet again try to push in. Defend ASAP, but Keith getting a headshot at the captain with the Marshall, no less. Okay, Keith, I see you, bro.
That was nuts. I thought it was going to be collateral as well, but I guess it didn't line up as much as he wished. This is a big mountain for Lethal Chaos to climb. K-Ross, though, looking to take control of Garage. He's going to be smoked off to H5. Oh, this might be some sneaky snake action that we see. He's got the backup from Abused as well. If the smoke is going to allow them into the site, they might be able to overtake this player. It's going to be doubled up with the Omen. Kairos going to be right over that. He actually finds the head of 1. 2 H5 is there for the trade and still going to favor Lethal Chaos in the end of it. But site control for C is going to be in the hands of Elysium. You see the retake is going to be where Lethal Chaos are going to play this. The Marshall Keith, the Hunter's Fury, everything going to be put into fact. Goes with a no-scope, but no-scopes are a little bit too overzealous to play for. A 4K from the Omen. Elysium are your champions for the Pit of Valor on this last season of 2020. What a roller coaster of emotions from both sides of Lethal Chaos. They almost had it. They put up a great fight. But Elysium, a little bit farther ahead.
Man, even at the last second, too, with Thomas going and getting that 4K, like, even with all of them, what? Bro, what? Oh my God, man. It's headshots across the board for these guys. They do not miss, bro. their crosshairs aim and they know exactly where to fire. Cause man, they're not taking nobody for hire, bro. It's just pop, 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 and see you later. I like as they get fired. I got it.
There you go. You got it.
Yeah.
Nice recover. But let's talk about the champions here. Elysium. Dominance on Icebox. I have to say some dominance on Haven as well. I have yet to see a team in the Pit of Valor feel so comfortable on defense as it looked like they had there. I mean, you did see some shining lights from the likes of Lethal Chaos, but in the end, it just wasn't enough. I mean, Elysium came into this. They just came out of the playoffs of the NSGX Complexity qualifiers for the monthly tournament, and they just looked to clean house in the Pit of Valor today. Congratulations to the champions. Crowned the 2020 Pit of Valor champions. And good luck for the rest of the season. I have to give it some great showing from Elysium here.
Amazing stuff, man. It's just, I love seeing it. It was beautiful. With that all being said, though, here, but that was special to see. But one more special thing I want to go ahead and do for you as well, my brother. To go ahead and invite all of our TOs and everybody to go ahead and sing my man Colin Seymour a very, very, very happy birthday. In 3, 2, 1.
Happy birthday to you,
Colin.
Happy birthday to you,
Seymour.
Happy birthday,
Colin.
Happy
birthday
to you. I think that worked out. That was
so bad. We couldn't find the voice range between
None
us.
of them.
Like we just couldn't sync up.
You know what, man?
There was no harmony.
All the
It worked
Discord
out.
audio was so
It worked.
desynced.
It was fine. It what matters is that we wished my man Colin a happy birthday. Want to go ahead and thank you all as well for watching. Happy birthday to you all, man.
You know, I have to make a wish. I have
What's
to make
up,
a little
bro?
bit of a wish right here.
What is it? What's up?
I forgot that I made this for you, Ravishing. Something to talk about here.
Yes, that's right here, Colin. If you want to go ahead and celebrate Colin's birthday and make him feel special, go ahead and go onto drinkcontrol.com and type in GLG10 here, my brothers. Get 10% off your order. That's drinkcontrol.com. GLG10 on checkout. Make Colin's birthday special.
Yeah, I was about to make one of the GLG people who came into here to wish me a happy birthday follow up with that, but it looks like they all deafened, so they won't be able to hear it. But anyways, what Ravishing was saying, I mean, if at checkout you want to have some free loot at your disposal, some chances for that. Vermilion, what do they have the chance to win?
They have a chance to win a very big bag. Actually, several bags they're handing out, I think, of Control meal supplement.
A large free bag.
Free bag. FREE. It could be for YOU or for ME, but hopefully for you though. So go ahead and make sure to get that. And for those of you asking, Colin, how old are you right now?
I'm 21 now.
Hell yeah, brother. That's, you know what that means. He's cute and he's legal. So go ahead and holla at him, ladies. DM this man at Seymour on Twitter. Go ahead, reach out to him. Wish him happy birthday. You know, like, give him a high five. Like, he deserves it. He's a great guy.
You know, give me a high five here. Give me a high five, bro. Big hugs for the new year. Big hugs for the new year. Coming in here. But anyways, all of you fellas on the other side, thank you for tuning in to GLG all year long. 2020 has been so special with you all on the other side. We cannot do it without your help. Everybody that has participated in our tournaments, you know, it has been a blessing to cast over you. It's been a blessing to have you in our tournaments. And I can't wait to see what is brought in 2021. It's been a phenomenal year, but rolling out the cameras, we got to look at everywhere we see. It's been GLG's Pit of Valor champions, Elysium. And we are heading out for this. It's been myself, Ravishing, and Seymour. And we hope you have a great night.
Ultimate not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Juby and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Last going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The defuse is still going down. Can he find them in time? He can! He's for Kaplan!
The opposing opponent picking up from ground, he could move to position, but the second opens up, and immediately 2 down here as AV strikes first and then strike quickly. Almost all of Kane falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short. Strike to Jay gets a triple, but get a quadra. And
Up shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get 1 through the smoke, but triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a
Gets
second
2.
one. That's a quad kill.